to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The West Asia region showcases the talent of 6 teams representing Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. Watch as these teams pit their creative strategies and masterful skills in an epic battle for supremacy. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the League of Legends event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. Kuwait's rich oil reserves help keep its cities modern and vibrant. In turn, these have had an extraordinarily positive impact on the growth of the esports ecosystem in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era tie by bonds. No, we will never be alone. Where You can edit it now, you choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. This in the air at time by buzz. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to finding the treasure in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new ones to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. Explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up, going forward together, finding the freedom in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new ones to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. We'll explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up.
Bring any of the vision, this could be so bad.
Looks really bad on paper, but they're going to at least chunk it down to half, try and force Team Philippines in, and we're going to see a Charmer hitting on one. See you later. Estelades, he's out of the fight already, and it looks like the rest of the Team Philippines members are about to follow. Sayumao doing big damage from afar. He's getting excited, he's hitting that damage, and he's cleaning on up. Him and Jace doing so much work now. That
of Thailand. Look at Arcalic on the other side. Hall of the Forge God. Double knockup. It's Jing Liu taking the match, turning away. But they got a lot of damage as Arcalic dives to the back line, waiting it out. But they've lost Flare. As Shaywa was able to get one reset, stealing away the soul of Gragas. Here's the other damage to throw it back and get the kill on a Yummy. A Yummy almost got it out. He still dies. That's how you. He's got a lot of damage too on the blade, waiting to kite it out himself. How is Singapore losing this one? They've got reset. They've got stun. But Pillow throws it back. Sayumo. He's got it.
Arashi going forward, going to be hitting a huge Cyclone Lightning Crash, just dishing damage to those red health bars. See you later. Many of these Team Malaysia members, and it's looking like this could be game, set, and match. Shine going to try to solo in a 1v3 angle. Will go golden, but there goes the turret, going to be able to turn the...
For Team Philippines, Arcalic blown up by the explosive cast, depth charge through. Kusuo still wants to go for the fight, and there's an illegal Nautilus hook that connects through a creep. As you know, it sometimes happens. Blaze is here. Does he want a tower dive? Yes, is the answer. The resets, and the ulti gets it done. Able to survive with the life steal as well. That fight.
Of course, Yummy still matching, but it is just going to be an attempt at a fight. We are going to see the Nature's Grab used on cooldown again. and everyone's rooted up over here. Oh, the Emperor's Divide just knocked them straight back into Team Malaysia, and they're just going to dish the damage. A huge...
It should still result in a bot tower getting pressured. Onikan definitely has a dive angle on Panda if Panda stays there alone, which he thinks is the case. He steals the Blitz ulti, and the Blitz ulti with the AP of the Silas is going to do a lot of damage. Onikan, a 3 versus 1 under tower. Tower dive.
Looks like focus going to be put towards the bot lane. 14 Jordan. Again, they're going to be going all in, big damage. Casper just farming up Team Oman and going golden ain't going to help you today. You're looking bronze. You're sitting in 3rd place there. And S+2, he's just trying to find anything here in the zombie form. This game's done.
Doesn't have to go, but he's got the undertow, getting a lot of damage on a Dynamo, and saying it's easy for me to get this unless we have the damage from Kaisa. Trade it back 1 for 1 all the while. You have the Jarvan, no ult, but he's got full damage. Flashing forward, 2, looking for the kill, and Fun should die to the help of the Raptors for a double kill out of WK Master. While Voodoo, he's respawned, he's back in the fight. Got the explosive damage that he's trying to get onto anybody right now. He's even bouncing around, but WK Master went back in, Flag and Drag, he's out of there! That's 50% on the Elder. That's going to be the TB. The flash in with the taunt isn't enough. They get the Justice Punch on Invincible, but he is looking invincible. Even with the dash in, the flash away from Drake immediately after the Stormbringer. But a Petrifying Phase slows down Invincible as they get another flash away at the dash. Asbar got nobody, had to go golden to survive. But look at Invincible, tagging, making sure there's no dash away from Asbar. And all the while, Yusuf is in the base defending. A 4-man knockout from Palestine as Skip picks up the kill on the catcher, but Zero on the other side. Team Jordan dashing in. They've got the damage, and Skip is gone. There goes the carry of Palestine as poor Jordan find what they need. They've got the fight finally that they can push to win off of.
Look at Invincible all along, meanwhile pushing top lane, taking the turret. Teleport's going to come through from Jax and Nico to top lane.
Stop it? No, doesn't actually go with the gear. So now Zero and Invincible are both here. Yusuf realizing there's no Feather Storm anymore that you can rely on, so you're easy pick'ems with all that damage on the other side, so you can jump in and pick up all the gold necessary, get it done on Asbar. Double kill for Zero.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。iQOO11系列，标配2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asia Games for 2022. It is day 7 of games, and it is going to be the last day of the West Asian group, rather. I'm Mac, this is Elfish Guy, and of course we've got a lot of fun on the menu for you guys at home.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, yesterday there was no shortage of fun. We saw that final series yesterday evening that Rusty and Mad Magical got to watch. Went all the way to 3 games.
A long one.
A very long game too. So we might have something similar, I think, in our second match for today. Question as to whether or not we'll get that for game 1. I'm not so sure about that one, Mac, because it does involve Saudi Arabia, who we do have pegged as the top of the group, but things could still go amiss, I suppose.
Yeah, we thought that maybe there was a chance that Oman could be the team to push the likes of Team Saudi Arabia, but we saw yesterday that Team Jordan managed to beat Team Oman, so it feels like the pecking order is definitely getting established. There is going to be, an off-stream game as well, which might shift up the group a little bit, but as you mentioned, that second game of the day, look, Team Bahrain should be coming in with a W, but you never know what you're going to get from Team Palestine in terms of drafting or in terms of in the game.
Yeah, indeed. I think there's a little bit that we have to touch on before we do get kicking ourselves off underway with the day, so let's crack on into it.
Let's crack on into it indeed. It's time to thank our lovely sponsors, of course. This competition is jointly organised by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV.
First of all, thanks to our prestige sponsor, Audi Q4 e-tron's strong support for the RDAG tournament.
Special thanks to iCool 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
Thank you as well to official supporter Omen, new Omen 16, new journey to the Road to Asia Games 2022.
Thank you to official supporter Autofull M6, official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games. Be your own hero.
And thank you to our official supporter Eastrock for all of their support.
At the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, DouYu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video, Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Huahongshu, YouTube and Twitch for their support.
Indeed, and of course, as we've said every other day, it would not be possible without the support of all of our sponsors. So big shout out to them all across the board for making the Road to Asia Games possible.
Yeah, it's been a fun time, and look, I'm glad that we've been here. I'm sure the teams are glad they've been here as well. Everyone's happy as anything over there. These players from Team West, from the West Asian region, have been very, very wholesome, very friendly every time we've seen them walking around the area. And let's have a quick look back at the standings. I guess we'll quickly recap, of course, if you've missed the whole week. East Asia, Team China came out on top there, taking the top seed. Team Southeast Asia, Malaysia managed to snatch the top spot. And we're not quite done with the West Asian group. We will be in just 4 hours. But to kick things off, of course, here on the mainstream, Team Saudi Arabia going to be going straight up against
Oman.
Team Oman for this first game of the day, and then later on it'll be an interesting affair, but we can recap that later because it looks like the game's not too far away. Here is Team Saudi Arabia, Wufo, Ajwad, Onikant, Mimic and Mishal. So far, look, there has been games where they've had a little bit too much fun, but they look like they are just dominating this group.
Yeah, I would probably tend to agree with you, Mac. I thought that, maybe Oman, they might be able to hold a candle, but they had themselves a loss yesterday. They've started to slip down the standings a little bit, and this was going to be really the big test for them. So considering they have already found themselves a loss, I can struggle to imagine that this is going to be a close matchup. I would say that I'm probably on the same train of thought as you are, Mac, that I think Saudi Arabia probably walks away with this one pretty comfortably. The question will be, how do they come into today feeling? Are they feeling like they want to just get this one done and dusted, quick, clean 2-0, or do they want to have a bit of fun, do what they've been doing over the course of this tournament so far? Looking at the players on both sides, Wufo has been kind of the pick of the bunch for me coming through from Saudi Arabia. We constantly see really big top gaps, top diffs coming through for the Team Saudi Arabia matches. So he's again going to be quite the focal point for me. In fact, I do just feel like it's been that top side of the map in general, top, mid and jungle, that have found a lot of the differences for Saudi Arabia. And Onikant is one piece of that puzzle. So big shout out to him. Big shout out to Saudi Esports as well for bringing Team Saudi Arabia over here.
Yeah.
And we'll see how they go today against Oman, who, they've been a little bit up and down. I've liked the way they've drafted. I think they have, of the teams that are actually in the West Asia group probably been the most consistent with their drafts. They really do just like to play that very team fight heavy, front to back style. Yeah. Some of the bot lane picks have been a little bit interesting, right? They're the team that's picking Samira and Nautilus. No one else is really doing that, but
still operating, for that team fight centric approach, right? And I guess as you were saying, they are usually picking into the meta other than that bot lane. So we'll see if we get that yet again today going into the final day of West Asia.
Yeah, definitely. I certainly expect that we will be. I don't think Oman's going to be changing things up too much. Team Saudi Arabia might start to see some more interesting selections come through from them. Some of their picks yesterday especially got into for fun territory. We saw the Nidalee jungle. We saw the Pantheon in the mid lane in one game in particular. Onitan did mention he sort of counterpicked himself by picking the Silas at one point as well, but just wanted to have a game on that. So, it kind of gives you the idea that Team Saudi Arabia, they're well aware of the position that they're in as the top dogs in this group, and they're willing to flex their capabilities in that respect. Straight up, a couple of bans coming through here. Syndra LeBlanc, I don't think there's too much really to touch on there. I'm looking at that Rek'Sai and saying that's definitely going to be counter ban away from Ajwad. Did see a really good Rek'Sai game from him at the start of the tournament. Zeri, of course, you want to be taking that away anytime you possibly can. Makes a lot of sense to be getting rid of that. And Maokai taken away from WK Master. He's been, picking up that Maokai fairly regularly, man. So
yeah, a little bit of Maokai. I feel like, his Wukong performances have been pretty decent so far, and that's going to be open. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Team Oman picking it up. It is going to be Aphelios locked in early for Team Saudi Arabia. So looking to just get that bot lane out of the way. Yuumi, of course, open, could certainly get thrown in there. Milio has been banned away, and we're going to see Team Oman go for the Twitch approach. So countering with an ADC of their own and locking in that Rakan to try and find some kind of chemistry in the bot lane. So I'm sure that there is a world where this could work up against Team Saudi Arabia. I just don't know if we're living in it.
Yeah, look, I probably agree with you, Mac. I mean, we did see a Twitch yesterday as well, not from Oman, I don't recall. I think it was from the second series that we got to watch. Yeah, I think it might have been Palestine to pick that one up. I'm not so sure that I'm sold on the Twitch Rakan lane, but again, it does offer you a lot of options, right? When you're that Twitch, you can sort of sneak around the map and try to find some cheeky angles here and there. You've got the Rakan, obviously, that's a hard engaged support, that if he gets a good engage, then definitely there's some value there. But I'm just looking at the consistency that you can get through from the likes of the Aphelios Lulu, and I would be tending to agree with the choices so far from Saudi Arabia. KSA stands for Kasante.
From what I remember, S Plus was pretty solid on that Kasante in one of the games we watched yesterday. So not a terrible decision for Team Saudi Arabia to smash that away. And we'll see if it is just going to be that top lane matched with the lock-in, or if Oman are going to... Oh, okay. Covering the Maud, locking it in. It's been locked in, so we're going to have Maud up against Kasante in the top lane. Team Oman are certainly going out of the meta at the moment with what we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely, and actually quite a departure from the choices that they've been making so far in the RDAG, right? We've seen the vast majority of games be the likes of the Malphite, the Sion, the Kasante up in that top lane and down in bot. We've seen Samira Nort, we've seen Xayah Rakan quite a bit, we've seen a little bit of Aphelios there as well, but yeah, the Twitch may be a little bit more of a pocket peek, a bit of a pocket strat.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that Saudi Arabia will be too disappointed by the way this draft is going. Just looking at it, they're not really super concerned about things. They've got 3 almost S-tier picks in a sense already, and so far Oman haven't really picked up any of the power choices. Like Vi's been on offer this whole time. You saw Kasante go through as the 3rd pick for Saudi Arabia, so just a little bit surprising how the drafts have been playing out here in the West Asia group, as we've highlighted multiple times. Bans starting to come through once again. You've got Pantheon and Diego taken away by Oman. Zach and J4 off the table, courtesy of Saudi Arabia. So now getting into the mid and the jungle picks. Interesting that jungle has been left this late, but this is actually something that Saudi Arabia did yesterday as well. And that was when I believe they 5th picked the Nidalee. Either they 4th or 5th picked the Nidalee.
Yeah, it snuck in really late.
It was the Nidalee and the Pantheon that got picked pretty much 4 and 5. And that sort of threw things for a bit of a loop, and so maybe they're cooking something up in the lab again.
Well, you can see Silas has been locked in by Team Oman in the meanwhile, so that's going to try to move away from the idea from Team Saudi Arabia to go too heavy into some big ultimates. We'll see which angle they go for Fire. Okay. Not too terrible. It's certainly a strong pick in the meta right now, and I don't think we've seen Ajwad play it, but I'm excited to see him play it because he has a largely strong mechanical field. Everything we've seen from him in terms of the champs so far has been extremely strong. He knows what he's doing, and Vi is extremely easy to execute for the most part. So we should see him have a decent game. Might be able to carry as well. Big AP damage in mid coming through with the Talia. And what are we going to see from Jank? That's a pretty big ult that Easy, well, rather Omani might be able to steal. Looking at Unicorn as well, so he could get tanky. What else would you do here? Where are Oman going to go for the counter pick, which has been saved for the jungle?
Well, I mean, I think first protocol is you always want to be taking that Vi ulti, right? That's just a free engage for Silas, and he's someone that loves to be in close range, close proximity. Nocturne going to get picked up here as well for Oman.
WK Master, keen to see what he can do after those lights go out. And look, even when the lights go out, I feel like that can synergize pretty well with your Twitch. They can synergize pretty well with S+ just dropping his ult in, and then if Omani, steals the right ultimate, then they can just shut people down real quick. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks like the name of the game right here for Oman is just to turn those 1v1s and those 2v2s into more favorable scenarios for themselves, right? You've got the Nocturne ultimate. Twitch is one of those champions that can kind of pop up out of nowhere if you take your attention away from them for a second or two. He'll be into the mid lane, causing a bit of a ruckus. So I think Oman here kind of want a bit of a messier game, which Team Saudi Arabia probably not going to be too disappointed by. They have been brought down to their opponent's level in a couple of these games so far, and we've seen some shenanigans, we've seen some messiness from them, but always, Mac, they have been able to get through those games pretty comfortably. Looking at the draft, I'm just a bit more of a fan of Saudi Arabia. I think it does lean a little bit harder towards meta. You've got some really strong picks over there. You've got some really good late game scaling. Kind of feels like you've got it all. Ajwad, as you said, we haven't really seen too much of him on the Vi so far in the Road to Asia games, but this will be the perfect game for him, right? You do like to take those early skirmishes on the Vi. You've got the Talia as well, who definitely able to drop a bunch of damage down pretty quickly early on in the game as well. So definitely a fairly fearsome, I should say, mid lane jungle matchup here for Oman. The Nocturne going to want to take a little bit more time to get into the game and be a threat that way. And maybe the same for Silas, get that first item on the board. That's where he really finds that big power spike when he gets the Everfrost and can lock you down for such a long time. We'll see how the early game goes. Of course, Vi, you can jump on in for a level 2 gank if you really want to. Can get right into the fun, into the action nice and early. And that is what we have seen in almost every single one of these games in the West Asia group so far. They've been insane in terms of the way that they want to play around the macro. It's just all been team fights. Anyone that goes for objectives usually ends up losing. Other than the Baron. Baron, of course, has had some pretty good value. WK Master just dominating the pixel bush. But it looks like I'm not going to see too much go on. Ajwad showing himself over towards that top side. So it should be top the bot for him. We are going to see WK Master recall after dropping a ward there in the pixel bush. Making his way back to top after picking up the sweeper.
Minions have spawned.
They are posturing to try and go onto Omani here. When he can't, forces him back just barely. Chunks him out with some free damage.
It's always nice to get that little bit of free damage when you're playing the range versus melee matchup in mid, just to keep that priority leaning in your direction. This, though, is not so much of a favorable trade, and Onikan...
Not anymore.
Okay, he's really playing a dangerous game here. Omani 1v9 does not have the Ignite, so there's not really kill potential there, but that's not really a favorable trade, all things considered.
Yeah, as soon as that first wave gets there, they're both on half, and now very gankable indeed. It's going to be a little bit of fun early on. Mimic will get out of dodge. Still has that Ignite on him.
Oh, Lulu damage, though.
Yeah, making it happen. It looks like Flash going to be invested. Easy should survive, but I don't know about Janky. He's trying to hold onto that Flash, but he might have to use it. Will have the ability just to get away. But now, what are they going to be able to do in lane, Jordan?
That is a lesson as to how not to trade at level 1, especially against a Lulu who, if she is allowed to auto for free, you think about her passive, you see those little extra bolts coming through, that damage can really start to ramp up. And even though the focus was in onto Mimic, Michelle in that engagement just gets to free auto, and at level 1, that's a significant amount of damage coming through.
Ajwad going to skip a couple of camps here, go straight to red for a 3 camp, and looking like he might put some focus onto mid. Of course, bottom had to back, but mid here still quite low for Oman. You can see as well that WK Master in the meanwhile, he's gone for the full clear. So if Ajwad is okay. You can see that he was hungry, probably for that bot lane gank, but safely, Team Oman decided just to back early, get those resources back. And
they took a 0 CS base.
Yep.
The bot lane took a 0 CS base.
They realized what they had to do.
I mean, just how bad does that feel, though? Like, you lose all of that CS under the tower, you lose the XP.
It's a hard lesson.
And Michelle able to go back to base. Yeah, it's not like the best base in the whole world, but you picked up the longsword, you have that advantage now in the lane. Unreasonable stuff already at the start of the day.
Ooh, early rotation. Michelle going to be meeting up with Ajwad here, and it looks like they are going to try to target mid or at least go for the invade. At least find something, but it's Wufo up top, just winning that one easily against S+.
Not the first time we've seen it from Wufo. Level 2, 3, 4. He's been getting into those early fights, and generally speaking, he's been winning them. Talked about the top gap that's been building for Saudi Arabia.
Ooh. Well played so far. We'll get feared away when he can't. Trying to come over and show himself. WK Master doesn't go straight to lane. That allows Ajwad the opportunity to go in for that Q. Will flash Q and force a flash out of WK Master. But in the meanwhile, Omani just trying to play a dangerous game. Bot lane from Team Oman, only level 3, only level 2, are going to rotate up to try to help them, but Team Saudi Arabia will escape away. And in the meanwhile, it's just Mimic with a frozen wave under the tower, farming up a storm. Level 4 has that advantage and might be able to find some more now. 7 CS lead, even though he's been there for a while. And over towards mid, looks like WK Master going to be jumping straight on the Onikan. Ajwad not too far away. Is he going to be able to save his mid laner?
Yes,
WK
sir.
Master is very low now, will fall down. Onikan, one last right click, straight onto the mid laner. You love that.
And that's the blue buff for Onikan as well. So now all of those mana issues are solved in the mid lane, though we do have a roam coming through from S+. Onikan in trouble.
Okay, Omani going to be able to jump on and at least get this trade back. S+ as well, trying to just dish some extra damage onto Ajwad. Push him back down in that mid lane. And it looks like the trade ends up favouring Oman, at least towards mid lane. Over towards bot now. Team Saudi Arabia could be in trouble. Good damage coming out. Nice root under the tower, but Jank was very lucky to be outside of the radius.
Yeah, I really thought he was done there for a second. Michelle and Mimic are committing an absolute sin by saying they don't have heal. They do in a moment, so maybe that's kind of what they're banking on. They're expecting maybe some over-aggression to bait.
We're getting a little bit of that from Wufo, who's thinking about going for this one, but he's found a 2 straight up in his drills. He does have that ult online to use, and should be able to use that to escape. However, he's going to fall! Wufo wins that, base tanks the 1v2, and is able to get a kill and escape. That's illegal.
That is just maximum disrespect, isn't it? He's taken S+ over the wall. He said, "You're coming with me, mate. It's not so much that I'm stuck in here with you, you're definitely stuck in here with me."
Yeah.
And he's turned it around on its head. Grass the Undying stack's probably coming in real clutch there with that extra little bit of healing that he's getting, keeping him alive.
Rune gap. There was a conqueror up for that Maud, but in the meanwhile, this is what happened at bot during that engagement over Root's top. And again, Jordan, the action is happening. Looks too easy, doesn't it?
Does indeed. And no heal invested there by Michelle either. So something to consider, still being on the cards right here for Saudi Arabia. Looks like a pretty clean game from them so far. I mean, Onikan goes down in mid, but you're not necessarily expecting S+ to come walking all the way down from top, so I'm willing to forgive him for that one. Not sure what WK Master is doing right here in his opponent's jungle when he's so far behind. This is going to cost him his life. No flash, you're a Nocturne at level 4, you're just not getting out of there at all.
Not at all. Easy picks coming through. Love the small amount of CC that Talia can bring, but that knockback can just be so potent if placed perfectly. And Onikan has been exceptional in this mid lane. for the West Asian region. Mick, though, what's he going to be able to do here? Michelle, try to regroup with him. Get a lot of solo XP, ping 6, and now they might be looking to fight straight away. There is Ajwad rotating down as well. The timings from Team Saudi Arabia look insane. Sweeper as well, he's not been spotted, and Easy just going to go and face tank the bush, mate. You are done, surely. There's no ult for the Vi to play with, and the Q is already used, so no chase will come through. Easy had that flash to get to safety, but now what? You've got to leave lane again.
Should be a free dragon for Saudi Arabia. Force your bot laners back away. Get that prio in the bot lane. Already looking strong in mid and jungle.
Yeah.
Just take the dragon. Sounds good. Michelle's just going to float around in case there was any thoughts of a contest.
Yeah, jank. Of course, high mobility. But we're speaking of mobility, and Omani going to be coming in towards that top lane. How's this 1v2 go for Wufo this time? Pops the ult and will flash to safety. Not too phased by that one. The roam ends up being ineffective, but at least he's baited out the util.
Yeah, just a little bit too cool, calm, and collected, isn't he, right now, Wufo? Looks like he's getting himself into some sticky situations, but constantly getting back out to safety. Dive on off a 4 bot. 2 on 4.
Can they fend this off? Turret going to be that third man, but there's a lot of damage coming through from Team Saudi Arabia, and you're going to see them just completely melt here. Ajwad locks them down, locks them in, and Mimic as well with that heal is going to be able to hang around. Red, white, that's going to be a turret melting in seconds. Plenty of plates on the menu, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be answered. Omani.
Oh, no.
Going to try to gank here at top, but it's not gone well. Oh, my.
This is
WK
a
Master
2v1.
taking way too much. And Omani didn't commit with the rest of the team, so he's not gone through. He's not brought the extra damage, and Wufo just wins the 1v2. Omani wants to come through for the cleanup. He knows that there's no flash. He knows that there's no ult for Wufo to play with. But either way, he's got the level advantage. Omani going to be able to ping that one. And, oh, the turret, the damage is quite... It's not quite enough for the 1v3. But you saw it happening, Wufo.
I really did. I really thought there was an angle, definitely. Every time I've thought, okay, Wufo's dead here, he's managed to get himself a kill. It's just a series of unfortunate events, really, for Oman.
It would have been a 1-for-1. It would have, if Omani just went in, but he decided to walk the other way.
Maybe.
Just, oh. The communication is just not quite there, or maybe the chemistry for Team Oman. Indecision.
Yeah, this was a really nicely executed dive. Michelle taking some of the early aggro, gets low, drops the aggro, gets the heal through perfectly on time for Mimic. And what I really liked was Ajwad ensuring that his Q hit the target that it needed to hit rather than, you know, just sending it and kind of spreading that damage across. It was real good focus from Saudi Arabia.
The contrast between that and then the attempt at the dive at the top was just
absolutely
completely crazy.
These teams are really existing in two different worlds, two different planes. And it's quite evident that one is a little bit better than the other.
Certainly tells a story.
TP's coming through right here from S+ to try to keep that tower as safe as possible, but Wufo really doesn't care about the tower. He's more than happy to just go kill.
S+, he's got that ult to play with if he wants to, but try to use it. It's not worked too well at all.
Okay, that's a real big feels bad, Mac. Like you've
TP'd in.
TP'd in. The tower's under the wave's under your tower. You've TP'd in. You've literally instantly died. And now you're losing all the CS again.
Yeah.
Wufo hasn't even based. He does not care.
We have seen Wufo be a Giga Chad in some other games, and he is going to do it yet
What's
again.
WK Master doing?
I don't know, man. I don't know what anyone's doing.
Oh, he's dropping the Herald. Okay, fair enough.
Maybe he had like minimal time, just sort of had to drop it in the best place possible. Either way, it's going to be that wall across. And again, Team Oman are just getting torn to shreds.
Another TP to death,
Omani's here to try to save the day, and I just don't expect him to get out of this one. He's got that Vi-ult to play around. There it is. Wow, that did nothing. And we do see Team Saudi Arabia just continue to force the point through bot.
Yeah, pretty poor teleport usage in the last couple of minutes here from Oman. Twice now they've TP'd into their own death just to give another kill over to Saudi Arabia. This is not even a contest. This is not even close. Replay of that one as the tower goes down. You saw Ajwad on the Vi, charging that Q up. Gets it across the line. And can only imagine that this would be a 15-minute surrender if we were playing in a ranked game.
Yeah. It do be like that, and straight away, more damage coming through. 15-2 on the scoreboard. And you're looking at that gold lead. We are 11, almost 12 minutes in. The plates are still on the turrets. and it's almost a 10k gold gap. It's about to be a 10k gold gap if Wupo gets another here. Bot T2 about to fall as well. This is going to be a very fast game of League of Legends. Maybe the fastest game of the group so far.
Yeah, probably. There's been actually a lot of longer games in this group. This is such a dive angle as well, by the way, for Wupo. He's level 10 to Plus is level 8, so just trying to poke him down a little bit before he fully commits to it, and dancing around with those shields, barely even taking any damage from the tower right now.
Crazy.
So I don't even know what you do as S Plus in this situation, aside from go back to your base and cry.
Look, Wupo's got over a whole item on top of him as well. Attempt with the gank over towards mid-side.
No
Maybe
damage.
There's a world, but as you mentioned, no damage coming through. Omani just trying to survive now. WK Master not going to be able to. It's just going to be the kill across the wall, and Arjwar just going to farm up a Storm Jank. Not going to get away from that damage, and mid T1 should be on the smorgasbord right now. But it's the great escape, it's the great chase, and Arjwar he is hunting for Omani. Wupo going deep, just proxy farming, and there it is.
Has to do it
to close the fight.
Yeah. It's child's play at the moment, Mac. Saudi Arabia are playing with their food, and we're just waiting to sort of get to that point where they can actually feel confident about finishing the game off, right? I mean, they definitely win all of the fights, but they're not really committing so much to finishing the game right here.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, they're going to kind of hit that critical mass position and just decide, yeah, let's get this one over and done with. But 13 minutes still does make it quite tough because the respawn timers are so short.
WK Master in a whole world of trouble. Is just going to be standing on that ward. Here comes the wall. And it's great to see how Team Saudi Arabia have been playing in this series today. It's completely different to what we saw before. In some of the earlier games from this group, they weren't grouping. You know, they were going for like 1-2-1-1s. They were never really trying to fight as a unit. But now you see how they operate, and they are going together, finding 4v1s, 4v2s, constant advantages everywhere, and it feels like Team Omani is just never able to answer with any objectives or any farm at all.
Rufo, TP back up into the top lane. He's going to send S Plus running, but you can't outrun this one, mate.
You got the ghost, mate. This is going to be very difficult to live for S Plus. He's hoping that Omani can maybe keep him alive.
I don't know.
He's run away from his teammate. In comes the lights out, and just like that, maybe Wupo will fall. He's dropped that ult. It's a 1v4. Can he get a kill here? That's what I'm looking at. Wupo, where's the damage? Where's the sustain? Finally, the shutdown comes through, and Team Omani find an answer.
Yeah, Wupo, I mean, look, even in that 1v4, he looked pretty threatening.
Yeah,
so
I was waiting for the turnaround.
Just kind of goes to show you the strength that he has at the moment, and now it is time for some revenge.
Yep, just clicking across there. S Plus. Yeah, sacrificial lamb for sure. Just trying to bait Team Saudi Arabia away.
They're pinging at one another.
Yeah.
At this point, Onikan's not happy that that kill has been stolen away.
It's a little bit of fun, of course, between them.
No, I mean, you want the Audi Super MVP, mate.
Yeah, that's what it is. They're fighting for it. Is going to be the jump across, ult straight on the easy E. He's not going to last too long. Jank going golden to try to buy some time. WK Master going to be able to clear that one away. And Hudward will finally find his first death. Mishwal and Mimic in the meanwhile were just attacking the turret, didn't help out their teammate, and that might be why he's fallen.
Mimic rather tried. He missed the Moonlight Vigil. And so I think that resulted in a few laughs in the Saudi Arabia camp. Now TP coming through here for S+.
S+ the flank angle. Man is 0 and 6, looking to make it 0 and 7.
Is it an angle?
But can he find any angle? That's the question. Mimic going to be able to take out that damage in the meanwhile, so no CC from WK Master coming across S+. Probably not going to be able to get back to the tower alive. He's just going to get farmed up, waiting, shielding, hoping that there was an angle, but Omani a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, they don't even use Wild Growth, they don't use Heal. This is just too easy for Saudi Arabia at the moment. I feel like I'm a bit of a broken record. You might as well make that 100%. We don't need to have a 10% there for Oman. There's just no way back into this game, Mac. You would literally need to see Saudi Arabia AFK.
What do we got? 15k goal gap.
Yeah.
At 16 minutes. That's a K minute.
This is the highest gold lead we've seen in the event so far. At this point in time.
At this point in time.
Like,
there you go. Just look at the damage. Mimic. Got the blue and red. Not the most optimal weapons, but it doesn't matter. It just straight up does not matter. Look at how much damage he's pumping out. Just crits galore. Standing, pumping. 5-0 and 7 for him. Good to see Michal with a decent amount of KP. No one's actually got crazy KP because there's been skirmishes all across the map. Wufo again going to be trying to go into 1v3. Will have a helping hand if Arjwad comes to help him, but he's too focused over there. Easy E going to be able to pick up Wufo.
Yeah, Arjwad just give the tower a couple of love taps on the way out. Farming up some CS. And that might be to his detriment.
Yeah, 2v1. Looks like we are going to see Talia make their way across the wall in the way, so Oman cannot continue that fight, and it's bought more than enough time for the rest of the troops to make their way down mid. Lanes here, push about to come through. You can see Team Oman, they've got no resources there as well, so they're trying to get that mana back. Omani should be able to get back here, but I don't know if he's going to arrive in time. Inhib about to fall as well. There's just so much pure damage as well as that Herald.
Wow.
So they're just looking for the fight. Deletion, Jank, straight to the grave, straight to the respawn timer for him, and in comes the TP. They're looking for a dancing Shelly. They're looking to make it happen here and now, and focusing everything, every turret, every tower, every single player in the game. I feel like this one is going to be the fastest of the group so far. 18 minutes on the clock, and Team Saudi Arabia just looking to have some kind of fun. Of course, they're just waiting for that next minion wave to come through. Omani just looking to dodge as much, get his mechanics tested in the fountain. And this is a very rough game if you are a Team Oman fan.
Yeah, most definitely. The game ends at 18.5 minutes. And Saudi Arabia, a dominant, thoroughly dominant victory. That was, I would say, probably the most dominant game we've seen in this group thus far. 100%. Absolute demolition play, Saudi Arabia.
Needs to be said too, the Team Saudi Arabia, of course, we mentioned during the pre-match that they were having a lot of fun in many of their other games. And it felt like maybe they were starting to go down that tunnel in this game as well. They were starting to walk the path of just looking for fights, looking for kills on the board. But it got to the point where maybe they've had too much fun this week. Maybe they've realized, hey, we could just save time and we can go and have these really long breaks outside if we just have faster games.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's what we saw just
absolutely. I don't know if this was their last game, I think this is the last game that they played.
It will be, I think.
So, you do have that extra little bit of an incentive if you don't have another game later on today to kind of just get this one over and done with and be like, yep, we're done. We don't have to, we can go back to the hotel and relax and explore Macau and sort of see what's on offer, really. Because in previous days, right, they would have had to have played a game in the morning, had all that time waiting for the next game. So you don't need to necessarily finish your first game off so quickly in that case. But here, there's definitely the incentive.
Yeah, it certainly is. So today they've got 3 games in this group. Of course, this game we're currently watching. We have Team Jordan up against Team Kuwait, also being played off stage right now. I don't know. I just assume that game's probably still going.
I would say so.
How quickly we finished. And then the second game on stream here is going to be Team Palestine and Team Bahrain going toe-to-toe, which is going to be the final for the group. So yes, this will be Team Saudi Arabia's last game, and it looks like they're going to keep it flawless.
Yep, they're looking like they want to keep it flawless. I mean, we just see the draft there. I don't know that there's really too much to comment on, Mac. Again, in one of those series where does the draft really matter all that much? I think Saudi Arabia, they do get away with a few of the strong picks in the meta right now. Kasante for Wufo felt like he was really comfortable and very happy up in that top lane. But the thing is, it's like, okay, yeah, ban the Kasante or pick the Kasante away. He's just going to do this to you on another champion. We saw him do the exact same thing yesterday when he was playing Aatrox, he was playing Gwen, he was getting advantages in those lanes so easily anyway. So I just don't think it's like a situation where we can even go into that discussion around the draft and say anything meaningfully, you know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah, there are things that you could do in this draft as Oman to find advantages or to try to cripple Saudi Arabia's advantages, but ultimately there's going to be a plan B. There's going to be a fallback here for Saudi Arabia, and I don't see the world where Oman is able to win themselves a game in this series. It just looks like there's such an incredible skill gap that it at that point doesn't come down to what champions you're playing. It just comes down to the individual skill difference that you've got.
Yeah, well, that seems to be the case. And look, Team Oman, they tried as much as they could. I feel like what their game plan was going into the draft would have just been, let's pick comfort, man. Because what else can you do? They've already seen exactly what Team Saudi Arabia has brought in every single other game through this group, and they know that they are a force to be reckoned with. So maybe they've just gone and said, hey, let's have some fun, let's play what we want, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. You're looking at the damage graph, there's a canyon in mid, there's a canyon in bot, there's a canyon up top too. So no matter where you feast your eyes right now, it just does not look too good. There wasn't quite that 20k gold lead, but of course, look, what's that? 14k in... 14k in 18 minutes and 32
18 and a half
seconds or whatever it
minutes,
was.
that's right.
That's crazy, absolutely crazy. And the Audi Super A player for game number 1 of the series is going to be Wufo, understandably so, winning the 1v2s, having too good of a time up top. Very low KP, but of course, he was out on an island and able just to get a bunch of the kills overall for the game.
Yeah, definitely. You really could have chosen anyone on the side of Saudi Arabia there, and it would not have really gone amiss for the Audi Super A MVP. But yeah, I mean, this is like the 3rd or 4th time that Wufo's been chosen, so he might actually end up being the Audi Super A player for the entire region as well at the end of today.
That's definitely on the agenda. That's definitely on the menu. But look, for now, it is time to take a break before we jump into game 2 of the series. We'll see you just after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The West Asia region showcases the talent of 6 teams representing Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. Watch as these teams pit their creative strategies and masterful skills in an epic battle for supremacy. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the League of Legends event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. Kuwait's rich oil reserves help keep its cities modern and vibrant. In turn, these have had an extraordinarily positive impact on the growth of the esports ecosystem in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's loud, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the truth and make sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now. You choose it all. It's contagious. You and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era tie by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for Game 2 between Saudi Arabia and Team Oman. This is one that could be a quick one. Is it going to be faster than before? Is it going to be longer than before? I guess we shall see, but there has been a little bit of time for both these teams to discuss what went down in Game 1 of the series and try to change things up to maybe think about, what they can do to improve for the likes of Team Oman. But then on the other side of things, Team Saudi Arabia, I don't know if they need any improvement. Maybe they can clean things up.
I would say I think it's going to be hard to beat an 18.5-minute game.
So
we'll see. I mean, look, at this point, obviously, we're very much expecting this one to go the way of a 2-0. We're definitely expecting Saudi Arabia to walk away with a win. I mean, we had that discussion as well going into the break there about whether or not things should change for Oman. I don't know what you can realistically do in a situation like this when there is such a skill differential. Like, maybe it's a case of we just try to get on the most OP of OP champs. We draft, we get Zeri Yumi, we get the Vi in the jungle, and, we kind of just try to snowball things from there. But, the reality is, even if you would give them the Exodia comp, I do think that the macro play is not quite there, the individual laning's not quite there, and you're just going to kind of see Saudi Arabia win initially through the lanes, and then later on down the track, they're going to be able to find themselves the better timings, the better positionings, and they're going to get the game in the back pocket regardless of the draft. So, yeah, like I said, I think the draft largely is irrelevant to this game. It's really going to come down to what Oman can do when they're actually on the Rift, but reality is that they are outmatched in this game. And I think to say anything otherwise would be disingenuous, right? We can sit here and say, oh, look, Oman, they might be able to win this game, but I mean, we're just sort of kidding with you then at that point. I think it's not really a fair statement to be making. So let's jump into draft, see if anything changes up. So far, exact same bans coming through, same sides as well for both teams. So Oman did not opt to swap over to the blue side of the Rift. And once again, very much the same bans. It's going to be Rek'Sai, Zeri, Milio, Syndra, LeBlanc, Maokai to start things off, so that does not change anything at all.
Yeah, you'd think maybe they'd want to change it up, but in terms of the bans, happy to do the exact same thing. And
first pick of Aphelios.
This is already worrying. You saw exactly what Mimic was able to do in the bot lane when they had no HP, when they had a helping hand, and mate, it was a scary prospect. But for Team Oman, we are going to see the change up back towards probably more of a team fight-esque comp, and it is going to be Samira Naught. So we saw that yesterday, and it went pretty well.
Yeah, now I would wonder though, what is Michelle going to pick into this one? Wouldn't be hugely surprised to see a Braum. That was an issue that Oman ran into yesterday when they picked Samira Naught as their first and second pick in the draft. The opposing support had not been selected at that point in time. And straight away, a Braum was just picked up, and that pretty much shut the lane down. They weren't able to do too much beyond that. Kasante taken through here again. For Wufo, so far pretty much the same draft. Obviously, support got picked second, and Kasante got picked third in the previous draft, but wouldn't be too surprised to see the support getting picked right here. And ultimately, I think it just kind of comes down to what Michelle wants to play, and indeed it will end up being the Braum. So a lot of sense being made with the draft so far here for Saudi Arabia, right? You take the big, strong picks early on, the Aphelios, you take the Kasante, counter pick your bot lane support, and leave mid and jungle for those counters. Again, wouldn't be super surprised to see the Vi coming through here for Ajwa. Looked like he had a great time on that champion, so if it is on offer, if it doesn't get banned away, that'll be an instant pickup as well. And at that point, again, you're kind of giving the Exodia comp over to Saudi Arabia. Like, I can't believe they get Kasante, Vi, Aphelios, Lulu in that first draft.
Yeah. Well, moving into the next phase of bans, let's see what goes down. We're finally going to see that Zac come through. It's been a while. We've seen it banned constantly.
Yep.
Very, very often. But now it's time to see exactly how that fits into the comp. And if Team Oman can make it work, of course, it has been in and out of the meta for the last little while. It just depends on if you have someone that really wants to play it. I guess we'll see where it's going to be sent. It could potentially go up top, could potentially just be slid into jungle. It looks like we're going to see that Talia, that Poppy banned out. And then on the other side of things, Cassiopeia going to be removed. So we'll see what the final ban is for Team Saudi Arabia here. and what they opt to do. And if they're just going to try to get another mid ban out there, of course, still need that jungle pick, still need that mid pick for Team Saudi Arabia. But it is the choice of Team Oman first. Olaf going to be respect banned too. So we have seen a couple of games on stream and off stream from Team Oman where S Plus loves that Olaf, but he's not going to get played this time. 10 seconds, and where are Team Oman going to kick things off with this first pick? And what are they saving the counter for? Looks like it will be a counter for potentially jungle, potentially mid. I guess that Zach's going jungle.
That Zach is probably going jungle,
Yeah.
and the Malphite is probably going top, so it'll be the counter pick for mid. You would say for Saudi Arabia that they have to deal with.
Haven't actually got to see a Malphite be played yet. Every time there was an angle, it gets banned out.
Yeah, it has been banned a lot.
Yeah, a large amount, and I think we're about to see exactly why that is the case.
I'm not so sure about that one, to be honest,
no,
Mac.
the Silas. You pick the Malphite, you don't ban the Silas. Now, that's difficult to deal with.
It's not just the Malphite, though. It's also like you've got the Zac ulti, which is also really valuable for something like a Silas. Chuck a Samira ulti on a Silas. Things are just going to get pretty problematic pretty quickly.
How's the AP scaling on a Malphite?
Pretty good.
Pretty good?
Pretty good. You can play AP Malphite. I mean, you can play AP Malphite. It's not obviously the optimal way of playing him.
Also for that Silas if he steals the ult.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's definitely going to get a lot of value.
Oh, and that Silas is jungle because we got a list mid. So Silas is going to be running around everywhere. Get to see Ajwad flex in that one.
Yeah, why not?
And what is the counter pick here? What are they going to be sending into the list? It's a Yone. Okay, we're having lots of fun today.
Once again, it's really the wombo combo from Oman, isn't it? That's the kind of composition that they've liked to have been drafting so far.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either. I always look at their drafts and I see the idea. I see what they want to be going for, but they don't execute very well on it. They do tend to fall behind a lot early on in the game, and makes it difficult to kind of come back with the strong mid-game team fighting comp when you're down 15 or 20 kills or, 10k gold at 15 minutes. Just again, looking at the two drafts, like when you're going to play this kind of a composition as Oman, there is an angle definitely that you're going to be able to get in on top of this Aphelios, but if you mis-execute your engage or you fail to blow up the Aphelios, you don't get into that backline cleanly enough. There's enough peel from the Lissandra or from the Braum, Sante as well. Then you're kind of up the creek without a paddle, right? You've got all your eggs in the one basket. And so hopefully someone's going to be able to get ahead.
Eggs. Mate, I've had a lot of those over the last week.
Certainly have.
And I'm looking to find a few more eggs in some baskets today. But where are they going? Whose basket are they going in? Many questions that are about to be answered as we load into the rift for Game 2 between Team Saudi Arabia and Team Oman. I want to see this wombo combo pulled off. They did a pretty good job of executing those team fights yesterday. But so far today, Game 1 didn't go their way at all. And look, it's only uphill from here, right? Or downhill, rather. Surely things can get better. Surely they can, Jordan.
Well, yeah, I mean, it can't really get much worse than an 18.5-minute loss. You might see something like a 20-minute loss. That would be an improvement, I suppose. Let's see what Oman could do, though. Like, I don't mind their draft. It is very wombo combo heavy. Again, if you can pull that off, it can definitely do some damage. You do have a little bit of a stranger pick in the jungle here from Saudi Arabia, so maybe there's a bit of an angle there with the Silas. But again, we just talked about the Silas being quite impactful in this composition as well. So let's just wait and see. I think it does get to a point where it's kind of difficult to break some of these games down. So you just have to go along with it and enjoy the ride. That is a Dark Harvest Silas as well.
Oh, that's dangerous. Some scaling. He's going to be looking to fight. And you know that Ajwad has been very aggressive. So as you mentioned, there's going to be a lot of limit testing this game, which of course could let Team Oman maybe back into this one. Should be a longer game than what we saw in Game 1 of the series. But no crazy invades for that level 1. WK Master showing face down that bot side. Gets that ward off and won't go back for the sweeper, but he is going to go for a top to bot clear. On the other side of things, Team Saudi Arabia, you can see Ajwad making his way to that red buff. So either a full clear bot into something, or you might just full clear all the way and make it to top. Trinket going to be changed to a little bit of extra XP, a little bit of extra gold for mid for jungle.
Yep. That was nice. So Ajwad going bot to top, and WK Master going top to bot as far as the jungle clears are concerned. Zach does clear the jungle pretty quickly. Looks like he's going to go for the full clear as well. Go straight up to the Krug. So not leaving anything on notice. I'm interested to see how this bot lane plays out. Will Oman try to force anything early? I feel that would be a little bit of a mistake here. The Nautilus really does get shut down quite comfortably by Braum. Like the color coordination down there in bot lane from Mimic and Michal. Both gone for the green skins. Beautiful stuff. Once again, you can see advantage Wufo in the top lane. He has got S+ in a problematic scenario already. Wave being pushed into tower. Lots of prio there for Wufo. He's not even scared about the jungler coming. You know, not even worried about that as being even a possibility. Jank's gone for a roam. Knows that he can't get anything done in the bot lane. But this might be a little bit too early to be going for those roams. You can see the issue arising in bot. Easy E is getting zoned away from that wave. Missing out on XP, missing out on CS. So, a little bit of a lost cause there for Oman, making that rotation up in the mid.
WK Master was trying to look for any kind of info there. He's going to go for the early gank straight to the Onikan. Gets that root, gets that pullback, but Onikan knows he's got the helping hand of Ajwad not too far away. Omani feels like his playstyle should synergize pretty well with the Yone. And he's going to go for a deep ward just to track that jungle path. Ooh, a little bit of an invade in the meanwhile.
Well, nothing really happening across the map at the moment, Mac. But already a 6k gold lead, 6k gold lead.
Jordan, enjoy the peace and quiet while it lasts.
I am enjoying it, quite frankly. Perfect opportunity to go back to base here for Saudi Arabia, but they are recalling on Vision, so they may well get cancelled. Michal opting to stay. It's the right choice if your ADC is not going to back. Generally speaking, you don't want to back either as the support. WK Master here might be in a bit of trouble. Is a Zap cancelled for the slingshot.
We hit with that exhaust and might not get out here. Will be rooted, will be stunned. Great chain of the CC, but they've still got to deal with the passive here as well. It's Ajwad to pick it up on the first blood, and that's going to be the jungle gap starting.
It is indeed. WK Master just stuck around a little bit too long looking for that Rift Scuttler.
Certainly thought he had the get out of jail free card with the catapult, but just doesn't get into position to get away.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things that you do have to channel, right? And if you get cancelled on that channel, then you're in for a world of hurt as the Zac. Timing didn't really favour him here at all. Ended up flashing as well, which was a mistake. Exhaust come through. Even were the exhaust not invested there,
yeah,
I think it's probably all over for him.
I feel like if there was an opening for him to try to catapult away, it would have been as soon as he goes into that brush and loses vision.
For sure.
But yeah, that's just min-maxing as well.
That's what you need to do.
And he can't, quite low. And he's going to hang around here. Doesn't have a helping hand on anyone. We'll have that flash to escape and try to scare away or bait out any of those Team Oman members. But yeah, with the flash burnt, Onikan is that much more juicy. Ready for the gank. I think there's 2 ganks at mid already. Or 2 gank attempts.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but Onikan's going to be able to base. Does have TP to come straight back in. Will be full HP. And also very close to hitting level 6, so we'll have that Frozen Tomb. But gank is on offer for bot. Counter gank coming through from Ajwad here as well.
They're looking for it. Ajwad certainly scary, but he will be able to get here in time. Michal quite low, but he's sustaining himself. We'll be able to flash away. Of course, that Braum is inherently tanky. Ajwad going to be able to get the AoE on everyone. Huge root coming through. WK Master surely not going to be able to get away here. It looks like they're trying to get Mimic to get that kill, but Ajwad realizes, okay, they can get away, so he's just going for it as well. Mr. Carry this game is what he's doing. Onikan might be able to find the angle. Can that get across? No, just doesn't quite have the range. But Jank hasn't left yet. Ooh, they don't know that.
Yeah, but nice counter gank. Good timing there from Saudi Arabia in that bot lane. And here we go again. Wufo up in top. Massive CS lead.
Yeah, ult for ult. S+. Happy just to stand and wait for another tower shot to come through, playing a much safer game than what we probably saw from him earlier, but he is fully out of mana right now. Just waiting for the old Kasante gamer mode to deactivate, to timeout. And now is when S+ can start to get a couple of slaps in. There is a lot of Winions around here.
So greedy.
Wufo just greeting for that plate.
Yeah, but there's nothing you can do as the Malphite. Only Khan in a bit of trouble here in mid, but Frozen Tomb is available.
Oh, in comes the hook. We are going to see that root come down. Mishal, though, just drops that door, holds it up. Only Khan is right as rain. So,
yep, certainly hasn't blown out as much, has it?
No, yeah.
Just 3 kills, but still a 2.5k gold lead is nothing to sneeze at this early in the game. The CS leads, the CS gaps in the top lane are just insane. Wufo has been styling on everyone in this group. Jungle's massively ahead. Here's another gank in the mid. There's just no moving at all for Omani 1v9. And that's pretty much the worst place to be as a Yone. You like to be mobile. He likes to be dancing around, but when you get stuck standing still for so long, that's a problem. Now down here in bot, think about all this damage that's going into the Braum shield. I think Mishal goes low, he just flashes out, that's okay. Doesn't really need to have much more of an impact on this fight because Ajwad is there now to frontline for Mimic and no one can get onto Mimic. He's just getting all that cleave damage across and Ajwad there for the cleanup comfortably in the end as well. So 4-0 now, Saudi Arabia progressing through this game very nicely.
Yeah, just those big kills on the carries from Team Oman, and things aren't going to get any easier. Looks like Team Saudi Arabia are starting to try to push the point. You do see this rotation through. WK Master thought he wanted to go for the Herald, but gets a little worried as Only Khan walks out of vision, and they are just going to be waiting here to go for yet another gank at mid. Only Khan aware, and he's just going to play it safe under the tower. Don't go too far forward there. Wufo again just going to have a fun day at the office up towards that top lane. Look at it, 40 CS lead, 8 minutes in, 9 minutes in. S+ just waiting and hoping that this gank angle is going to be able to try and at least accelerate Omani back into the game, but walk straight over that pink ward. His position known now, and that means Wufo is able just to hit the tower for another plate. Herald not going to be taken in the meanwhile. Ajwad just going to try to rotate in. He's in between both these Team Oman members, but they walk away from one another, even though the mid laner was rotating up to help him. S+, just ults to safety. Seems like there's absolutely no communication coming through in the Oman camp.
He dodged his own ult with his own ult. Unstoppable Force dodges Unstoppable Force. I mean, it's just crazy. How often do you see that? Well, Ajwad more than happy to just take the opportunity to hit the Rift Herald instead. And Oman will take a bit of a peek toward the Dragon. Mishal is there, so he'll get the info. I don't know if there's a contest angle here for Saudi Arabia. It is only a Cloud Drake, so I don't even think they're super interested in it. Mishal's sticking around, helping him out. But yeah, that Rift Herald has very much been the priority for Saudi Arabia over the Dragon over the course of the Road to Asia Games. So they won't be too disappointed by that trade. But it is good to see at least Oman recognizing that they can find the trade there. They can find some advantages. Now, though, how does Plus survive? He doesn't have ulti.
And he knows they're there as well. Old mate Ajwad was just standing on vision, and you're just not even surprised about what's happening here. He can't survive. He could have invested the flash, but it would have just been a waste of one of those sums, and there's going to be more plates to fall here. So Ajwad on the Sylas pick in the jungle. Yes, you might think it's an odd affair, but Sylas has been pretty strong in the jungle for a little while now. And you've seen as well already he's having impact with those ult steals, with his little bit of CC. Those chains have been perfect in his hands.
Yep. This definitely has some nice ganks, doesn't he? Got a lot of crowd control, a lot of gap close. So if he gets on you, chances are you are gone.
Jank with the target here. Won't be able... Well, he does clear one ward, but another appears instantly.
Yeah, Ajwad's here as well. They're reading the game quite nicely. They expect maybe a gank down in the bot lane.
Where is WK Master coming from? They find out right now, jumping straight onto the top of him. It is just MACAU, the target at the moment, though, but he's the tanky one. Why are you hitting him? Big damage coming through from Team Saudi Arabia, and they counter-ganked that one to perfection. And it's going to be everyone taken by Team Saudi Arabia, and not enough damage was done. That's what you just don't target the support. You don't target the tank. They're looking for any kill to get on the board, but Team Saudi Arabia always with an answer. Onikan waiting for Omani to come back. Nice view to the ultimate. Ooh. That's going to be first blood for Team Oman. Nice smooth moves there on the way back.
Yeah, well done from Omani. That's not the easiest of fights to be taking when you're low HP, but did definitely get the better of Onikan down in that bot lane. We do see the Rift Herald getting activated. Mimic making short work of that tower, but the roam is starting to come through from S+. He's decided he doesn't have any interest in the top lane anymore.
He really hasn't. He's just been roaming up a storm. He can't live up there.
Malphite has ult.
Now hoping to try and get this kill on a Mimic. He's still squishy, and that's a big pick for Easy E to find, one that was desperately needed. But is it already too late? 6k gold gap. Wufo just standing, delivering, farming everything in his way. And Omani wanted to go for that one.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is not the fight that you want to actually be taking as the Yone. Not at all. He's
look how much armor is already there on Wufo.
Not got the greatest of matchups into those tankier bruiser type top laners. But maybe on the tower. There is an angle.
Man, maybe, just maybe. Omani hanging around here and hoping that Jank can help him out. But, of course, Nautilus is inherently squishy. Wufo taking a lot of shots from that turret there. It might be enough for him to finally fall. WK Master looking for it. There is going to be a bounty on his head, but Wufo still with that ult online. No one falls. It's the handshake, but this wave is clearing and this dive is coming very shortly indeed. 3 plates remaining here on the mid T1.
I'll tell you what, Wufo is absolutely fearless, isn't he? He really does not respect
same as Arthur. Look at him jumping into 3, 4 men, sitting between the T1 and 2. Happy just to invade with that many members from the opponents there because he knows that help is not too far away. And S+ again has just walked into a whole bunch of those Saudi Arabian members.
You don't get away here, unfortunately. Trying to run away from a Braum generally is a lesson in futility. 9 and 2. Number go up. It's good for Saudi Arabia.
I feel like S+ has been called out more than twice, but maybe he's just survived enough to use the unstoppable force to survive.
Malphite is one of the safer top laners when he does have that ultimate available. It never feels good to be using it to escape, but definitely is a good escape tool in a pinch.
Yeah.
You've seen Mimic rotate up to the top lane to look for a couple more tower plates.
He's hungry. He's scaling, with that one item on the board. And Easy, honestly, keeping up relatively well, of course, in terms of the items, but now we've lost his bot lane, Wufo. It looks like he's having a fight. It looks like something's happening there, but Team Oman, they've learnt their lesson from last game. Wufo is just too big on the Cassante. Oh, wow. And Jank now going to get that blast cone to try and survive. Arjwad very hungry to chase this one down. He knows he's low.
That damage is
What's
insane.
He got? The flash, he's hoping maybe. He's dashed across the wall and is 3 towers deep in the base of Team Oman.
He's also 14 Magi stacked deep into the Magi Soul Stealer, so he's got a little ways to go on that item, but he's really already hitting that point where his damage is just ridiculous for a champion that has as much crowd control and sustain as the Silent Stars. Omani 1v9. Trying to duel here against Wufo, but I dare say that will be a mistake. A lot of armor for Wufo.
Yeah.
Got the plated steel caps as well, which really does a bit of a number on Ione. Setting Shiv on that Ione, though, helps him to clear that wave pretty quickly.
That Drake's up. Next Herald about to spawn as well. Omani going for it. He knows that ult's down now, so thought that maybe there was an angle, maybe there was an option, but Jank just a little bit too far away on the Nort. Arjwad in the meanwhile going to be going 1-for-1 with the jungler. Team Oman and WK Master invest that ult to try to bounce to safety. Catapult. Has it created enough space? Well, the respect will finally be shown because Arjwad refocuses over towards S+ instead. Now has the unstoppable force and already baits out Malphite's one. Are we going to see it invested? He's looking for it. He's pumping him. He's smashing out so much damage. This AP source is insane. Onikan not going to be able to get there to pick up a kill or steal the assist.
Yeah, doesn't even need it, does he? And that's another couple of stacks in the Magi Soul Stealer. Here we go. Oh my god.
Oh my lord, that unstoppable force straight on to Team Oman.
No one even got a touch on Easy E. That was all from Ajwad.
Yeah.
That's just insane damage.
It's too squishy, man. It's too squishy right now. And Ajwad too big. 8-0 and 4. One is the max stacks 25 on the Magi's?
25.
So one away from maxing that one out. Big bounty on his head. And
it's another one.
He's found another kill. So there it is, max stacks at 16 minutes and 43 seconds.
I feel like 90 to 10 on this graphic is the maximum that it will go to, because we haven't seen anything above that. And to be honest, these last two games, if it was going to go there, it would have been in those two games. Look at that damage straight up onto the Samira.
It's that unstoppable force went over the Naut hook. He Naut hooked perfectly, but yeah, just couldn't connect, couldn't stop him.
Can't stop the unstoppable force.
That's it, mate.
That's why it's called unstoppable force.
Team Saudi Arabia chasing this one down. Jank, a little bit too big for his dudes. Will drop his ult back on in. WK Master as well, just trying to draw a lot of attention. And Team Oman, they're trying to have a good team fight, but look at Team Saudi Arabia. Their health is not moving. There is no damage for Team Oman, and it is just a farm for Ajwad again. There's the triple. And WK Master is not too far away from the grave as well. Omani just hoping that he can survive wherever he is. And you're not expecting that one to happen. Wufo comes in for one. And Omani is just going to try to TP away.
Oh, they're pinging on the way.
He's going for it.
Oh, no, that's so sad.
Invest the ult to try to get there, but he won't.
The W didn't come across in time.
Respawn's coming through in the meanwhile. But the mid-inhib turret has fallen, and it's a 15-kill lead. It's a 13k gold lead. It's looking exactly like last game.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what you do here as Oman. You could have the perfect team fight, and you still would lose it. Perfectly executed, and it wouldn't be enough, because as you said, there's just not enough damage. Look at how long it's taking Wufo to die in a 4-on-1. He's not even going to die, man.
Barely losing health. Finally, an answer. Omani going to be able to come in for one, but you're looking at the kill feed. You're looking at Mimic farming, only Khan jumping in. And Ajwad, again, not going to be losing any of those stacks. There's a wave pushed up at mid. This should be game almost as fast as the last.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do apart from say worth it in the chat at that point, because you just sort of have to find the humor in the situation. They're not going to go for the end. Easy E and Jank are going to respawn.
They're not going for the end. All right, playing a slower game, I guess. Looking to go for the T2 at top. Only Khan decided that they didn't want to fight a fight that they could win. And of course that Baron is spawning in 30-something seconds. So there's plenty of objectives on the field, on the Rift for them to take here. But let's look at this one again. There was finally a world where Wufo was able to die. But in the meanwhile, you look at how much CC he's got, how long he lives for the rotation to come across. It's disgusting, honestly.
Yep. Everyone's just so fed for Saudi Arabia right now that there is no angle back into this one. There's no world, there's no argument to be made. Omani 1v9. I don't know, put him in the side lane. See if he can farm through a couple of bounty turrets with that static shiv. But
how they're still this hungry, honestly, because we're getting buffet breakfast every day.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe they're waking up late.
Missed breakfast, and so they decided to eat Oman. Wufo is jumping in 1v5. Look at where his team is. He's going forward.
He's so happy with this. He is just fully okay with it. Ajwad having a giggle in the cams, and now it is just going to be the full-on attack coming through. Wufo unstoppable, but he will be found finally. 4v5 angle, and maybe, just maybe, there's a world where Team Oman can hit back, but look at that. Triple kill already, and it's a fourth. They're found by our good friend Mishal, and that should certainly be the game now.
I love that you're still setting it up, Mac. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance.
Well, I don't know if Team Saudi Arabia are going to actually end, but we finally will get to see a dancing Shelly.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Still haven't seen that pentakill come through just yet. Could have been in this game, but no dice. Dancing Shelly, though, we will be getting as the Saudi Arabians are able to secure themselves a 2-0 victory. And a clean group indeed. They didn't drop a map. They didn't drop a game, did they?
They didn't drop a game at all. So that's amazing. I am a little bit sad that we didn't get to see the dancing Shelly. He didn't get up off the ground after the charge of the pieces. But look, it is a W, a clean sweep from Team Saudi Arabia. And it makes me wonder just how good they're going to actually go once they come in as the top seed from West Asia in the Asian Games, because that's when they can finally get tested. It feels like here they were never really tested by any team.
Definitely.
And going up against, you're going up against some of the Southeast Asian teams, up against some of the East Asian teams, that's where things can get extremely scary. So take these wins while they last, you know?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, it can be a little bit of a problem as well when you are just that much better than everyone else in your region. Difficult to find, good opponents to scrim and good practice. We've got a lot of experience with issues such as that. So I do hope that they obviously take a lot of momentum and confidence out of this event, but also take a look back at it and say, you know what? That really wasn't the caliber of games that we're going to be getting when we do go to the Asian Games, when you're playing against the likes of Team China and Team Korea, and Chinese Taipei as well. All three really, really strong teams. And, a bunch of other teams that are going to come through, and, your seeding's going to start to play in and stuff like that. And so you're obviously going to have some much more difficult games when we do get to the Asian Games rather than just here at the Road to Asian Games. And draft-wise, again, I don't think that there's too much to really touch on there. We saw the Silas jungle pick, bit of a curveball maybe, but it worked out perfectly for Ajwad, who would probably be, in the running definitely for the Audi Super A player for that game.
For sure. I feel like if you don't give it to him after that kind of performance, maybe Wufo's in there, of course. The amount of damage he probably mitigated throughout those two games as well is insane to think about. I'm not too sure what it is, but we'll find out pretty shortly. And it leaves there's one more game still going, Team Jordan up against Team Kuwait, and then the next game, Team Palestine up against Team Bahrain, is going to be an interesting affair, and won't look anywhere near as clean as this one. I can confirm to you that.
I can guarantee it,
but let's look at all the fun again. Yes, we got about 5, 6, maybe even 7 minutes of slow-paced action at the start, and then that is when the fun began. So we got a good 10, 11, 12 minutes maybe of fun here for the second game of the series, but this is where things went wrong. You could see at the start of this engagement too, they were just hard focusing MACAU, not able to get onto the damage, not able to deny the ADC, and then you can see as well Team Saudi Arabia were just like, look, Nort, he's useless, let's let him walk away. And things didn't get too much better from there.
It kind of went from bad to worse. Every single one of these fights, we just saw Ajwad popping off and getting way too many kills. And slowly but surely, that Silas became unstoppable. There was problems all over the map.
Every one of these fights, they kicked it off by starting to target MACAU, who just soaked the damage and walked away.
Well, the other issue, and actually in that fight in particular, the previous one there, was the Zac engaged didn't hit anyone. It actually missed. And then also the Nautilus hook hit a creep rather than a champion. So two really key important abilities in that particular fight not quite landing, and ultimately, it gets to a certain point that, like I was saying, after this fight, I was saying, like, it just doesn't really matter whether or not you have a perfect fight anymore as Oman. You are just so far behind that you're not going to be able to get back into this game. And so, yeah, a bit of a wake-up call for them, and certainly something that they can take some learnings from, because they were getting styled on by Saudi Arabia across the board. Every single lane has things that they can look at.
Yeah, for sure. And look, moving into the next series, I feel like, it's just going to get that much more sloppy. Team Saudi Arabia, they are very, very clean with it. They are able to solo many, many things. And look, just savor these moments where you can.
Definitely savor these moments, because, like I said, the road is going to get a lot harder when they do go over to the Asian Games. You're really going to start to face some tough opponents there. And so enjoy these wins while they last. I dare say the job gets tougher from here on out for Saudi Arabia, but they do secure first seed out of this group, and that is what they wanted to. Look at that insane gap in the damage from the junglers. 24k for Ajwad, only 4k for Master.
20k, almost 20k. Even in the gold difference as well, almost 20k. They couldn't quite get there, but the game, of course, 3 minutes longer. 27 kills overall, 56 assists, 5 kills, 14 assists. You're looking at the difference there and thinking, wow, the KP overall was just insane. Maybe not from Ajwad. He was 78% of the kills, and most of those were going to his Medjais, and that's exactly why he's the Audi Super A player for the second game of the series. I loved him on this Silas. Deathless as well. Gold difference at the end between the other jungler was 2 items. 2 and a bit items. Insane scenes here.
Yeah, absolutely insane. 16-0 and 5. The fact that he doesn't even die there as well. Perfect game. basically, and there wasn't really an argument for any other player than Arjwad there for the Super MVP, I would say. So overall, I think, yeah, Saudi Arabia, what can you really say at this point? You know, it's exactly as we expected on day one. Come into this group, be the most dominant performance, and they've secured that.
They certainly have, and we've secured an interview as well. Let's throw it over to Wendy to see who we're talking to.
Thank you so much, guys. Mimic, a huge congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You guys end up the journey with a 5-0. You guys didn't lose any single point. So did you expect that?
Yes, honestly, I did expect that. From before we came here, we knew who's coming from the MENA region, and we saw the rosters. So I was pretty sure that we will end it with 0 losses.
Oh yeah, and also definitely the very high level of performance. And I must say, I believe 5 of you played together previously, but you guys separated to different teams. But how did you guys manage to maintain a very high level of synergy to have a very good teamwork in the actual games?
It's just because that we played before, last year, we played the Arabian League together, us as 5, and we won it was IAC. We won IAC with the same roster, so I think we're already good together. We have a decent synergy together.
Yeah, already got the teamwork, already got everything. And also, I want to tell a little bit more about the meta. With many people commented this is now a bowling meta. But I feel like for your team, sometimes you play around the mid jungles, sometimes you let the top lane to carry. So what's your thoughts towards this meta, and what's your role as an AD player?
I think it's just because we're much better individually, than other MENA teams. So it's just maybe sometimes Wufu is gapping enemy top laner, or Ajwad is smurfing, or even Onikhan 1v9ing. It doesn't have to be bot lane. You know, bot lane carries team fights and stuff, but usually we win even before fighting or objectives. We just get so much lead from laning phase.
Yeah, so basically it's everyone inside the team can carry the game, right?
Yeah.
And I also feels for example, in today's game too, the support, he can always roam to other lanes in the very beginning from the laning phase. So at that time, how did you maintain your own scaling, make sure your affiliates can scale up so well?
I think because they didn't play cross-mapping well. Jungler showed a lot, in lanes. He farmed mid, and he showed most of the time, so I could farm safely.
Okay, just find a safe position, right? Yeah. Thank you for the sharing, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
And back to our cat, and let's take a rest and see you guys later.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Bring any of the vision, this could be so bad.
Looks really bad on paper, but they're going to at least chunk it down to half, try and force Team Philippines in, and we're going to see a charm hitting onto one. See you later. He's out of the fight already, and it looks like the rest of the Team Philippines members are about to follow. Sayumao doing big damage from afar. He's getting excited. He's hitting that damage, and he's cleaning on up. Him and Jace doing so much work now. That
of Thailand. Look at RDAG on the other side. Paul of the Forge God. Double knockup. It's Jing Liu taking the match, turning away. But they got a lot of damage as RDAG dives to the back line, waiting it out. But they've lost Flare. As Shewa was able to get one reset, stealing away the soul of Gragas. Does he have the damage to throw it back and get the kill on a Yummy? But Yummy almost got it out. He's still dying. That's how you. He's got a lot of damage too on the blade, waiting to kite it out himself. How is Singapore losing this one? They've got reset. They've got Sun. But Pillow throws it back. Sayumo. He's got it.
Arashi going forward, going to be hitting a huge Cyclone Lightning Crash, just dishing damage to those red health bars. See you later. Many of these Team Malaysia members, and it's looking like this could be game, set, and match. Shine going to try to solo in a 1v3 angle. Will go golden, but there goes the turret. Going to be able to turn the...
For Team Philippines, Arakelic blown up by the explosive cast. Depth charge through. Kusuo still wants to go for the fight, and there's an illegal Nautilus hook that connects through a creep. As you know, it sometimes happens. Blaze is here. Does he want a tower dive? Yes, is the answer. The resets and the ulti gets it done. Able to survive with the life steal as well. That fight.
Of course, the Yummy's still matching, but it is just going to be an attempt at a fight. We are going to see the Nature's Grasp used on cooldown again, and everyone's rooted up over here. Oh, the Emperor's Divide just knocked him straight back into Team Malaysia, and they're just going to dish the damage. A huge... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asia Games. We're about to jump underway with the final game of the West Asian group, and I can't wait to see exactly how it unfolds. Game number 1 of the day was an interesting affair, but look, Team Saudi Arabia took that very clean. It was a 2-0 affair, and that should solidify them at the top of the group for West Asia. Also, if you don't know who we are, hey, I'm Mac. This is Elfish Guy, and we're about to take you into a fun one. It's Team Palestine up against Team Bahrain, and we don't know where this one's going.
Speaking of fun, yeah, I think that very much is going to be the case. There's just been no shortage of crazy games when Palestine has been involved. Fun also plays for Bahrain, so you got multiple ports of call there with that analogy, Mac. But I do think, looking at this matchup just holistically, it kind of does seem like it's the battle to avoid bottom of the table. You need to be trying to get as best of a seeding as you possibly can going into the Asia Games, and winning this matchup would go a long way because, yeah, I mean, they're both jostling for that position at the bottom of the table. As unfortunate it is to say, this is kind of the wooden spoon prize game, and hopefully for whichever team walks away, they're going to be able to do it cleanly. But I think it's going to be anything but clean. This is going to be a very messy game.
Yeah, it's depending on where you sit on the ladder at the end of this. If you're right at the bottom, if you're not quite at the bottom, that's going to be the difference between playing like Southeast Asia or maybe Korea.
Yep.
You know, like
absolutely.
Southeast Asian team rather. So that's when things can get very, very dangerous. You know, moving into the Asian Games, it's all about seeding here. That's what they're playing for currently at the Road to Asian Games. And it's time to jump on into the lineups. We got Krunk, Palestine, Ajbar, Skip, and Yusuf. And let's see what they're going to be able to do. Team Palestine, we haven't been blessed with one of their games, not to cast just yet, but we have been watching from the sidelines.
Yes, I have. They've had a lot of fun, I'll tell you that much for free, Mac. They have no shortage of variety on this roster. Every single one of these individuals has been happy to toss different champions around. It's been completely non-meta, non-standard, so very hard to draft against them. And for the team from Bahrain, I'm wondering what they're going to do in answer to that, because I don't even think you can, like, can you counter-strat this? Can you look at it and say, we're going to ban these champions and force them into this or that? It doesn't really seem like that's an option.
And Team Bahrain, we've seen them multiple times go for those substitutes as well. Gashi, he's currently playing mid, but in the first day we saw them play, he came in as a super sub for fun at top. So it just depends on who's really feeling it. We'll see if things don't go right in game 1, if they're going to swap that up again. Maybe let their other mid laner jump on in there, you know, depending on how they're feeling just today. And look, Team Palestine, they have had some very creative drafts, haven't they?
They have, indeed. I mean, especially towards the bot lane, towards the bot side of the map, we've seen like Cassiopeia Pantheon, we've seen Ezreal Lux, we've seen Galio Syndra.
Pantheon.
Yeah, we've seen Cho'Gath Senna. So pretty much all of those like meme or like, what's the word, just for fun bot lanes, right? You know, sometimes you get a little bit bored, you're playing bot with your duo and you think, what do we want to do? What's going to be a fun lane? Okay, Cho Senna, that's going to be fun. Or, you know, Cast Pan, that's going to be fun. That's the kind of lane that they're pulling out. So that's kind of why I say it's like, well, you can't ban away. You can't realistically ban away all of these. You can't, in theory, justify banning them away either, because they're just not really super standard. So I don't even know what you do coming into this draft if you're Bahrain. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see them pull something else out of the hat, right? We've seen no shortage of for fun bot lanes in the history of League of Legends. You know, is there like maybe a Jarvan involved somewhere there as well? Like, that's always going to be fun. Do we see, you know, any kind of other hard engaged down in that bot lane? I think we even saw a Lee Sin bot lane earlier on in Road to Asia Games. So
that was in Southeast Asia. Though,
yeah,
right?
yeah. But I'm just saying, like, there's no shortage of options is kind of what I'm going with. So yeah, if one or two of these do get banned away from them, hey, why not go towards something else?
That's it, right? There's 100 and something champs in the game, so there's a lot of room for creativity.
Yeah, when it comes to Bahrain, they have had a little bit more on the standard side of things. Onda, I thought, on the Blitz has been not too bad. So we might see that getting picked up. Cassiopeia probably going to be quite a high priority champion in this matchup. It has been played in the mid lane for Bahrain. It has been played in the bot lane for Palestine. So that's definitely something that I'm expecting to see either banned or picked away. But aside from that, I mean, look, I don't really have too many predictions for this one. It's kind of hard to make predictions when, you know, you're seeing Galio, Akali, Syndra, Victor, Akshan, LeBlanc in mid for J-Bar. You know, as far as skippers play, Cassiopeia, Lucian, Ezreal, Kalista, Syndra, Cho'Gath, like so many different champions. and very rarely doubling up on the same champion as well. It just makes it very hard to predict what they're going to opt to go for. So at this point, I think we kind of just have to go with the flow and see what we're going to get. But
what's the best way to go, especially in a game like this, where you don't know where that wave is going to be taking you?
Play towards your strengths, right? I don't think you have to worry necessarily about what your opponent's going to be bringing. Maybe you can't even predict what they're going to bring to the table. Yeah. Looks like Dynamo's in today for Bahrain, so presumably he's there in mid, and if Gashi's going to be playing, that'll be up in the top lane.
It says he's here, it's up. It says Gashi's in mid from what we're being told.
So wait, Dynamo's in sub?
Dynamo's in sub, yeah.
Okay, so Onda may be taking a break this game.
Yeah, it seems... No, Onda's in ADC.
Okay, so Panda's taking a break this game.
There you go, Panda's taking a break. All that prep work, Jordan, where's it going to take you?
Well, that's the difficulty as well when it comes to these teams, is that just... Not only are they like subbing players in and out, like I can see that, you know, if you sub your top laner out for another sub-top lane or something like that, but shifting the roles around as well, how do you even begin to comprehend what these guys are going to play? How do you even go into this draft and say, well, I think this is what we should ban? Okay, so that's why I'm saying, you know, don't play toward your opponent. Play for yourself. Play for what you think is strong, what you don't like to play against. Ban that away.
We've definitely seen, a lot of shifted roles, a lot of shifted occasions. So what has Dynamo been playing so far over towards that mid lane?
The vast majority of the time we've seen Lissandra, Zoe, Annie. I believe the Cassiopeia game was Gashi that played that one for Bahrain.
Annie can certainly slide in as a sub, not the best option. You could probably see Zoe.
I mean, you can actually play all of these champions in support if you really want to make that argument.
Exactly. Well, that's what I'm expecting. You never know what we're going to get down here. In terms of Panda, he's gone. Who was sitting in for Panda? Onda. So he's gone Milio and Blitz.
Yeah.
So we could have a Blitzcrank ADC angle. You never know.
You're grasping at a few straws here.
And then Fun, of course, look, up top. He's certainly had a couple of games on Sion. Hasn't had a lot of success, but a lot of the time he was kind of out on an island. And so far, look, this is the thing, right? So far, Team Bahrain, they've played every one of the good teams. The same can be said right now for Team Palestine, and this is their sort of big game, right? It's their chance to shine, it's their chance to look like the diamonds in the rough and really show us what they're made of when you're going up against another region that is potentially the same caliber as yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both these teams are towards the bottom of the group, so to be expected that they should be roughly on an even kilter. Based on some of the conversations that I've been having around the place and from what I've heard, Palestine is coming into this game feeling pretty confident that they can win, which, you know, may sound strange because they have struggled to find wins so far, but they did get themselves at least a game win yesterday.
Yeah.
So that was a good result, all things considered. Better than some of
Jordan, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And Jordan so far sitting third in the group and might be able to jump into second depending on how that final game goes for them today, because Oman, of course, did lose to them. So you're just expecting Jordan to potentially take that one. But look, if Kuwait wins, then we've got some kind of tie towards the middle of the group. And it'll be interesting to see how that one is sorted out.
Yeah, but as far as this game is concerned, it's the battle to stay off the bottom of the table. So let's see how we play it out as we head into draft. It is going to be the Ornn ban straight away here from Bahrain. Makes a lot of sense. Crunk has actually angled towards the Ornn a few times for Palestine. So of the champions that you want to ban away here, if you're looking at it from the perspective of what champions have been most picked up by Palestine, Ornn is one, Poppy another. Palestine has been quite happy to angle towards the Poppy, but we'll see if that's something that Bahrain is going to be too worried about. Cassiopeia, another one, like I said, was expected to be a pretty important pick or ban.
Do you know if anyone has allowed Voodoo to actually pick up that Stunner game yet? Because everyone is just banning it away. It feels like it has to be some kind of one trick for him, and he's getting forced to stay uncomfortable in the jungle. By the way, we can find that one out shortly. It is going to be the Zac ban again. Everyone seems to love Zac around the West Asia area. And in the meanwhile, look, that Cass gone and Nivea gone, so a few mid picks, a few potential bot picks going to be removed here. And what's going to be the final ban for Team Palestine?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really say, isn't it? I mean, the Nivea, it's like, okay, that could be a mid pick, that could be a bot pick. Zeri banned away, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Pretty standard stuff. Don't want to be giving that one over.
Where are we going for Team Bahrain? Are we expecting an Aphelios? Are we expecting something meta?
Senna
It's
Cho.
going to be the Senna.
It's got to be the Senna Cho, right?
Not going to be too far away. We've seen it be pretty solid. It's like, how do you really push into it, right?
Well, if anyone is going to know that, Mac, it is going to be Palestine, because they are Senna Cho aficionados
What if they
as
pick
well.
Cho?
Well, they could. I mean, they could. I don't think it would be good. They're going to go with the Volley Bear instead, so just another champion to throw into the mix here. Probably going to be going towards the jungle, you would suggest.
Palestine. He does look quite jacked, so Volley Bear's a great champ to synergize with him as a human. Now, moving into that second pick for Team Palestine, what is going to go down here? Volley, of course, can enable some great aggression in lane, can enable those dives, and going to pair with a Lucian, that's a decent amount of damage, but they haven't quite got that Nami to go with it yet, and that's if they even want Nami to go with it.
Yeah, I think last time they played Lucian, I'm pretty sure they played it with Emilio support, which is definitely one of those choices that looks a little bit odd on paper, but again, Nami is going to be an option. MACAU is going to be picked up, so hey, maybe we're just drafting the Shadow Isles champions coming through here for Bahrain. Get a Hecarim in the mix.
Oh, yeah.
Get a Thresh in the mix.
Ooh.
Thresh center bot lane. Hey, why not? Let's go for it. I don't mind. MACAU definitely a fairly solid pick, though. Voodoo has opted to go towards the MACAU quite a lot of time.
That Galio.
Get that Galio again, which again was a talking point, right?
Could be support, right? I think we've seen that picked up at some point as a Galio center. Go all right down bot lane?
Yeah, I suppose it might not be the worst of choices. I'd still probably be expecting that one to be headed in towards the mid lane.
Yep. Gashi, of course, you know, we've seen him flex towards that top lane, so Tank Champ's certainly not out of his menu.
Once again, we have got the Emilio down in bot with the Lucian. So if it does indeed end up being a Senna Cho, I just don't think that's going to be a good lane into Lucian Emilio, right? Just think about the amount of poke that's going to be coming through from the Emilio.
Yeah.
Cho's not going to be allowed to farm for free. Lucian, obviously a very aggressive laning AD carry as well.
And those dots as well coming through from Emilio is just going to start to burn away at that health.
And also quite mobile, the Lucian, so not so easy to hit the Qs onto.
Yeah. What else we got? LeBlanc out of the mix. See you later, Camille. So there's going to be no crazy plays. No fun for fun on that Camille up top. And LeBlanc means we're not going to see any crazy static Shiv builds coming through. We've got no Jax. That one gets locked in by Team Palestine. And now the final ban. What is it going to be for Team Bahrain? Where are they angling? Is it going to be another mid laner? Could it be another top laner? It is, however, going to be the Malphite. So that one's taken out of the mix.
Yeah, a couple of nice bans away there from the top laner of Bahrain, just wanting to sort of force them away from the AD top laners. I mean, Senna's obviously there to do the AD damage, but so far you've already drafted the Maokai and the Galio, so there's already quite an AP heavy composition starting to come through here.
Yeah, you need to go for some AD mid laner right here, right? If you go AP as well, then things get dangerous real quick. You might not be able to do as much damage as you'd hope.
Yeah, I mean, with that in mind, though, Shen on the other side of the field is going to be a good pick into that. Does like to go up against AD champions. His W is very strong. We get the Vladimir, which has been a go-to up in top for Bahrain.
More AP. So we've got a triple AP, top, mid, jungle.
I mean, like, what are we even picking here? Is it another support? Is that Galio actually going to go into mid, or does it end up being...
Nah, top, Vlad mid, Galio support, Maokai jungle, Senna 86.
Yeah.
There you go.
But Nah into Shen is an awkward matchup as well. Play it wrong, you get collapsed upon by the Shen. If he hits his taunt, you are taking a bit of a beating early on in the piece, and obviously those Ws are going to be really important for the Shen. If he times those right, can swing the matchup in his favor.
Yeah, owned up. Certainly going to be looking to scale this game. Has to be a large amount of that AD damage source. And you look on the other side of things, you got that Victor lock in. That's going to be decent AP from him. Mixed damage coming through from the volley and AP from the Shen. So you're looking at your win condition. Probably going to be the Lucian for Team Palestine. And with that Milio as well, things should be relatively safe. You do have that cleanse, which is going to be a great counter to those Nature's Grasps coming through. Maybe those taunts and potentially some other routes there from the center at any given point. But overall, this is a cluster of fun, isn't it?
It certainly is. That's definitely one of my go-tos, Mac. You've taken a leaf out of the book there. But just looking at the two drafts, I will say I'm actually quietly confident for Palestine in this game. I think they've got the much more superior draft. I like the way this looks on paper. Just makes it a little bit more sense to me. Whereas for Bahrain, it just feels like they're playing toward the individual lanes and hoping for the best. We'll see what ends up happening. Lucy and Milio, though, I expect down in that bot lane are going to have a really good time. Senna and Galio, where do you see the angle for Galio getting engaged in this bot lane? I'm not too sure it's on.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too fun of a game for Team Bahrain unless Team Palestine egregiously builds incorrectly for their item cards. But same can be said, look, we were worried about how much AP was towards that top side of the Rift for Team Bahrain. They've shifted it up, they've flexed that Galio to bot and gone for some AD on the Gnar. For Team Palestine, they also have a heavy amount of AP towards that top side. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out, who's going to be able to build more MR, and how they're going to be able to stop this Lucian. Look, I'd love to be pleasantly surprised by Onda scaling up and having a crazy game on the center. But yeah, just all these role swaps don't give me a large amount of confidence for Team Bahrain.
I mean, look, I will say I don't have a huge amount of confidence either way, based on what we've seen so far. It has been a lot of for fun gameplay.
Let's just strap in, huh?
You know, look, I don't want to say that as like a negative thing. I don't want anyone to walk away from this saying like, oh yeah, they're bad or this or that. It's like, you know, sometimes you get the opportunity to come to one of these tournaments, you know that you're not going to be one of the top competing teams, and listen, it's good to have a bit of fun. It's good to come into it with the mentality of just enjoying your time in a foreign country and just sort of enjoying your life, right? And so I think that's very much the mentality that Bahrain and Palestine have come into it with.
Yeah.
And, you know, get to play a bit of League of Legends on the side. So let's see what they have for us today. It's going to be a fun one.
XP and gold going to be sent across to that Gnar up top with the sweeper coming through straight away from Voodoo. Onda not going to be able to clear that ward just yet, but it is going to be spotted out. So he'll start to make his way back towards that bot lane, looking to find some prio. Dynamo just trying to force Team Palestine away from this position. I'm keen to see how Palestine goes for the clear here. He started with the Sky Splitter, already went back and found the sweeper as well. Solo start, top to bot clears for both sides. Let's see what the pathing's going to be, if it's just going to be that full clear into a bot lane gank or something a little more experimental. Ooh, level 1 trades certainly not favouring Team Bahrain right now.
As expected, Mac. It's exactly like I said, right? This Galio, level 1 Galio, not exactly the strongest in lane. And when you're up against Emilio and a Lucian...
he started with the Doran shield there as well.
Yep, so he's farming. And the Senna is playing fasting Senna. But this is what I'm talking about. It's like every time you want to farm as Galio, you have to walk up to hit the creep, and every time you do that,
you lose a lot of health.
You are going to be chunked. So level 2 advantage already for Palestine down there in bot. Onda and Dynamo not going to have a good time down there. It's not going to be fun.
Ashbar. Let's see how things go for him at mid, but for the most part, again, it's just going to be all eyes on bot. Heal going to be popped. Those pots as well. Trying to be used, trying to heal back up to have some kind of sustain in the lane. Big stun coming through, and Fun makes that look too easy up against Crunk. Whacking him down, hitting Mega real early on.
Yep.
And there was nothing that Crunk could do.
Well,
He's going to TP back.
The one big thing about playing against Nara in lane is don't fight him when he's Mega.
Well, we've got the action starting from the 1 minute mark already. Onda going to be ignited, has that heal, but he's not going to be able to survive. And now it's a 2-on-3. Team Bahrain, they're still trying to force the point here. But again, it's just two big tanks not doing too much damage at all. So Team Palestine, they're able just to stand here and poke him down.
I love that from Palestine. He just does not care. He gives no Fs at all. He just flashes over the wall. Gets the auto down, ignite in there from Skip. Enough burn damage from the red buff and the ignite. Now Palestine though might have gotten a bit over aggressive here. Yusuf stuck in there with him.
Onda back. Is he going to have the damage to try to finish this one off? Good shielding coming out from Palestine. Has the Sky Splitter, which has turned the fight around. Voodoo so low, Dynamo running for his life. And Palestine just wants to hit the final shot. He will. get that claw sweep off.
What is this?
All of a sudden, things just get dangerous. Onda, he'll pick up that one. Actually, it's Dynamo to steal it away. Oh, well, this is chaos already.
It is indeed. I see where this game is going, Mac. And what I see in my future is chaos.
Anger.
Disbelief. I have no prediction as to which way this game will end up playing out. Like, it could be 2-0 one way. It could be a really long 3 games, or who knows? We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, let's watch this again, huh? Because lots went down. Dynamo ran into 2, hoping that Voodoo would come to help him. Voodoo runs in, gets that root off, and again just keeps on circling around, hoping to live. Sapling could have been a difference maker there. Will slow them down. Palestine eventually going to get that last hit onto Voodoo. So you'd argue that that kill was better on him than Dynamo taking Palestine. Yusuf in the meanwhile will just walk out. And Gashi was even down there trying to get an assist, but they weren't able to find it. And up top, Fun. Just back-to-back, going to be able to find some solo bolos, and Crunk just not ready for this matchup, I guess.
This lane starts to get more and more unplayable if you die early as the Shen.
Yes.
Give the Nara an advantage. He's going to bully you out. So that is going to be a really big problem around the map here for Palestine. Especially come level 6. Nara is a difficult champion to gank. Quite mobile, quite quick around the map.
Yeah.
In mid, little bit of a lead being gained here by Bahrain on the Vladimir. Get a replay of the kill in top. What's Crunk up to?
I mean, hits him with the emote.
See, this is where it's like, I don't know how is it possible to die on the Shen here.
Like that. Like that.
Yeah,
and Fun didn't have to flash for it either.
It's getting a bit too big for his boots, maybe. Hanging around a bit too long. Obviously, you saw he had the dash to get out, but used it a little bit too late. Ate the Q and the W from the Gnar.
Yeah. Well, back to the jungle. Back to I was going to say a little bit of relaxation time, but it looks like that's not going to be happening at all. See you later, Skip. Bam. He's gone. Gashi going to be able to pick that one up, and things... It looked so good on that initial fight for Team Palestine down towards the bot side, but now things are starting to go wrong really quickly. Crunk going to be able to get to the safety of the turret. Voodoo attempts the gank. And Palestine could get caught off here. Got that vision to play around. Crunk going to try to come back in, but again, Fun, level 6 now, has that level advantage.
Yeah. Just positionally, Crunk definitely looks outmatched in this top matchup.
He just can't walk in. Oh, he's a little bit tilted in the player cam there as well, but understandable. He's just not allowed to play the game.
He's not too sure what to do. It's a tough place to be in when you're playing a melee top laner against a ranged top laner and you do get behind. You tend to have very few options. Maybe he has to start looking to work around the map, obviously try to hit level 6, get the stand united. Try to have impact down in the bot lane, which seems to be the strong point of Palestine right now. But Bahrain have already managed to gain a fairly significant lead. 500 gold starting to work in their favor, even despite being so significantly down in farm in the bot lane. That's outweighed by top and mid having advantages.
We've got a little update as well. Kuwait managed to beat Team Jordan 2-1 over on the side stage. So they are going to be able to jump over Jordan on the table, I believe, and potentially locking that 3rd position on the leaderboard. In the meanwhile, we've got this Inferno Drake getting taken out by Team Palestine, and it should be completely uncontested. You can see Voodoo went for that reset into base, so he's not going to get here anywhere near in.
Well, Crunk has at least hit level 6.
That's a start.
There's
now
some
try to help out bot.
Very obvious leads for both sides, right? Top, mid, very strong right now for Bahrain. Whereas bot and jungle do seem to be having a little bit more of an impact here for Palestine. And if both teams can identify where their strong points are and play towards them, play around them, that's what's going to help them later on in this game.
Palestine certainly on the way. There is going to be the vision, but Team Bahrain, they are straight up, maybe a little bit too deep now. Dynamo is certainly going to be going down. Doesn't have the movement to get out of this one for sure. Palestine, he's just barely missed that ult, and unfortunately it looks like there could be Team Bahrain getting away. Voodoo still doesn't have the Nature's Grasp online, so we'll just throw a seedling at them.
Yeah, that is the kind of situation where sometimes it is Better to just let one get away and focus on the other. Could have maybe turned on to Dynamo a little earlier there, Palestine. Onda was forced to flash and heal out of it. So everyone gets away, but Voodoo's just going to get
He's allowed to just
a free gank in here. He's allowed to walk in behind everybody.
Still, maybe not the most potent of ganks. Will be jumping straight onto the head of Skip now, who's gone a little bit too big. There it is, some extra.
Stand United.
What's coming forward? Palestine going to start to walk on back in, and it looks like this is going to be Team Palestine turning it right around. Grunt going to even come and get in on the action, going to be able to find an assist for himself. But from here now, it's just reset City. But the TPs are going to come through. That is not where you want to be going to. Looks like that's going to be fun here. He is quite large. He does have a couple of levels advantage on some of these individuals. J-Bar going to whip the flash, won't get over the wall, and that's going to be his death sentence. Skip now going to get rooted as well, and Fun certainly turning this one around. Big damage going onto him though. Drunk going to be able to start to activate Yusuf as well in the meanwhile, just constantly chunking out some damage, chunking out those dots, allowing Skip to survive with those heals. The warming fire was too nice. And Team Palestine, I feel like they win that engagement.
They definitely do. Big swing in the goal going back in their favor. Let's take a look at the replay here. Maybe it was a bait all along here from Palestine. Stand United come through. Crunk, great taunt onto 2 members. Skip is still very healthy, courtesy of that warming fire. And then the rest of the squad rolls in. It's 5 players down on the bot side of the map. You've got Na and Vlad still pushing their lanes in. Not interested in joining. TP come through too late to save Voodoo. Able to find the trade onto the Victor. I think he sidestepped the ulti and then panic flashed. If he would have just, you know, sidestepped the ulti, which he did a nice job of, and then flashed over the wall, he would have been totally safe. But ultimately, it did amount in a much more favorable trade there for Palestine than it did for Bahrain. Who's ahead at the moment in the game, though? It's kind of hard to say. Maybe Palestine ever so slightly.
Well, the Audi live win percentage seems to be favouring Team Palestine just barely at the moment by a couple of percent. Looks like Fun could be in trouble. He's not quite there at Meganar just yet. We are going to see the Nation's Grasp invested, and Palestine is going all in on this one. Should be able to win that 1v1 on the Voodoo as well after dodging the ult. Great positioning coming through there. And in the meanwhile, you've still got Skip just whacking away at these turret plates.
Palestine is an alpha male. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
He does not care. He just goes.
He knows that Volley is a very aggressive early game champ. Can scale up really well if it needs to. And he's just gone for that Sheen. Can just get big pumped damage off the back of getting that item spike.
There you go.
Very early on. We got there.
We are on an island.
Ireland spike. Island gap.
Going to try to grab the Rift Herald as well. Looks like we have a lane swap. As Crunk's going to head down toward bot. Mid's a bit of a concern for me. Vladimir has been left to his own devices for the most part this game, and Vladimir, when he gets given the opportunity to farm, can be very scary later on in the game. So that Vlad, what have they got to deal with it? Victor scales quite nicely as well, but he's a fair bit behind now in terms of the CS. This will be a top tower for Palestine. First tower of the game.
Yeah. Charge coming through there. And will they get the second? Make sure that Herald has turret aggro before they go for this one. Team Bahrain. They don't want to go down without a fight. They are going to try to come across here and find this Herald before it gets that charge off. I'm not sure Anders can get in behind it. And big charge. Half HP on the T2.
Yeah, very nice to grab the second charge there. A little bit of extra damage onto the top tower. Game will slow down for a little bit now, you would expect. I'm trying to bite back my words though, because maybe expect the unexpected is what we have to go with in this series. Dragon's up in 15 seconds, so that'll be a point of contact.
Gashi just wants to try to stop that back from happening, but spots Yusuf, decides against pushing into the tower. And that soccer ball is going to be missing by a mile. Gashi, oh man, damn low. The culling going to even be invested. But of course, Gashi able to just dodge all that damage as well. He'll be able to heal up in the meanwhile. On this minion wave. Drake's up, Team Bahrain. They're spotting out J-Bar down towards that bot side, and in comes the Nature's Grasp. They want him. They want a free kill. Everyone's hungry to get in on this one. And there's no answer in response.
They're losing a lot in mid.
Over towards mid. Yeah, there's turrets going down. Still another 40 seconds on this one, and one more plate could certainly be found by Team Palestine.
It's going to be
keep pushing the point here.
A very strong Lucian. See if Palestine is interested in fighting for this dragon. I would be surprised if he's not.
Well, he wants this blue buff first, and off the
Look
back
at him
of that
go.
now, TP starting to come through from Team Bahrain. Palestine just jumping straight in on him with the ult. It is just going to be melting. Skip now needs to try and pump a lot of this damage in, and it might just be working out. The Team Bahrain now starting to melt. See you later, Voodoo, Onda, and Dynamo. They just won't have a lot of damage to play with there, and it's Dynamo ulting to safety.
Yep. Skip uncontested in that fight. He was 3-1 going into it. He did have that Blade of the Ruined King. A lot of item spikes actually being hit here for Palestine as we go into that fight. And Skip, really the MVP for that one. He's able to just sit in the back line and do so much damage. No one's really built up that tankiness just yet on Bahrain to be a problem for the Lucian. Now Dynamo getting dove.
Giving it the crack, Palestine. He's able to tank a couple of shots now. TP starting to come through from that top lane, and fun is scary. Dynamo able to survive for the moment, and he's just going to back and reset, hoping that he can make his way back forward. Yusuf taking down a lot of that damage now. Skip has that culling, which is doing a decent amount of damage on Fun, who hasn't quite hit Mega Form just yet. Palestine going to be able to finish this one up just barely. It is going to be traded. Onda, in the meantime, gets a couple more stacks there with the kill coming through. And you're happy with that, getting the kill onto the ADC.
That's right. The fact that they even trade 1-for-1 there, though, is absolutely insane. Palestine gets away with murder.
I thought there'd be way more action coming through for Team Palestine. But
Definitely should have been punished harder. Definitely should have been punished harder. But they now have themselves a 4K gold lead, which ordinarily you would say is a very strong position to be in. But having watched some of the Palestine games, I really can't say anything with certainty.
You can see Palestine as well, knowing his role, goes for the gauntlet instead, as that Mythic doesn't go for too much of a damage-heavy build. We'll just go for that Brawler build. Put up that extra HP. Here it is again, everything going down. Over was that Drake hit. Palestine getting a nice ult there and just living, just hitting the same individual, healing up throughout this one. Forming fire, coming in behind him. And Yusuf, I feel like the silent hero for everything that just went down. But it is going to be Team Palestine getting the first 2 Drakes pretty early on in the game. You know, sometimes in here, in West Asia, we've seen teams just completely forget that they exist. But a couple of Drakes, big advantage for Team Palestine.
Yeah, Palestine are taking this seriously. They're really working their way through the map pretty nicely. Taking themselves a mid tower here as well, just to further accelerate Skip, who's now finished 2 items. Gashi's going to get aggressive. We talked about it. Vladimir, when he gets given the opportunity to farm, can be a problem.
This Nature's Grasp can hit. It's certainly zoning them over towards that top side of the mid lane. Gashi just trying to find damage anywhere, and this is going to be Palestine falling, even with that tank build. And now Dynamo as well, going to be able to make his way back. Grunt coming in just in time to save his teammates. Skip, he's hungry, he's dishing damage. He's only died 1 time, and he's got a lot more to do. There it is. Nice. Threaded the needle on that one.
No one is looking at Skip. No one is looking at Skip in that entire fight. All the damage goes into Palestine. Yusuf was the first target initially, and Skip's like, hey, by the way, I'm 7-1 on the Lucian.
Wrong game, man.
That's the wrong game, yeah. And, you know, he's been given all the liberties. He's been allowed to do anything. He's having the dream game on Lucian. Just have a watch of it. Again, initial damage onto Yusuf. Gashi all in on the Milio. Senna ulti comes across, very irrelevant, does absolutely nothing. And then Skip, nobody even looking in his direction. Culling, excellent. Hits pretty much every single shot, and then he receives the ulti, the Stand United from Crunk. He's feeling healthy. He has not even taken any damage this entire fight, and had he,
keep your
he's got the healing to keep himself safe anyway, and so runs him down with the red buff. Great fight for Skip. And poor target selection from Bahrain.
Well, Fun now might be getting a helping hand here. Palestine certainly getting a bit too big for his boots. He will be able to try to run away here, but he won't be able to get away. And now he's also baited in Skip to die. That's going to be 1,000 gold handed over to Elder as well. That's the worst person to go for it to go on for Team Palestine. Because Team Bahrain now certainly going to start to scale back up that little better into the game.
Oh, nice shot from Onda.
There's another kill too, straight onto the center.
Little bit of a misplay there for Palestine. Cannot afford to be giving a 1k gold shutdown.
And then some.
As easily as that.
Yep.
To be fair, J-Bar is going to be able to trade the bot tower for the advantage that Bahrain's getting in mid and with that Rift Herald. But how far can they push this Rift Herald? Definitely going to get a charge onto that second tower.
Yeah, Ashbar, he's doing a bit of split pushing. He's never really there for the team fights, but it feels like Team Palestine don't necessarily need him Maybe right now they do. Herald's going to start to chunk away at the tower, and let's see if they can get another charge off the back of it. Surely they just belt this one down. And without Yusuf getting here in time, it looks like this might not happen. Palestine, hungry, will be able to find that Herald, and now it is going to be the rotation back towards their own side.
Towards Dragon.
4 seconds.
Bahrain don't really want to reset here. It's not a good timing. The Dragon would go down for free if they did. Info's there.
Voodoo going to be spotted. And it looks like they were going to try to cheese in the bush.
This is smart from Palestine. They're not going to make the mistake. And that reset more or less should give Palestine this Dragon for free.
Yeah, Dynamo decides against it, spotting that vision coming their way. And Palestine about to make it onto Soul Point. Voodoo, he is not interested. Look, he's gone to the Raptors instead. And Team Bahrain trying to play a longer game.
Well, they might not do too well in that longer game either, Mac, because this is now Soul Point for Palestine.
Yeah.
They're looking pretty solid to be able to grab it.
All those Chemtech plants across the whiff. Across the whiff, across the riff. We're having a day today, aren't we?
We are, yeah.
Yes. We'll certainly change up the game. You can already see the empowered Scryers just getting big vision. The range on those things is actually crazy. Now, back towards the bot side, we refocus our attention. Crunk just going to be waiting here, hoping that the wave gets shoved into him. And again, Ajbar just constantly going for this split, trying to scale on up, all on his own.
Yep, trying to get the side lane XP. It's fair enough. Victor really does hit some power spikes later on. Odds have definitely shifted in the favor of Palestine. They're on the Baron now as well, man.
Out of nowhere.
There's no vision.
They just walked into
this
one.
They don't know.
Yeah. No one's put anything down over towards top. Yeah, you've got Gashi there. He's bumming up Storm. Voodoo going to spot this one, and there might be just in time.
Skips out
he does have that Nature's Grasp. Even if the Baron goes over to Team Palestine, they could be in trouble. Yusuf, he's barely living for the moment, has a whole bunch of shielding thanks to Crunk jumping on in. But now Crunk, surely he doesn't get away from this one. Will flash to safety.
No shots.
And the Blast Cone allows him to get away. Yusuf has another Blast Cone himself. Surely he can just hit back here and potentially get the full channel. Vision going to spot him out. Surely it's going to be one falling for Team Palestine. And is that going to happen?
Yeah.
It will eventually.
But
there is no way that they are all there. They get hit by the Nature's Grasp and 4 of them get out. That is
yeah, that was an awkward looking spot for Palestine, actually. I mentioned Skip had no mana. The Stand United goes in onto the Melio. I think if they would have actually played around the Stand United and re-engaged off the back of that, Palestine maybe could have done something there, but just a little more keen to ensure that they still have the Baron buff. And fair enough. So a lot of neutral objectives being taken by Palestine this game. That's really been largely their focus. It's kind of refreshing to see, actually. But they have really had difficulty closing games out. I think that has been the big talking point for this West Asia group. And here's another good example of what they're going to be able to do. They're in the pole position. They've got Baron. What is going to be the power play? They could theoretically end the game right here, as in maybe not finish the game off, but get it to such a point where it's undeniable that they should win it from there.
Well, the gold's still even. See how much that changes while the Baron buff is activated. Ajbar again just going to constantly be putting the pressure on the side lane. I'd love to see what happens when he turns up to one of these fights, because so far he hasn't needed to. But you know that he's just a solid source of damage for Team Palestine. And it hasn't been necessary for Team Palestine to win these fights, thanks to Skip here, who is going to be spotted out. We've got Palestine hiding. There is going to be that Scryers pinging him. And Fun about to hit Mega. This is a bad place to be if you are Team Palestine. Okay. Nah goes in on him, and it looks like Skip, he is going to receive the ult from Karunk coming in and will survive somehow. Now they've got a huge front line just going on in here. Palestine just face tanking everything, but he's done a whole bunch of damage. And there is a world where there's big follow-up for Team Palestine, but they're not going to attempt it.
Yeah, I can't believe Skip survives there.
Ridiculous.
He receives everything. He receives all the Melio heals and shields, and obviously the Stand United as well. And he only just gets through it alive, but now Voodoo might have overcommitted. Skip, Blade of the Rune King, going to chase him down. Has the red buff in tow, makes it a lot easier.
That's a 3v4 now, and this mid wave quite pushed up.
Not
we
to
are
mention,
going to see Crunk sending it back rather than just trying to push into base.
Dragon is up in 50 seconds, so that's what Palestine is looking at. They want to just reset prior to that, get themselves sorted. They don't need to break open the base here. Take a look at this replay though. Just watch Skip. He's so lucky that Fun doesn't actually have ult online right here, and can't actually finish him off.
Crazy. Then just able to turn around, walk straight back on in. And in the meanwhile, Team Palestine just focusing back towards that soul. They want it. They don't want to allow Team Bahrain to find too much.
Yeah.
Theoretically, talk with me. Team Bahrain. Maybe they want Team Palestine to get the soul. Maybe they want the Elder to be an angle. Because if they can snatch that away, these team fights.
Giving over that soul though is going to make this much more difficult to win. Gashi almost insta-give by Ajbar. And Skip.
It's a draft going to come across the ball. Palestine again just going to be in there solo. Ajbar trying to dish damage from afar, and it's doing a decent amount of work. Now you can see that this heal starting to come across. Crunk as well going to be TPing, looking for a flank angle, but he might not get there in time. Dynamo going to be falling in the meanwhile, but that's just the support down. Now again, just jumping forward. Palestine has no fear. He is the Giga Chad that Team Palestine need, and with all of this presence, with forcing these backs out, it's just going to be soul taken by Palestine, and Team Palestine as well, pushing in, trying to take this inhib turret. Fun, he's hanging around on way too low of a health to have the impact. We'll have that plant to try to heal up quickly, try to get some of those shields off, but you can see that there's just too much damage, too much power on Team Palestine. They're going to find this inhib completely uncontested, as well as the soul point at the same time.
Yep, that's perfect execution from Palestine. They're playing a very good game here. Starting to see a couple of kills go the way of Ajbar. I mean, he is scaling into the game as well with some of that CS and starting to become a real thorn in their side. This might not be a free dragon in the end. Palestine does smite it away, but might have to give up his life for it.
Palestine has about 50% of that ult back. He doesn't have the flash. He does have a decent amount of movement speed, but they're just trying to keep away from the blast cone, which they will do successfully.
What
but
is this,
for
though?
what? What is the trade? Yes, the soul's there. Yes, you've found Palestine. That soul is eternal for the rest of the game. And you're losing your base. You're losing your top lane. Completely. 2 inhibs down now. Waves going to be synced up in a moment, and Team Palestine are just winning the macro tremendously.
Yeah, Palestine just hiding from Bahrain, and then they spot them all over towards the Dragon Pit, and they think, okay, well, guess we'll take a free top inhib as well. This game feels like it's minutes away from being finished off right here. I'd say, you know, take a reset right here as Palestine look towards the Baron and then look towards the end, and that should be relatively straightforward. It's a fairly uncontestable Baron for Bahrain when the waves are pushing into their base. You've got 2 waves of super creeps, so it's going to be really difficult to even get out of your base. Not to mention the fact that you're down quite substantially in gold, and Skip's playing a great game here.
Yeah.
Should be straightforward for Palestine to finish this one off, especially with that Dragon Soul in tow as well. But to be fair to Bahrain, they're doing their due diligence, getting some vision down around the Baron Pit. So at the very least, they'll know what's going on. And in the end, Palestine do send 2 members down toward bot. Granted, they both have a means to get back to the Baron Pit, but you need 2 players down here right now.
What they think about it? However, Yusuf going to get caught out there. Palestine trying to face tank everything, but the Nature's Grasp not going to commit for long enough. Of course, with that soul, they're just going to have an incredible amount of tenacity to deal with that ultimate. Ajbar, in the meanwhile, going to be able to pick up 1 kill onto Fun down towards that bot side, and Team Bahrain realize, okay, things are not going to go well if we don't rotate away. But they still have the numbers. It's all a bait. It's all a ruse. They're walking on vision. They don't know it. But Voodoo, he's looking for an angle and hoping that they can catch one of these Team Palestine members now. Going forward, Palestine might be the target. He's going to be able to face tank a lot of damage, and again, Skip's just going to be standing behind him, so front to back with 2 members. It's more than enough, and Voodoo, the positioning, the spacing between him and everyone else was just not good enough. The cancelled TP, Gashi's gone, and this is either a Baron or just the end angle.
This
for sure.
is the end of the game. Look at the base.
The minions.
The super creeps are doing it on their own. They don't need any champions.
Oh, and that is egregious from Team Bahrain. Team Palestine, however, finally showing us what they're made of. It was an interesting draft phase. It's been an interesting game phase as well. Palestine doing big work. In comes that shielding. It's insane how much damage is getting pumped out now. Fun trying to run for his life, and that is going to be game 1 in the bag now for Team Palestine, and they are extremely happy with this one.
Yeah, certainly a very confident victory in the end for Palestine. It was a bit back and forth at the start of the game, but ultimately they find themselves the dub. They're up 1-0 in this series over Bahrain. That's their second game victory in as many days. So confidence never been higher.
I think, does that mean that even if Team Bahrain reverse sweep this series, it's going to be a draw at the bottom of the table anyway? Or
No, because Bahrain would actually get the points from the win. Palestine have not won a series yet.
But they took a game.
They took a game, but they didn't take a series.
True.
And Bahrain would take a series if they were to win this. And so Palestine would still be at the bottom of the group in that case. But I mean, we might not have to have a discussion around that at this point, Mac, because definitely does look like Palestine might be in the pole position to round this game out. Now, interesting draft again from both sides. Let's be real. Bahrain felt like maybe they tried to take the Senegalio away rather than... I mean, is it something that they've naturally gravitated towards throughout this group? Not really. So maybe it was in relation to what Palestine was picking up and
I feel like
trying to take it away from them.
The more interesting thing about this whole group of West Asia is just the bans. We're just seeing so many targeted bans. They're never getting rid of the OP picks, and we're allowing so many through. But even though they're getting through the ban phase, they're not usually getting picked. We're seeing a lot of Kasante. We're not really seeing a huge amount of Zeri, rather. We're not seeing a huge amount of too many of the others. You know, Yumi's been open almost every single game and no one's playing it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't say that there's any rhyme or reason behind this, at least not as far as the standard meta is concerned. But anyway, updates on the other side of the stage. Kuwait did get that 2-1 over Jordan, so that's a pretty big pickup for them. Might start to lead to some intricacies in the middle of the pack. Not sure how that's all going to play out, but yeah, obviously we still have to focus in on what we're going to get from Palestine in this game. I thought early on in the game, Palestine on that volley bear really had a lot of impact, was able to super accelerate the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Skip did.
And then Skip ended up kind of doing what he needed to with those kills.
You talked about how mobile you can be on the Lucian, and you could see it as well in action down towards that ball line. Even during the team fights, he's just so slippery, so untouchable. A few too many melee-heavy AD champs, and no one able to really jump on Skip, right? You saw in those team fights, no one was able to get on him, lock him down. I think this was that one time he fell earlier on in the game, but that was essentially the only hiccup he really had.
Yeah, and this especially was the fight that felt like it really accelerated him. Bear in mind, they've already gotten a kill or two under the tower up to this point, and then Skip is just given another couple on the back end as well. It's ideal to be getting that many kills early game on any AD carry, let alone Lucian. But yeah, Lucian's one of those guys that can really just take the game away from you with his insane individual ability.
Yeah, certainly. Cull everything he bloody wants to, doesn't he? Now, here's where another thing went wrong for Team Bahrain. They were full focus on that Drake, tried to turn, weren't really able to, and then it was just a great chase yet again for Team Palestine, and everyone doing their job swimmingly. Skip, you can see he got hit with that exhaust, but it didn't matter. There was no getting out of there for Dynamo. Oh, and then again, look, watch this turnaround. Voodoo's like, yeah, guys, I got him. But he's like, guys, where are you all? And then that happens, and no one else wants to go in, and that's the game.
Yeah, tempted TP to exit there, but didn't quite manage to work out. And yeah, that is a picture that tells 1,000 words, doesn't it? A very significant damage difference down towards the bot side of the map.
That is a lot of damage. In terms of the gold, it's only 8k overall, so you can see, you know, in terms of everyone farming, everyone doing their job. Look, up top, Fun certainly won that lane against Crunk, but as soon as Crunk finally hit level 6, he finally hit that spike, he was able to rotate in time, and he got a clutch couple of ultimates in there, keeping Skip alive multiple times.
Yep, indeed. I thought across the board, Team Palestine actually played quite well. Like, Crunk definitely was ineffective in top, but had an impact around the rest of the map, and the Audi Super A player will be Skip. There was definitely no discussion to be had there. He certainly was the one that carried that game the victory for Palestine. But yeah, I like the fact that, especially for Crunk, right, it's an easy situation right there to look at that and go, oh, this game sucks, you know, I can't do anything, tilt off the face of the planet. But it's exactly as I was saying during the game, that he needs to find a way to get advantages elsewhere and look to have value from his lane in some way, shape or form. And we did see that with a couple of really good Stand Uniteds, keeping Skip in particular alive. So thought he did a good job, even despite falling quite significantly behind in lane and kind of having an unplayable lane. He was actually an asset to the team.
It certainly was an interesting game overall, but look, we've got a second game to get to, and I don't know how long these ones are going to last, so let's jump straight into the break game 2 coming up just after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the eastern plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the League of Legends event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. Kuwait's rich oil reserves help keep its cities modern and vibrant. In turn, these have had an extraordinarily positive impact on the growth of the esports ecosystem in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
Bring any of the vision, this could be so bad.
Looks really bad on paper, but They're going to at least chunk it down to half, try and force Team Philippines in. And we're going to see a Charmer hitting onto one. See you later. Estelades, he's out of the fight already. And it looks like the rest of the Team Philippines members are about to follow. Sayumao doing big damage from afar. He's getting excited. He's hitting that damage and he's cleaning on up. Him and Jace doing so much work now. That
of Thailand. Look at RDAG on the other side. Paul of the Forge God. Double knockup. It's Jing Liu taking the match, turning away. But they got a lot of damage as RDAG dives into the back line, waiting it out. But they've lost Blair. As Shaywa was able to get one reset, stealing away the soul of Gragas. Here's the other damage to throw it back and get the kill on a Yummy. A Yummy almost got it out. He still dies. That's how you. He's got a lot of damage too on the blade, waiting to kite it out himself. How is Singapore losing this one? They've got reset. They've got Sun. But Pillow throws it back. Sayumo. He's got it.
Well, Arashi going forward, going to be hitting a huge Cyclone Lightning Crash, just dishing damage to those red health bars. See you later. Many of these Team Malaysia members, and it's looking like this could be game, set, and match. Shine going to try to solo in a 1v3 angle. Will go golden, but there goes the turret. Going to be able to turn the...
For Team Philippines, Arikelik blown up by the explosive cast, depth charge through. Kusuo still wants to go for the fight, and there's an illegal Nautilus hook that connects through a creep. As you know, it sometimes happens. Blaze is here. Does he want a tower dive? Yes, is the answer. The resets and the ulti gets it done. Able to survive with the life steal as well. That fight.
Of course, Yummy still matching, but it is just going to be an attempt at a fight. We are going to see the Nature's Grasp used on cooldown again, and everyone's rooted up over here. Oh, the Emperor's Divide just knocks them straight back into Team Malaysia, and they're just going to dish the damage. A huge...
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The West Asia region showcases the talent of 6 teams representing Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. Watch as these teams pit their creative strategies and masterful skills in an epic battle for supremacy. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
Welcome back to the Road to Asia Games. We are 1 game deep so far in the second series of the day, and Team Palestine took a large win over the top of Team Bahrain. Yes, the gold gap was pretty close, but in terms of what we were seeing in the macro department, Team Palestine were all over it.
A large win, a big dub, whatever you want to call it. They do get it over on their side of the field, and look, I got to say, yeah, quietly confident for Palestine to be able to finish this one off with a 2-0, Mac. I've heard that there's going to be a substitution for Bahrain. Voodoo out.
It up again. Oh,
Panda in.
In the jungle.
In the jungle, I assume. We'll have to wait and see who exactly is going to be where when we do get into the draft there. But I'm not sure that's going to be conducive toward a victory for Bahrain.
That might give me some more confidence. I feel like every Team Bahrain game we've watched so far, there has just been almost constant Voodoo getting caught in the wrong position, not able to have the impact that you'd expect from a jungler. And look, jungle right now, it certainly needs to have the influence to help out that bot lane, allow your heavy, your hard carries to win, and that just ain't happening for Team Bahrain. So maybe the shift up will work for them, maybe not. But either way, Team Palestine, they looked pretty happy. I saw a few of them just between the games there, and they were very, very happy after getting that.
Am I right in saying that the only person that hasn't actually changed up their position on this team at this point is Fun?
No, Fun's been taken out for Gashi. He hasn't changed his position.
But he stayed top.
He stayed top both times.
Everyone else, like Gashi's played top and mid, Onda's played support and ADC,
Well, actually,
Dynamo's
he's played top
mid
and bench.
Yeah, but that's not my point, Max. My point is everyone's been swapping around. And
yes.
So, like, I mean, when you come into this kind of environment,
But
right?
when you queue ranked, you have to pick 2 roles.
That's true.
So,
but generally speaking, if you are, let's say, a challenger player in one role, unless you're a very good player, generally speaking, you will have a bit of a drop-off.
Okay.
When you're playing off-role.
Well, I'm a challenged player.
Yes.
Because I'm not very good, so...
So you might be bronze in jungle, but you might be iron in every other game. So that's kind of my point here is that
silver in jungle.
They're not actually like they're not locking in a role. So I don't know if that really helps them necessarily. But anyway, at least it gets everyone
I get your point.
a bit of an opportunity to play the game and have a bit of a crack. But look, I'm speaking from my own personal perspective and experience that if I had to play an off role at an event like this, I can assure you I would not be playing to my peak performance.
Oh, for sure. You'd have that extra pressure. You'd have the extra bit of worry in the back of your mind. And I guess we'll see if they have the extra time. But going into game 2 of the series, let's see if it's going to be that clean sweep 2-0. Team Palestine, will they stay on the same side? Do we have an update on that one?
They
will be.
Look.
So, plenty to wait. Draft's ready.
Yeah, Bahrain. We've done that a few times tonight.
Almost copped me a couple of times
Bahrain
throughout the week with that, yep.
On the blue side and Palestine on the red side. Let's take a look at the bands first, and then we'll get into the discussion around the team compositions. But could be anybody's guess, couldn't it, Mac, really, as to what we might get here?
Yeah, well, that Skarner band coming through again. So it's funny that that's through, even though Voodoo has been taken out for Panda. They're just still getting rid of the Skarner. It must be something in the region, something in the water that people want to pick that one. Milio going to be banned straight away for Team Bahrain and then into the Ornn. So they seem to be respecting that Ornn pick from Crunk. Don't want to be running into that Mega Tank. You saw what he was able to do on the Shen, which, started a bit weak, but he managed to scale up into the game very nicely once the team factor started to activate.
Any Lucian bans here from Bahrain?
Not yet.
Did struggle quite substantially with the Lucian. Maybe they're not hoping to pick the Senecho or the Senegalio bot, so I kind of just think they picked themselves into a counter match up there, honestly. But have left the Lucian open this time around in favor of banning out the Senna, so don't want to deal with any Senna shenanigans on the other side of the field. So Zach instantly picked up once again.
Yeah. And let's see if that's going to be fun for fun or if it's going to be Panda in the jungle bouncing around as the blobby boy. Now, time for Team PLE, Team Palestine to pick up their first selection. What champ are we going for?
They could just go straight into the Lucian Milio again if that's what they want to be doing.
Well, definitely not Milio. That's banned.
Oh, okay, that's true. Lucian Nami would have been a good option. But anyway, it is going to be Poppy. Seen a lot of Poppy actually from Palestine at this event so far, so very much onto a comfort champion and going to be a little bit annoying for the Zach.
Yeah. It'll be interesting for sure. We've seen a good amount of Poppy and it's been piloted pretty well every single time. Zarya going to be picked up straight away, so looks like Skip going to be trying to move backwards more than forwards this time. Just letting those feathers fly.
Yeah.
What are we going to see happen towards that bot lane for Team Bahrain?
It's certainly a different approach to the game than when you're playing the Lucian. So already a couple of differences in the draft here for Palestine. I mean, you have so many strong picks still available here. You've got the likes of,
Kaiser.
I mean, Nico's not banned. You've got Vi on offer. You've got Cassante on offer.
Yumi's there.
But it'll be
Cassante, as you said.
The Kaiser instead.
LeBlanc not banned in the first phase this time, so a chance for that to be picked up. Go for the static Shiv build, but we got GP, so we got an ADC, we got a jungler, and we got a top laner. But that top laner, is it going mid? Is the jungle actually going top? Are we getting baited? Because we certainly could be.
Don't actually mind the Zaya Rakan lane here if that's going to be the option of choice for Palestine. Kai'Sa is one of those shorter range carries, so the Rakan should have easy access into those fights, but instead, how could we not have predicted Dr. Mundo, Mac? I'm not sure.
I don't know why we haven't even said that yet. But Mundo, of course, you know, has a lot of presence up in that top lane. Crunk going for some slightly off-meta picks here, and let's see if it's going to work. Might be able to synergize well. Might just be able to live forever. Split up a storm. And also, look, his attempt at being that front line as well wasn't really what happened. We did see Palestine doing that. So, who knows? Could it be Mundo in the jungle?
I suppose that is possible.
Poppy up
possible,
top,
but
Poppy support, I don't know.
Wouldn't really make much sense.
It's hard to draft, isn't it?
It wouldn't really make much sense.
You don't know where anything's going.
I mean, I think we can be pretty sure that this is going to be Poppy in the jungle just because it has been a go-to for Palestine. We expect Mundo up in the top lane. As a result, it's Leona and Lulu bans here for Palestine, so just trying to restrict the options of Bahrain. They might even decide to pick their support right here just to take another one away. Rakan and Cass on the other side of the field. Not sure about that Cassiopeia ban so much. I think if we were going to see the Cassiopeia, it would probably be if he skipped down in the bot lane. He already had the Zaya, so maybe not a necessary ban, but either way, we've gotten rid of it. Whoa, Pike. That's going to be fun.
That's going to be fun for sure. You can see what Yusuf is going to be able to do on that one. And where are we going here? So Victor going to be picked up, but this time for Gashi, not for Ashbar. And that's going to be a heavy source of that AP damage. Of course, we can see Fun barely have to leave the lane with the GP. He can just drop those ults in, get those assists, get those kills if he needs to.
It's got to be a support pick, unless we're going to see a support Zac, which, you know, I do kind of rate. Like, I think it's not a bad choice. But
there's the Blitzcrank. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind the Blitz, actually. I think Blitz into this matchup it's an interesting one. It's like that. It's sort of a similar kind of a concept as the Blitz into the Thresh, where the Thresh is, you know, obviously takes a little bit longer to channel his hook. The same can be said for the Pike. So if Pike doesn't find a good engage, Blitz actually can be a bit of a problem for him.
Akali going to get locked in. So heavy AP damage coming through from Ashbar. Crunk up top going to be pretty much untouchable. So I'm really liking how this front to back is going to work. You've got Akali for the flank angle as well for Team Palestine. I feel like team fight wise, they should be fine. But look, there's a lot of damage for Team Bahrain. So we'll see how they're going to be able to go in the team fights, of course. They don't have too much of a front line. There is going to be that Zac drawing a lot of attention. Blitzcrank as well can maybe go for that pick approach. But it's going to be hooks on both sides of that bot lane. It'll be interesting to see how much fun we're going to have down there and who's going to be having the fun.
Big question marks. Yeah, bot lane very much looks like a skill matchup. Which support can have more of an impact, who can hit the better hooks and who can have more relevant hooks as well. You know, it's one thing to be able to hit your abilities, but it's another thing sometimes, particularly with the Blitz, to hit relevant hooks.
It feels like we're going back a couple of seasons in the meta with this Mundo up against Gangplank. I feel like we were seeing that pretty often, maybe a year, maybe even 2 years ago now. But these days, not so much unless you're playing ranked. So interesting to see how that's going to work. Poppy up against the Zac is going to be interesting as well. Palestine, you can see he loves to play these tanks, loves to play these bruises, and loves to get up in the grills of his opponents, just soaking up that damage. He did a great job with the volley before, and Poppy is even more tanky. So we'll see how that is going to activate. I'm more surprised. All my eyes are certainly looking towards Yusuf. I want to see what the Pike's going to be able to do here.
I'm going to be interested to see whether or not we get an invade from either of these teams in this game.
Yeah.
Haven't really seen too many invades at this event so far, but, you know, Blitzcrank definitely great on the invade. Pike also really strong on the invade. So, few options.
Well, momentarily we are about to find out. Rift time, game time. Let's see where we're heading. Crazy Giga Chad skin on the Giga Chad himself, Dr. Mundo, and Zac as well. Looking a little purple. Infernal Drake going to be the first one of the game. First objective there. We'll see if there's going to be prio put on that, but it's West Asia, so maybe not.
All right, let's find out. Looks like just as the teams are working their way out of base, they have grouped up towards the bottom tri-bush for Bahrain.
They're waiting for that invade.
Not going to get it. This is exactly where you want to be seeing everybody standing as well for Palestine if you're trying to avoid an invade. No holes in the defense.
Palestine going to go for the blue item instead of the green, so doesn't want the tenacity, doesn't want that extra shield, feels like he's tanky enough and goes for the move speed instead.
I think that's fair enough, right? Poppy likes to be pretty zippy around the map.
Yeah.
It's always important to have that extra move speed. She does have some inherently in her kit, but a little bit extra doesn't go astray. So ultimately we don't see the invade, but we may see some shenanigans down there in bot. It looked like Bahrain was trying to set themselves up a trap, but easily negotiated by Palestine, which might have been a good thing, to be honest. I think the Pyke and the Xayah might actually win the level 1 fight, although Exhaust and Ignite available for Onda and Dynamo may have something to say about that. Still, we won't have to find out.
Yeah, I was looking at the map there. I was waiting for one of those little images to get hooked into the river, but it didn't quite happen. And now the fun begins. Top to bot clear for both of our junglers. Palestine going Raptors red into the Krugs.
Why wouldn't you go top to bot when you've got a Pyke or a Blitzcrank support?
Exactly.
Have to be playing toward that lane. It's going to be extremely volatile, and as a jungler, you're going to need to spend as much time down there as possible. Krugs already struggling up in top.
That's games back-to-back where he's had to be a melee champ into a range champ, so things are not going to be fun for him, but at least he's got a whole bunch of health to play around this time. Will be less squishy than the Shen. Yusuf warding up that tri-bush at a nice time. So
ooh, early gank.
Caught out by Panda, but yeah, it's going to be this red side clear into the top gank. Palestine going to be walking on in. Fun going to be baited here, thinking, why is Crunk hanging around? He is going to just go all in and try to get that last hit. Crunk's play this one really damn well, trying to keep Fun around here, but Palestine might not have that damage. Will at least get a lot back, but Fun now thinking, yeah, you know what? I'm probably going to win this 1v2. He just stands and delivers.
Crunk just gives up way too much HP before that invade actually happens. A hook on offer there for Yusuf. Will deny the ward kill from Panda, which is kind of annoying if you're the Zac. So good little usage there from Yusuf. And immediately we've got another small advantage in the bot lane for Palestine as they do shove Bahrain under the tower. Make it a bit harder to CS. They've got them at about half HP. Yusuf could hit another hook here, then we might see some fireworks.
Do love fireworks. Although it is the middle of the day, so they might be hard to see. Well, Team Palestine. Posturing for this one. Ooh, Palestine just couldn't get there in time. And it was a well-dodged hook as well from Team Bahrain. So,
yeah, both flashes down there for Bahrain. If that hook connects, they are done. At least one of them. He was expecting the juke and completely whiffed the hook in the end. Here we go again, though.
Oh, blink and you'll miss it. In comes Panda, trying to save the day, but he's not going to be able to save Onda. It's up to Dynamo to try and make this one happen. Yusuf damn low. Panda wants it, and he's going to be able to find it too. Skip, however, will get that kill on him, so that's going to be much better opposed to the Kaiser of Onda.
He's got to be careful here, man. He can't afford to overcommit to this fight. I know Panda is low, but he still has the revive passive.
Certainly can be deceiving.
Could definitely be chain CC'd if a quick E comes through there from the Zac, and obviously follow out there with the punch from Blitzcrank as well. Skip is playing a really dangerous game here and probably has overcommitted as well. The hook connects. That is going to be a free kill for Onda.
Yeah.
Skip just getting way too greedy for the plate, man.
I feel like, was it the plate or was it the fact that he just didn't keep an eye on that cooldown?
For sure it was the plate. It was for sure. Look how low it was. It was almost there. I mean, you put in all that hard work early, you have a good trade, and then you give it up like that. It's just not, it's not ideal.
Yeah. By the way,
interesting from Yusuf. I mean, he's got nothing to do down in bot right now, so he'll just go and have a bit of a look-see around the opposing jungle. Help out Palestine to grab the Raptor camp.
Support and jungle is roaming together nice and early, especially when you've got this much potential CC, this much threat. It stops Bahrain from pushing too far out in their lanes, and that's exactly what you're going to see. Slow push from everyone. Fun. Happy just to shove this one. Looks like he's going to have a good timing on it as well to try and get a reset off. He has that TP, which he can use around now, but it is going to be the stun down towards the bottom lane. Yusuf starting to try and get as much damage as possible. Ondo about to fall, and that's going to go straight over to Skip again, so it's great news for Team Palestine, but Yusuf in the meanwhile is going to burn to the Ignite, but it's a 2-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, great stuff. Skip, once again, getting fed. Made a little bit of a mistake, but does make amends for it straight away. As soon as he gets back into lane, big advantage going the way of Palestine off of the back of that. Crunk continues to have difficulties in the top lane, but maybe that's not going to be such a big factor when you've got a 3-in-1 Xayah on your side. So take a look back here at what happened in the end. Yusuf gets hooked in, and this is what I'm talking about. You've got to be hitting the relevant Blitzcrank hooks. A hook onto the Pyke is not exactly what you're looking for there.
Yeah.
I mean, Pyke is a very slippery champion, as is even if you hook him, chances are you don't blow him up straight away. He can get off a rotation of spells, and that's usually enough to say that he's done his job.
Ashbar pretty slippery as well. A lot of slipperiness coming through for Team Palestine, and the Shroud is going to be there for Ashbar to play around. We'll be able to at least try to burst out Gashi, who's hoping that he can create some space between him and Palestine. Now Ashbar going right on in on this one. Palestine going to be able to jump across and pop that passive of the Zac. Gashi trying to keep his teammate alive, but it's all for nothing. Looks like, there we go, Panda falls. With Gashi at least able to live for another second or so.
Gashi cannot stay. You can't
He's got
stay.
no mana. I know. Why is he not backing?
No mana, no HP.
He's greedy for the wave.
Palestine's just going to wrap around the back here and look to kill him.
They could just walk on in. Ashbar might be able to get it done in one shuriken toss. Just creates that extra space. And now Palestine charge against the wall. What are you doing, Gashi?
Well, he's managed to get the stun onto Palestine, and in the end, he does at least trade 1-for-1. But Mac, the issue there is he's shoved under tower, right? So he's going to lose a wave.
Oh, and Panda going to potentially answer with another Ashbar. As the cooldowns, no dots on him. And now it's the great escape. Will he be able to get away here as the Shroud has that blast cone, and he's just going to get the execution straight on the tower rather than risk the back and getting that kill into someone else.
Fair enough. Bit of a messy exchange in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But still does come away with Palestine favoured at the moment. Everywhere except the top lane, they're doing pretty well for themselves. So a couple of winning lanes and a bit stronger in the jungle. Good early signs.
No flashes anywhere for Team Palestine, so we might see them stay passive for a little while here. And over on the other side, you got Onda, you got Dynamo with their flashes activated after dodging the early hooks. And in comes this gank attempt. Dynamo just trying to get into the right position. Catapult not going to be committed to, but now it's going to be Palestine spotted coming in behind them. And they turn their attentions onto him, even though he is quite tanky. Charge goes into the wall, but Panda's still living. Palestine able to just draw enough attention for Yusuf to walk on in. Skip going to be taking a 1v2 in the meanwhile over towards the bottom of the screen. And he's living for long enough. Panda won't quite go down, and the focus fire just ain't there for Team Palestine.
Yeah, just wait, though, until Skip is able to get a few items in the back pocket. The amount of space that he's been given right now is just obscene.
Yeah.
And all it's going to take is a completed item for some of these half kills to actually turn into kills, and that's where the game's really going to start to accelerate. So I dare say Palestine is feeling pretty confident about things. They're straight onto the Dragon there as well, to further compound their leads.
And Infernal Drake is going to be uncontested. Panda still trying to heal up on everything, going for the clear rather than backing, playing for those objectives. Yes, he's got the ult online, but he doesn't want to fall behind in terms of the CS. Wants to keep those camps on cooldown. Fun. Get some AoE damage onto Crunk. We'll take a turret shot. Crunk thinking about it, but we'll just clear the wave. Doesn't seem like he's backing himself right now. Oh, okay. Barrel not going to be taken out by Crunk, who will create some space, but he's taken a whole bunch of damage here. As the angle has damage. Okay, fun now. Trying to make this one work, but he's not going to be able to get away. Ooh, dot. Not happening either way.
Creep auto was very close there for Crunk, but obviously the passive healing on the Mundo keeps him alive. Dynamo going to look for the hook.
They've got the TP on both sides. Surely you just back up, TP back in. Crunk playing a dangerous game hanging around there. But it is going to be the handshake. Ashbar in the meanwhile going to get some extra kills onto himself.
Yep, nice
Gashi
ignite.
Just caught under the tower again.
Cool guys don't look at ignited targets. Just walks away. In the meanwhile, Rip Herald's going to be picked up here as well for Palestine. There's no contest on offer. It is a bit awkward to be leaving Skip alone. But Skip's certainly fine in this 2-on-1.
The thing is, it feels like that Team Bahrain just don't want to run at him. They're too worried about the route coming through from the feathers. And Skip's been very good with his positioning, just setting up that defensive wall. Theoretically, trying to stop Team Bahrain from going on in. It is going to be smited in the end. Palestine as the smite gap up against Panda, who just runs straight into the pit. He's going to hope that Fun can come in, but look at that. Hammer away, and Palestine wants none of it. He's happy just to walk away with the scuttle, with the vision, and Panda can't do a thing about it.
Oh, Gash is going to need to be careful right here. Palestine doesn't quite have the angle, but Yusuf does.
Oh, and there's the heroic charge. Palestine damn low. Gashi is Gonskis.
That's the
and
first
that's
of many.
Yusuf as well.
Yusuf with the ulti. Gives a cut over to his friends, over to his pals.
Money for everyone. Nice little way to snowball into the game. We've got Panda, who is thinking about going in there, but will decide against it. And Herald's going to be dropped straight away. There's not enough damage for the plates now, and it looks like Palestine is going to fall. So an overstay for Team Palestine. And now it's going to be the chase on Onda as well. Comes across in the meanwhile and has a lot of damage. Ashbar surely not going to be able to survive here. They see him. They're tracking him in through the Shroud. He'll fall. And they do allow the back to come through from Yusuf.
Yeah, Yusuf didn't have any mana there, so wasn't really able to have an impact on that engagement.
Wasn't very useful.
That's right. So once again, the greed of Palestine just getting ahead of themselves a little bit. Kind of keeping Bahrain in this game. Skip going to try to turn this fight back on its head.
Oh, Featherstorm there. Skip going to flash for it. Hungering and will find what he needs to.
I don't even know how to get that kill without the flash if he would have used the Featherstorm initially before pulling the feathers back.
Yeah, maybe going forward. Either way. Inches, centimeters,
good
might matter here. Good damage. Yusuf not going to be able to keep his ADC alive. So good answer from Panda after losing Onda.
Yeah, once again, just not having those clean, untraded fights. Always seems like there's an answer here for Bahrain, even if Palestine feels ahead. It's not by a significant margin. I mean, 600 gold is the only difference, but you do have some really significant points of strength that are kind of getting the feed. And of course, League is a game where when you find advantages and you put them onto the same champion, that continues to compound. So when you have one item, that's nice, but having 2, 3, 4, obviously, it's nicer. But instead of having, say, 3 completed items on 3 different champions, having 3 completed items on 1 champion is going to net quite the positive. And in this case, Ajbar and Skip are going to very much be an example of that, as they are starting to get the gold that they need to become the team carries.
Yeah, Ashbar doing great work to stay in the fight this time. Ona going to get caught out. Thought he was safe in his own jungle, but little does he know, Team Palestine are roaming up a storm right now. Yusuf constantly mobile, has Moby boots, so he is fast as anything when he jumps into that ability.
Dragon's up in 20 seconds, not a bad back timing for the bot lane. Yusuf and Ajbar going to come back for the Dragon at full HP. Krunk continues to do his best to try to hold down top, but inevitably is going to have to give that up.
Yeah.
Loves his hard stealer, doesn't he? Had that last game too on the Shen. This is me and ARAMs just forcing it every game. Play that stacking minigame. It's too much fun.
Test those limits, baby. Well, missed opportunity there. Dynamo hoping that he could get a blind hook. Didn't quite connect. And even if he did, it feels like, as you mentioned, Yusuf has just been so slippery, so hard to kill. And he's just going to play the ward game, stay advanced, to do a bit of reconnaissance, and that Dragon just melted. That Drake in the back pocket, and it is going to be a Mountain Rift, as well as that Mountain Soul. The gold is still super close, only 700 gold in it right now. Team Palestine going to be able to find Panda, who's just jumped onto his red buff. He's got no vision, he's got no shot of living this one. passive going to be popped in a moment. He's ulted, he's hoping that maybe he's bought the time, maybe he's going to be able to survive and sustain for long enough. Dynamo Onda, as well as Gashi, all going to come here in the meanwhile, but Gashi is damn low, will drop that ultimate, which doesn't have enough effect just yet. Ashbar hoping that he can survive. It is going to be a great turnaround. So Panda has survived for long enough, and not only pops the passive, but he'll come back. He was never finished in Team Palestine. What is that? A 1-for-1.
Yep, ends up being a 1-for-1. Ashbar just able to pick Gashi up on the back end of it. Putting a few too many resources into the tanky blob of Panda. And not enough into those squishier, more high priority targets. Skip could actually keep pushing this bot lane, but ultimately decides to go back to base. Take a look at this one. Yusuf completely whipped both of his abilities, so that's a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
And then wrapped around the backside. So really wasn't involved in this fight at all. It was kind of just two champions trying to kill that Zac. Gashi eventually did get finished off, and I think at the end that was probably the best case scenario for Palestine. It meant that Ashbar was kind of the sacrificial lamb to allow the other two out.
Yeah.
But also he got at least a kill on his way out as well.
Yeah, Onda cleaning up shop when he has to, for sure, which can enable that scale later on into the game. Of course, has that one item now as opposed to Skip, who is very close to finding himself that second item. Gashi just stealing those camps away. A naughty individual. Oh, bit of a fight over towards that top side. Panda as well, just trying to gank again. Won't be able to land that catapult. Team Palestine should just walk away freely. Herald spawned up now.
Oh, I don't know.
Going to be able to take this one. Yeah, Team Bahrain, they are playing a dangerous game, going for it. Panda hoping that he's going to be able to make it happen. There's smites on both sides, and Team Palestine have finished their smite mini game, so they will have that smite advantage, and you don't want to be playing that game. So look, a little bit of damage onto the Herald for free for Palestine. They let Team Bahrain do it. And Crunk as well in a very dangerous position. Now going to be standing in the bombardment. Ashbar looking for damage forward. Shuriken toss. It's not quite there. Big damage now. Palestine falling. He just melted.
Yep, tower damage coming through. Nice lockup from the Zac. Crunk is still here though, looking for some more. And Yusuf hanging around as well. You've got to remember, executes can start to come into play here, even though it is a 2-on-3.
And if they get taken that low. Channeling up the
hook. Angle.
Good angle. Panda, he's quite low now. Oh, Yusuf not going to be able to... He will be able to heal up just in time. Gets that shutdown, gets that execute onto Panda. And Ashbar looking to clean up shop. But again, this Kaiser starting to snowball, starting to get that damage that he needs to. Big kills coming through.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, just look at what Skip's up to. He is...
hitting.
He's playing the game the way it's meant to be played. You know, he's not chasing kills or anything like that. He is focusing on those objectives. He's shoved all the way into the mid tower. Got that one down to about half HP. So... he's kind of playing PvE at the moment. He was 4-2. He's been 4-2 for a very long time. He's been letting his team do the runaround.
And let's just run it back again. It all started with the Herald. Team Palestine at least able to get that off the back of it. Frunk destroying a whole bunch of attention. He did really well to survive for this long. Fun drops his ult as well and will fall in the meanwhile. So overall, a great answer from Team Bahrain from this point right here.
Yeah, good luck up from Bahrain. Panda with the lion's share of that job. Ashbar, though, always going to be a bit of a threat here. It would have, I think, in the 2-on-3, once Crunk goes down here, been a little bit better if Ashbar initially took the fight rather than Yusuf, who might have been able to survive a little bit longer and get multiple ultis off. Flash E in there from Palestine. That's going to be the end of fun. Even the oranges aren't going to save you there.
He's a goner. Absolutely.
Meanwhile, again, Skip just farming in mid lane. There's so much going on at top, and Skip doesn't care. Just wants to farm.
He's farming, he's pushing, he's shoving. He used that ult just to escape, just to fall away and clean up a couple more of those minions. But again, Gashi just going to be trying to split push as this Victor. I'd like to see him getting more involved again. Just getting that ultimate, getting that extra AP damage coming through, and no one is here to defend just yet. They are going to try to rotate up to get to the T2 in time, but the Herald charging on in. Oh, that catapult's going to be cancelled. Palestine, great use of his ability there, and just like that, it looks like Team Palestine could be in trouble. Skip going to be trying to activate backwards. Walking won't have that Feather Storm to escape just yet, and Yusuf as well is damn low. So there's an angle here for Team Bahrain to clean up shop. Gashi going to be going in, but now it's when it gets scary. Onda going to be playing behind his big carries, his big tanks, and starts to clean up just in time. However, it's Dynamo to finish the kill just then.
Poor old Crunk just TPs in there to his eventual death, lets the rest of the team escape. Very selfless play. Ajbar's kind of hanging around. This Blitz Hook could connect, so this will be problematic if it does. Dynamo just looking for the knock-up first, but ultimately hits the hook. Ajbar can't get out, and now Dragon is on offer for Bahrain. Good passage of play. Gets them back into this discussion. Let's see what Yusuf can do about it. You have Palestine there as well.
That's the thing. Palestine still has that smite advantage, which can be difficult. Uses that ult perfectly to turn it into this 2v2, and it's going to turn around straight away. But again, Palestine's so low now. That's going to be the jungler down, so Drake can certainly be taken. But in the meantime, Skip just dishing out so much damage. There is nothing that Team Bahrain can do. And Dynamo, what are you doing, mate? He's going to be able to get that kill, get that shutdown onto Yusuf. But him against Skip, you never expect the Blix to win that one.
Well, Crunk is on his way as well. So in this 2v2, definitely favoring Palestine. Crunk's keen for it. He's ghosted.
Going, falling. Skip again. Not going to be able to get the root there with the Feather Storm, but it's more than enough to allow Crunk to finish that one off. And Ajbar will take this one away. The ace, it's delayed, but it certainly comes through. And that's going to be the third Dragon in the back pocket for Team Palestine. Playing the macro game again, just that much better than Team Bahrain.
Indeed, Dragon. Easy peasy. That's the third one. And if we take a look at the previous game, that is 7 Dragons to 0 in this matchup for Palestine so far. Bahrain have been very gapped in that department. Now the rest of the jungle is forfeit to Team Palestine as well. Take a look back at the replay here. Nice little ult from Palestine and does a bit of a number onto Fun. Definitely thought that Yusuf was going to be able to get some resets through here, and he did. He grabbed 2. He would have played a little bit safer and just avoided the R from Dynamo. He would have been healthy enough to probably get the ultimate onto him as well with a bit of assistance from Skip. But either way, still favorable enough for Palestine. Now their attention is going to get turned in the direction of the Baron.
Playing the vision game. There's eyes on everything here. Towards the blue side, blue buff, and Yusuf. Ooh, bait them out. They are going to spot that Troubush ward, but now Fun in trouble. He's going to get chased on down. Panda and Dynamo, they are here to try to turn it around, but it all depends on how much Fun gets to survive. But he's done a good job to at least shut down Yusuf there. Big damage starting to come through. And Team Palestine's doing a lot of execution damage. Palestine, he will fall here for sure. Can Ajbar escape? He's got Skip here as well, so a big amount of damage. There is going to be the Feather Storm online in about 5 more seconds. Ajbar falling. Team Bahrain getting done what they need to. Panda trying to make the read on Skip's position there, but won't be able to find it. And now they're too scared to 1v3 Skip.
Yeah, a couple of these guys starting to get tanky. Obviously Crunk definitely, but Panda in particular has started to look really difficult to kill for Palestine, the exception being for Skip. And they're still not really playing around Skip at the moment. It just seems like everyone from Palestine is finding the fights themselves.
Yeah.
But if they slow this down and start to play around Skip, they'll have a much better time. Yusuf, not in there to try to deny the Baron in the end.
Thought he was going to throw a hook in there. Seen a couple of objective steals with some good hooks before. Backing on the ward's not a good idea. Oh, that's going to be one miss. Panda going to be jumping straight onto the head of Skip there. Forces out the Feather Storm. That's not going to be used aggressively. Yusuf, in the meanwhile, going to be able to get that execution, but will get melted. Fun coming through with a huge amount of damage. These barrels have been insane. Fun turning into a win condition.
Yeah, he is just hitting like an absolute truck right now. Those crits are doing a lot of damage. He's got 3 items. He's got the Collector as well. So he's a big threat if you're a squishy target. We saw Yusuf pretty much get one shot by Fun a couple of fights in a row now.
Yeah.
And if he gets on top of Skip, the same thing is going to happen. It's not as easy of a game for Palestine to finish off as the previous. Mountain Soul's going to be really helpful though. It does negate a lot of that effectiveness of the crit flank. If you can't, get those one shots or close to one shots, just because there's an extra bit of armor, magic resist, and the shield on top of it, the Mountain Soul. Pretty important one for Palestine to pick up.
Here in these camps now.
They have the Baron here, Bahrain, so it's important that they use it well. Yusuf, though, has definitely found himself an angle. Great hook and gets the stun as well, but the follow-up's not there.
Yep, the catapult across. He's going to put Panda on the front line, but it's not going to get that knock-up that they were looking for. Skip, in the meanwhile, going to be shredding damage on a Dynamo there. But they're looking for the pick, they're looking for the angle, they're looking to fight together, all 5 here.
In the meanwhile, Crunk, though, pushing in that side lane. He is playing the choose your own adventure at the moment.
Split pushing. Upper Storm does bait those backs out.
Exactly, and that's why Bahrain can't continue to try to force that fight. They have to answer the side lane pressure, which ultimately is a big win for Palestine. They're just bleeding away that Baron timer.
So nothing ends up happening in terms of the kills. Palestine as well. He's going to be looking to chase this one down. It's fun going. Back towards mid here. Yusuf gets caught out in the meanwhile. Greeting for the ward. In a lack of vision. The bush must have been owned by Bahrain there. It looks like Owned has still got a huge amount of damage. 11, 5, and 6. Getting a lot of the kills where they need to be for Team Bahrain. You can see that he's evolving all those abilities now. Getting enough items on the board to get extremely dangerous. There's that Rage Blade going. Nashor's Tooth as well. So a little bit of extra AP damage in there on hit. And can start to chunk away these objectives. And now they're going to find a bit more value out of the Baron buff. 10 seconds on the next Drake as well, and that is a Mountain Soul on offer for Team Palestine. Palestine, however, if he gets caught out, that might be the Soul getting lost. TP coming through. Ashbar wants to try to nerf this one down. Proto Belt forward, just trying to dish that damage. Crunk now going to be able to get here just in time, and might be able just to soak up this damage. Onda, the target. He's falling. He'll get executed. Big one coming through from Yusuf there. 3 for Team Palestine. We do see Fun try to turn this one around, but he's not going to be able to get those barrels off in time this time. And now, just like that, it is the full ace coming through. What can Team Palestine get off the back of this one?
Just way too much of a death ball there in the end, and Yusuf with those executes really coming into play early in that fight.
Tank it.
Skip wasn't really involved in that fight until the back end, but they can actually end right here, Matt. 15 seconds left on the respawn for the Blitzcrank. He's not going to do anything about it. 15 for the Kaiser now, and they're already hitting those Nexus towers. I think the game is over.
It's over. It's over. They can do it. They're rushing the base. They're rushing the Nexus. And Team Palestine realize they're able to do it. Dynamo can't do a thing. Yeah, you've grabbed one of them, but it's just going to be a handshake in the end. GG, Team Palestine coming through with a W 2-0.
Easy as you like, and in the blink of an eye, it goes from what looks like a very even game state to just absolute crushing blow dealt over to Bahrain, and ultimately Palestine, they will secure 5th in the group, and Bahrain will be relegated down into 6th. So good game there by Palestine. I like the fact that they recognize that finish angle as well, and well, now they can revel in their success, revel in their victory.
That's it, and they were all grouped up, able to do it. The wave was a little bit behind them, but they still had the tankiness of the Mundo just to, take a lot of the damage from the tower, allowed that wave to catch up, and knew that they had the time to. And that feels like something that we haven't seen a lot throughout the Road to Asian Games, is teams recognizing, whoa, we can win right now, let's just go for it.
Yeah, I think the only time we really saw that was actually Team China in their game against Chinese Taipei. That was that one fight that basically changed the course of that game. Having a look at the draft here, it did start to get a little bit scary actually for Palestine, right? You saw the Victor scaling in, you saw the Zach getting very tanky and scaling into that game as well, and Fun on the GP was a real problem, but he didn't really quite get that messy fight that the Gangplank is going to really love to play around in, and when there's a bit more of a death ball kind of a composition coming through there from Palestine. Yeah, obviously it didn't work out quite so well for him. Just gets blown up and deleted out of the fight before he can really get too much done.
It feels bad for Fun because he had so many good pegs, so much damage. I can't wait to see that end of game graphic to just see how much he was able to do in the top lane, because he was keeping a Mundo low for a lot of that one, able to stay close with him. You could see just how much damage he had. A couple of really nice ultimates for him as well. And it feels like there's been multiple games now where Fun has certainly been a win condition, has been doing so much good work for Team Bahrain, but it just feels like things are just going wrong everywhere else on the map, so he's unable to get these wins across. Also, feels a bit bad for the bot lane too. Kaiser starting to farm up, getting those last hits that he needed to, especially in the fights, but getting caught out in that final fight was what cost him.
To be fair, did fall too far behind in lane again. I thought bot was a really good positive point of difference for Palestine. They were able to win their lane twice in a row and get off to a fairly significant lead. And even though Skip didn't really have as much impact in this game as in the previous, he was always kind of there as the insurance fund. He was kind of getting the job done when no one else was really interested. They were all running over the map, and trying to get kills here and there. He was doing his business, just shoving the waves in, ensuring that the game state was looking pretty positive for Palestine. Taking a look back at the highlights, the early fights, again, this is kind of what we were talking about. Once again, Palestine do find their advantages. It's a 3-on-2 right here, but they walk away from it favorable with a kill onto their AD carry, and it was Panda in the end who grabbed that one. So 1-for-1, but kills on the AD carry, definitely going to be valuable. And again, another fight that starts to snowball Palestine down in that bot lane. Nobody's looking at Skip, giving a bit too much space to that Xayah, and yep, Yusuf goes down one more time, but that really doesn't matter when you're trading as effectively as this.
Yeah, Palestine as well. Look, very good couple of ganks coming through from him throughout the game. You can see ones like this as well. You have that support roaming with the jungle. They were teaming up, allowing that mid lane to absolutely thrive throughout the early game. And in the meanwhile, yeah, it felt like there were multiple times where Palestine got caught out. Yes, he got completely roasted, but he just soaked up so much attention, soaked up all those abilities. You see, here's a perfect example of it. Skip comes in after Palestine falls and just mops up shop, ends up being a 1-for-3 trade on the back of it, and it was just crazy how it just kept on working out for Team Palestine. So macro-wise, look, yeah, they've had a bit of a shaky tournament, a shaky group here, but up against the likes of Team Bahrain, they were finally able to show what they were made of.
Yeah, have a look at the executes here from Yusuf, able to get in there and have that immediate impact, takes Onda out of the picture, follows up with another couple of quick ones, and ultimately he does go down pretty quickly in that team fight, but he certainly got his damage worth, and it was the important team fight win that sent Palestine into the 2-0 territory. Big damage out of Fun in that game, but largely not relevant damage. There was a couple of moments where he blew a couple of key targets up, but by and large was unable to have too much of an impact on that game. Ajbar felt like probably the tip of the spear for Palestine in that game. Palestine and Ajbar were leading from the front, I dare say, and ultimately they were the ones that were kind of ensuring those fights went positively the way of Palestine.
Yeah, it's crazy as well. You look at that goal graph, it's just that huge mountain there for the moment before it swung back to get real close. And Ajbar ends up being the Audi Super A player for the second game of the series. Interesting, but look, 67% KP, got a lot of those kills, was very active across the map, was roaming up a storm, and yeah, was involved in 20 of those kills as well. My maths today is certainly all over the place. That's why you don't do maths on stream.
That is indeed, it's the mantra of the casters. But that is the end of the West Asia group. It's all done and dusted. There's nothing more to talk about. We know that Saudi Arabia is going to take the top spot. We know that Bahrain will be taking the bottom spot, but it does get a bit murky in towards the middle. We'll have to wait and see until we get that through confirmed.
I think there was almost a three-way tie. There might have been a three-way tie that was decided by head-to-head, but I guess we'll find that one out once we do have those standings, of course. But for now, it's time to jump on over and see who Wendy has to have a chat to.
Thank you so much, guys. Skip, congratulations on today's win. I need to talk a little bit more about the game 2 first, because we feel that there's so many chaotic fights going on, so many confusions, hard to tell who's going to win. But you guys were able to get the game through the mid lane team fight. So what happened around there?
In the mid lane team fight, I was telling them that I can't go from mid because I'm gonna die. I'm alone. My support was dead, I think. So I was calling I'm gonna go to our tower. I'm gonna go from blue side, and then I'm gonna go. I was late, and they started the fight without me. So it was kind of lost before I came, but they played well, and we got the team fight done.
Yeah, your Xayah can just clear everyone.
Good champ.
Yeah, the good champ and good play as well.
Thank you.
And also, it feels like for today's best of 3, both teams put a lot of attention around the ball lane to try to charge on you guys. So how did you handle with that pressure? What's the early game strategy from you guys?
In my opinion, our strong side is the bot lane always, because I feel like I'm pretty good and my support's pretty good. And we didn't have problems facing any bot lane in the tournament, even Saudi. It was kind of easy for us. Their bot lane, on the other hand, first game, this draft was kind of bad. It was easy to deal with. Second game, it was a bit better, but we kind of trolled because I had so many kills, and then we played around mid and we died and stuff. If we only played around bot lane, it was so easy.
Yeah, the very smart strategies from you guys. But I believe before today's game, it must be a quite hard time for the whole team. So what kind of mindset did you guys bring coming into today's game? Any special preps?
No special preps. Honestly, we just wanted to compete. We just wanted our games to be close. We didn't want to just lose every game. We did almost lose every game, but that we didn't let that affect our mental because it's our first time. We've been playing together for like 1 month only, no coach, so it's like everything's new. We're just preparing and stuff. Nothing special. Yeah.
Yeah, but still the very good experience,
Yeah.
a very good journey, I must say.
Sure.
But I feel like it's very interesting because it feels like you guys can play so many different roles. Like sometimes you'll be the one to play the majors at in the mids. So why that?
I'm a mid main. Last night versus Kuwait, I think they swapped. So we asked the referee if that's possible, if that's okay. They said yes. So we were losing every game, so we decided to kind of flip. So I played mid, our AD played support, our support played AD and stuff. And it worked out. We got a game from Jordan yesterday. And I'm a mid main, so it's easy for me to play mages and stuff. So it was nice.
Oh yeah, just some quick adjustments,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, sure.
And also the very last question, it feels like you guys can have so many very interesting picks to surprise us a lot. So where's the ideas come from?
Solo queue. We just practice solo queue like all day. Even mid laners play top lane. I play jungle. I try jungle. I try AD support everything. Cassio has been like my favorite champ maybe since maybe season 8. LeBlanc, Syndra. I'm playing AD now, but I can play a lot of other roles, so it's fine. Solo queue mostly. And caps. I watch a lot of pro players, caps and stuff. I get ideas from them.
Yeah, learn from the pro players, learn from the solo ranks. Yeah. Thank you for the sharing and congratulations again.
Thank you.
And back to our casters.
Thank you for that, Wendy. Great to hear from Skip where they're getting a lot of their ideas from, and it's pro players and a little bit of solo.
Certainly does tell a bit of a tale, doesn't it? And it makes a lot of sense. We're not looking at the meta. We're not looking at the top pick rate champions over pro play here. We're talking about, hey, what's working for us in solo queue, what's working for us as individuals. As he said, right, they're not a super set team at the moment. They've only been playing together for a month. This is their first time competing overseas together. So, yeah, I mean, it's early days, right? So that's the thing that you have to kind of keep in mind here when you're watching these games. And it's hard to be disappointed when they come out and play a game like that. They actually look pretty damn solid across the board there, Palestine.
See as well. They
very happy with it.
Said that they were a little bit worried coming in. They don't have a coach. They didn't have a lot of chance to prac. They're only pracking for a month leading up to this event. So there was a lot against them in comparison to some of these other teams, that have players playing in Tier 2 leagues over in that region as well. So, there's a lot of these players, and that's what separates the likes of, your Palestines with your Team Saudi Arabia.
I think the no coach thing is a really big factor, right? It's always difficult as a team to kind of be giving each other feedback, and egos get hurt and feelings get hurt and that kind of thing. If you're, we're on a team and I say, oh, you didn't do this so well, it's like there's like this emotional connection because you're supposed to be teammates. Maybe it's better if that is coming from a coach, and obviously the coach can also have that overall holistic look at the game. So it would be a good opportunity for them to grab one and look further to the future.
Well, that is it for the West Asian group. As you can see, Team Saudi Arabia are going to be coming out on top in that top seed without dropping a single game at all. So plus 10 so far, and you're looking at the points, they've got 5 up there. But if you notice, there is going to be that 3-way tie between Team Jordan, Team Oman, and Team Kuwait. So the way that this has been decided, where they're sitting here on the standings is where they currently are positioned. And what it comes down to is you can see that there was a game lost by Team Kuwait, so they're a little bit further down. And then, of course, there was a head-to-head that has separated Team Jordan and Team Oman, which we saw last night.
Yeah, definitely. So 3-way tie, but ultimately that does get all sorted out in the end, as we've just seen. Palestine does get themselves the win over Bahrain, and that is going to ensure that they do finish in 5th in this group rather than 6th. Yeah, I mean, I guess on the face of it, it was a bit of a surprise how things did play out. Aside from Saudi Arabia getting the top rank, we very much predicted that one to be the case. The middle pack there, though, this is quite an interesting region. Things can kind of feel like they can go in any direction, really.
Yeah, we've definitely seen everything happening everywhere, in every lane, getting champs that maybe we certainly weren't expecting. But of course, it is Team Saudi Arabia that have managed to secure that top rank, and it's time to go and award them.
Thank you so much, guys. Good evening. Welcome to the award ceremony of the League of Legends competition, the Road to Asian Games 2022. I'm your host, Wendy. First of all, a huge congratulations to the Team Saudi Arabia on becoming West Asia top-ranked team in the League of Legends competition in the Road to Asian Games 2022. Next, the Audi Super 8 Honor Ring will be awarded. It will be belong to the player who had the most brilliant performance in the League of Legends competition West Asia region in the Road to Asian Games 2022. Let's check the VCR together. Congratulations, Wufu! Congratulations again. And now let's invite the Chief Operating Officer of Asian Electronic Sports Federation, Mr. Steve Kim, to present the award, to present our Audi Super 8 Honor Ring, please. And now let's take a photo together for this moment. Thank you. And please present the award. And thank you, Mr. Steve Kim. Please take your seats. Thank you again. And now we need to have a brief interview. I still remember in the very first interview with you, you said like you have enough confidence you are going to win everything, and you really did that. And you guys end up the journey with a 5-0. So are you satisfied with the team's performance? What's your feeling at this moment?
I'm completely satisfied. I also didn't expect me getting the MVP, honestly. I think I played well, but not well enough as my teammates. But I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, everyone just performed so good on this stage. And also, you're the veteran, you are very experienced. You played League of Legends for such a long time, and also you got a lot of titles previously. But for now, you're still be able to maintain a very high level of performance to show our talents on the stage. So what motivates you to maintain a very good performance until now?
I think mostly it's passion. I just enjoy playing the game. So I just played the game, and apparently we became decent at the game. And yeah, we got opportunities, and right now we are using one of them. So yeah.
Just enjoy the game, enjoy the stage. And also the last question, I believe you have mentioned like all your teammates, they all performed so good. And also I believe League of Legends is definitely the teamwork is very important, it's very crucial. So do you have any words you would like to say to all your teammates, to your team?
First of all, I'd like to thank my teammates for playing really well. I'd like to thank the fans for supporting us. I'd like to thank my family for also supporting me. I also like to thank the Saudi government for supporting us. And that's it.
Yeah, thank you for the sharing, and congratulations again on winning the award, and also congratulations on becoming the top-ranked team in the West Asia region. Congratulations! And now we're going to take a short break, and we're going to have more amazing matchups later. See you guys soon.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第二代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The Central and South Asia regional competition will witness a thrilling showdown among 4 teams: India, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Sri Lanka. Get ready for some heated competition in this region. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
Welcome to the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Central Asia, the central region of the continent that acts as a transportation gateway between Asia and Europe. It is also the heart of the Silk Road in ancient times. Surrounded by plains and hills, Central Asia has abundant mineral resources. Central Asians have cultivated a rich and diversified culture that stems from their ancestry as steppe nomads. As esports in Central Asia continues to grow, we hope to see more tournaments held here. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, teams from Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan will compete in the League of Legends event. The Khan Shatter is an architectural wonder built with a distinctive neo-futuristic style, a feature often seen in Kazakh players' skills. Kyrgyzstan, known as the Water Tower of Central Asia, is well known for its honey production. Their players are ready to taste the sweetness of success. We hope Central Asian players make new acquaintances and have a great time during the 2022 RDAG Regionals. Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in South Asia. South Asia is located between the central and southwest parts of the Himalayas and the Indian Ocean. It has an area of around 4.3 million square kilometers and shelters more than 20% of the world's population. The esports industry in South Asia is expanding rapidly, and the region has also held many esports events. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, teams from India and Sri Lanka will compete in the League of Legends event. As one of the 4 ancient civilizations, India's unique culture will undoubtedly be showcased by its players throughout this tournament. Sri Lanka's Ceylon black tea and gems are remarkable. Their players' performances will be similarly unforgettable. Here's to South Asian players having a great time at the 2022 RDAG Regionals and impressing the rest of Asia with their talents.
Hello, and welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022. I'm back. I'm joined with Rusty yet again, and I'm Mad Magical. But we are also moving into a brand new group, the last one we have, the last region of the Road to Asian Games, Rusty.
Yeah, and look, a very wild best of three to wrap up our previous regions. Where you saw the celebration on WUFO, Saudi Arabia, clearly a fantastic team, but when all said and done, that was a chaotic group with a lot of fun, a lot of unexpected results. That last best of three going all the way to 3 as well certainly joins the list of perhaps not going all the way to 3, but almost going all the way to 3. Joins that list of potential surprises, but here we are. It's a new day, 7 of 8. As well for us, and another region.
7 of 8, only one more day too after this.
Yeah, true.
We got more best of 3 action here, and we start off a brand new region with South Asia and Central Asia as they have been combined, and we start it with Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and Kyrgyzstan-Kazakhstan is a matchup that, and I'll be transparent with everyone as well watching, we don't have a lot of information on any of these teams competing within this whole Central and South Asia region. We have maybe trickles of information on particular players, maybe a little bit about teams, and a little bit as well when we spoke backstage to some of these guys on how we thought these teams may perform relative to one another. But this is kind of like, you come on a journey with us, we're on a blank slate, we get to explore just how good these teams are together. And until that point, until we're in-game, past pick ban, even in pick ban, to be fair, we got a lot from West Asia in that respect, we don't actually know all of the details.
Right, and this is kind of something that also I have been talking about that I was looking forward to, because I like looking at countries and regions that I don't get as much experience with, because you got to find those diamonds in the rough. You can maybe make an argument for it. These players that really surprise you, and this is why I always bring up Yuji over in the Challengers League for the LCS, because he did hail from Mongolia. He played there, and he played on the Super Server, was able to get rank 1 in China, but that was on a huge amount of ping. He was able to get rank 1 in North America while in Mongolia. Same thing in Europe, and then when he went over to Korea over the offseason, got rank 1 in Korea briefly. This guy's a very talented player, and he comes from Mongolia, a place that most people don't really think of when it comes to League of Legends.
Yeah, I believe we also have an interview ready, Magical, so we'll talk about that more in a moment.
My name is Akshay Chenoy, and I'm the team captain for Team India. I'm known as Katrina Bot or Kai, but I think people know me more like Katrina Bot. And I play mid lane for the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Kubat. I'm from Kyrgyzstan. My position is top laner, and my nickname is Power.
Hi, I'm Kasunitanage from Team Sri Lanka. I play mid lane. My nickname is Kasa.
My name is Chingiz Abishev. I represent Kazakhstan. My main role is jungle, and my nickname is Mechanic Sage.
So esports has gotten a lot of meaning for me recently. Before we used to only play together as a team, have fun in tournaments. But now, we're representing our country, so it's actually a huge deal to represent the country, and it's an honor.
The most unforgettable thing that happened to me is that I changed my role, my position, from ADC to top lane, because I think, by my opinion, top lane is the hardest, the most difficult role in the game. So that's why I just want to challenge myself.
So this is our first time in this tournament as our team, Team Sri Lanka. So we are very happy to participate, and we are very lucky to get invited to this tournament, and we just want to win it all.
I did some scouting before this event, so I wasn't impressed about the level of play of our enemies, and I can confidentially say that our team is going to be first in this round. RDAG, мы идем.
RDAG, мы идем за вами.
All right, you see on your screen right there, confidence coming from the Central Asian teams, Kyrgyzstan versus Kazakhstan. And let's introduce Kyrgyzstan first. Top lane, Tawa. I kind of liked hearing that from him, that he was an ADC swapping up to the top lane. Makes it a lot more fun when we look at how he's going to play than Lauren in the jungle, Flower in mid lane, Phoenixy as the ADC, and Lotus as support.
And that is an interesting conversation that I am very happy to dive deep into, but we'll have to look at their opponents, of course, before we go that deep. But for Kyrgyzstan, I'm excited to see what they can do. Kazakhstan, their opponents, you heard a lot of confidence, to say the least, from Mechanics. He does believe that they are just going to be first in this tournament. I love that belief. I love that strength. I love that true passion as well that a lot of those teams were saying in those interviews, that they're here to represent the country. It's an honor. And it's an honor to see them represent their country as well.
Yeah, and going through the lineup, we have Weox in the top lane, Mechanic as your jungler, Fake Lover as the mid laner, Jung KZ as the ADC, and finishing it off, we have the Goldie as the support. What a name, the Goldie.
It's a great name, yeah. I mean, that's always my favorite thing with tournaments like this. We've had, what, 29 regions competing throughout this. It means we've seen a boatload of different usernames, identities, flavor hits as well. And with all these different countries and regions coming together, those little individual flares, as they all have English names, is definitely something that's funny to watch.
Yeah, we do have some fun names that kind of incorporate their own name later on that we can talk about when we get to that stage. But we really do want to focus on these two teams because as you talked about, Rusty, we don't have the most information on these players. Really, it's the information that we were able to kind of gather from them in the lobby on the bus ride over here, as well as hearing that interview just previously.
Yeah, and so I did get to actually have a chance to chat with Fake Lover backstage, and he definitely shared a similar sentiment, I feel like, as well, to Mechanics that you heard from the interview. They're pretty confident in their abilities. I don't think they are actually too nervous about this best of 3 against Kyrgyzstan. They seem like they're quite confident in their own abilities and they want to take home that 2-0. So for me, hearing all of this now from multiple members of the Kazakhstan squad feels like balls in the court of their opponents here, right? Can Kyrgyzstan keep up with them? There's a lot of energy and a lot of excitement.
He's ready. Yeah. He's pumped for this one. I'm right there with him. Definitely exciting. And I mean, we also saw them coming in. We're on the bus on the way in together, and it definitely felt like they were just happy. They were just so excited to be here, to represent their country, to be at the Road to Asia Games. To just be able to take part in an event like this is definitely an honor for them and for us. Right, and you, again, heard it in the interview, even from India, where they said it was an honor just to be able to play for the country, to represent them going into an event like this, because it is a brand new experience for a lot of these players, getting this kind of competitive experience where normally they play tournaments maybe more for fun in their locals at home, are able to dominate there, but it's then going to the next step, right? Playing up against players that you've never really seen before, that haven't really gotten that practice, so you don't know exactly what to expect.
Yeah, all we realistically know is that they play on EU West. We know their approximate rankings. They play on EU West. That's all we actually have for information. But I will say, 4 bands in, and if we're going to contrast this to West Asia,
wow, this is what we expect.
Big
honestly.
fan of the bands.
Right, this is kind of something that we saw lacking when it came to West Asia. West Asia, it really felt like they had their own identity and their own meta that they were conforming to.
Yeah.
And here, it seems that Central Asia, at least from Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, they are going very meta with a lot of these bands. Even if the Ezreal might stand out as like exactly how meta is that, still, I think, a good blue side band.
Yeah, man, and like Trinity Force, Static Shiv, Ezreal is always a possibility now. You never know what the best is anymore. Things change every single day. Viego going to be the 3rd ban here as well from Kyrgyzstan. They want to take away a little bit of jungle pressure there. Now, champions like Vi, Wukong, etc. are still going to be available, and so is the Nico, who at this point,
of life here.
At this point, we almost forgot to say Nico's name. That's how missing it was in a lot of the West Asia Group's games. But here we are, game 1. Slam that first.
Really a big breath of life here that we're getting already from Central Asia. Going very meta with that pick, but that kind of is cut short as the Thresh is immediately locked in on the other side. Yumi's still available, but I wonder maybe if they're more comfortable going for something like the Aphelios Thresh.
Yeah, I was thinking
we saw a lot of, and it's a really powerful duo.
It is one of the best combos to go with that Thresh if you can lock down the Aphelios. They're not going to lock in their AD carry just yet, though. It's going to be the Hecarim as a 2nd champion of choice. So blind picking jungle, they get rid of the Viego when they go for this Hecarim.
I kind of actually even like the Viego because something like Vi being open, Hecarim actually doesn't have the worst time into her. He's got really good engagement into the backline, and as she dives in, you get the dive yourself into the backline, and you're able to disrupt a lot more than she can.
That's funny, Hecarim kind of just has a good time in most matchups in the jungle. Anyway, like when you really think about Hecarim, it does just stand to reason. He clears fast, he ganks well. He is fast, doesn't just clear fast. Caitlyn Nautilus, though.
Oh.
Now, Nautilus, of course, can be considered a flex. Caitlyn can still open the floor to things like Lux support if you want the Nautilus jungle. Yeah, Morgana. Interesting choice, though, because Nautilus, for me, should be support in this draft. You've seen the Thresh. Nautilus is like good Thresh in a lot of ways for laning phase.
Especially with Jhin now picked up, I think that the Nautilus needs to go into the bot lane.
It's definitely a free lane. for the Caitlyn and the Nautilus if they play their lanes correctly. Also denies the bush control from the Thresh completely because you have Caitlyn traps, Nautilus hooks working in tandem. Jhin does not have that much pressure in lane, is more utility based. And that is what we're seeing from the bottom lane of Kyrgyzstan here, right? Their draft so far, 2 of the 3 champions are utility. Their Hecarim is a carry. They could look for a carry mid laner as well if they would like, or a carry top laner, right? So Gwen, etc. still come into mind. And I think their composition can then definitely work as long as they have a second carry threat.
Kazakhstan, I'm really liking their draft for the most part. Even if the Caitlyn Nautilus, not really the most meta bot lane that we've seen, I still like their read on a lot of other champions. Taking away that Ahri as well as the early Syndra ban that they had allowed them this first pick Nico that doesn't feel like there's many options for our flower to take for Kyrgyzstan.
Wukong and Camille going to be the bans here. It does feel like in this tournament we've had a whole lot of Camille players. It seems to join the list here for Weox. As Phoenixy will slam this Taliyah for the mid lane. So again, a bit of utility has now been seen from the Kyrgyzstan side through their mid lane. Works pretty well with a Hecarim charge. Works pretty well with Thresh as well, having the hook and the flay for extra mobility. And it does make things a bit more difficult for Nico with the Proto Belt if they're looking to engage and you have the E down. The Earth has been unraveled. Again, yeah, waiting for the finalized compositions here. This Nidalee is a dangerous pick, and I would really like a reliable top laner now.
Yeah, as would I. I mean, you have set up mid lane.
There it is.
And there it is. That's a nice, reliable top lane to pair up with that Nidalee to get you a guaranteed spear.
Not to be confused with yesterday's Nidalee that had a Zeri and a Jace.
Right. That's why we're really hitting on this one, because we look at what happened yesterday where there was no setup from Jordan when they picked that Nidalee.
Nailed it.
Here we have all the setup from both solo lanes, even from the bot lane of Kazakhstan, but that Gwen pickup too. Kawa, I do like that. This is definitely a change of pace from what we had in West Asia.
The breath of life that I'm feeling
really
right
is.
now, that we just predicted champions in a draft and it happened. It said Gwen would be a viable option if they go for a utility mid laner. And they do pick their hyper carry top lane now, right? So we have a double utility bot lane. Hecarim's a good carry champion. The only thing for the Kyrgyzstan squad is that Hecarim's not going to have much support. Is going to be kind of that solo hero, so might be a tankier type of build from him. You know, 1 damage item into tank items or something of the like.
Right.
You know, like the Muramana builds that we've seen perhaps. Trinity Force I think is just too good, so maybe Trinity Force tanky.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I think Trinity Force is just too high priority in almost every pick for every single champion in the game.
But you just said the word that I was thinking that entire time, which is pick. That is their composition, right?
Yes.
Thresh, Jhin, Taliyah, it's pick. It is finding that singular kill.
I like what you did there. That was clever. Good job. Good job on that one.
Thanks, mate. I do try my best sometimes to listen to my play-by-plays.
You're rare color cast right there. Rare color cast right there. But you see everyone on your screen right now. You see the picks that we have from both teams. I'm looking at Kazakhstan, a lot of pick potential on their team. Utilize that power from especially the top side of the map. While Kyrgyzstan, they got scalers. They got the Gwen in the top lane. Even looking at Taliyah and how she's good at utility and has good damage alongside a Hecarim Jhin.
And so a couple of things that stand out to me, right, is Nidalee Renekton, known quantity, insane duo, wins pretty much every 2v2, but it's more about like the permanent ganking that takes place.
Yes.
Gwen into that matchup, if you have the W, spears don't hit you.
Right.
Right? So if you're fast enough, they might not be able to make those ganks be too successful.
And that's why I like that pick of the Gwen. The final pick there for Kyrgyzstan, kind of answering the 2v2 in the top lane. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of attention still from Kazakhstan to try to get on top of that Gwen early, which could put Kyrgyzstan in a very similar position, sending up Loren into this top lane to really help out the Gwen, not from fear of her dying in 2v1, but purely to throw back any attempt into the face of Kazakhstan.
Speaking of Kazakhstan, level 1 out the gates, keeping power humble, letting them know exactly what's to come.
Yep.
Bit of foreboding there for the Gwen. Speaking of the Gwen and the Hecarim, both running Ghost in this game, not going to be going the teleports. Of course, standard for those champions.
Yeah. I always hate seeing a Hecarim go flash. It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah. It especially is like there's no real reason to most of the time. Like,
exactly.
It's not like a Jarvan ult's going to lock you in.
Right.
You know, you've still got that utility, that mobility to get out of that one.
Precisely, Rusty. I also advocate for Ghostblade here, but, you know, that's just me.
Yeah, and that's probably where we stop agreeing. Look, we haven't spoken about the rest of the Kazakhstan draft as well, right? The Nautilus Caitlyn should have priority. Nico should have priority. The Talia can push relatively well. And then if you have prio in both of those lanes and a top gank, very easy to play for your lanes.
We were talking about this before, the 2v2 top lane. Junglers both starting on the bottom half of the map. Really going to keep our eyes
look at Mechanic
on how they're going to play that one. Mechanic is
He's
venturing.
doing the solo Q cheese.
Yeah,
Magical.
he is. Oh.
No smite on the Hecarim.
On either of them. That's a lot of damage on Nidalee. Spear lands, dashing forward, the flash as well. Ghost cannot save you this time, Hecarim.
That is the most premium cheese that you get in solo queue as a jungler all the time. It's red buff with leash, straight over the wall, and you get tempo because you've been leashed. And if you have a dash, you just get in. Doesn't matter if you have no smite, you have a red buff, and they can't stop you.
I hate to make the pun, but that's some good cheese right there.
You can say that one, mate. I said Swiss earlier. I feel like you have permission for one.
Yeah, we're allowed one pun like that, and that's it.
And that really hurts the Hecarim, though. Look at this Nidalee. Still in your jungle, level 2 Hecarim with 1 camp to his name.
Yeah, she's gotten... And she's just going taxing mid lane a little bit.
Wants to really keep that prior. And what does this mean? Means I'm going to invade you again.
Even with the ward, you see it now, Loren, and you're like, ah, come
Loren,
on.
no smite.
Come on, leave me alone. Just let me have something. Some chicken nuggets. That's all I really want here, because I'm starving at the moment.
And the prio was given to Fake Lover.
Oh,
so
no. Step away, Loren. The flash in. They've got the smash. They've got the dash. The spear connecting is a kill easily for the side of Kazakhstan. 2 now on Nidalee.
Tell you what, it's a bad day to be Loren. He is 1 jungle camp completed, and that was his first camp of the game. Has died twice to this Nidalee. And you have to think about the ripple effects. We'll see how this kill happens one more time. Fake Lover just hits the flash, locks him down, and then the spear comes through. Very nicely done. And I will say again, mechanically so good from Kazakhstan thus far. They are looking like a really refined and polished team. That's a very shallow ward, but it's looking for the Scuttle Crab. I'm surprised they're not actually going to do it themselves. But maybe one more wave in bottom before they consider that one. Because Nidalee is going to be top. So again, if you look at the minimap, it's like a horror movie. Loren goes to his red, taken. Goes to his Krugs, taken. It's going to come back to the respawning Gromp or Scuttle Crab. 2 wards to see him.
Bro.
Everywhere you go.
Literally, remember yesterday, our last game of the day.
And look at the prio from bot.
It was a Fed Jax that we had right out of the gates.
They're still pressuring him, man.
This one is just a Fed Nidalee, and Loren is having the worst game right now on this Hecarim. The bot lane easily takes him out because he just got nothing in the tank to actually do anything. And even looking at Jung right now, getting a lot of damage onto Lotus.
Lotus dodged the second trap, but was hit by the first one.
This Hecarim is
pretty
still
much
only has gotten 1 camp.
Yeah, pretty much what we said from draft though, right? Priority in mid, priority in bottom, and a Nidalee Renekton combo, which is dangerous, but those prio lanes enable this jungle advantage. And really, the highlights package in this game might just be a whole lot of Loren going down if it continues on this path.
Yeah.
Top has farmed though, Magical.
That is true. But I will say, it's the second time this game a flash has been burned just to kill
I'm
Loren.
actually just sad.
Yeah. He's at 1 camp. What? He can't do anything.
Actually,
okay, bot lane. This is looking good for Kyrgyzstan at the moment. They were able to get the kill on Nautilus, but
There's a Nidalee.
Mechanic is here, and even Lotus flashing on top does pick up the kill, but this should be a double kill for Nidalee. Once, twice, pounce, double kill.
And probably should actually crash that wave for the team, but he's just going to go back up towards the jungle because there's a Hecarim.
He can't because Hecarim's not allowed to
get the camp.
He's not allowed to camp. Come on, Mechanic. Come on, Mechanic. Go stop him. Oh,
he's got one.
He's got it.
5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. He finds a second camp.
Oh, poor Loren.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, mid lane, the flash had to be burned by Flower because that spear connects and you are dead.
Forced back, which means the Raptors aren't yours.
Poor Loren again. We look at the replay, but it doesn't matter that the 2 kills are picked up by Phoenixy and Lotus. It's a nice play in the 2v2.
Yeah, it is.
But then Mechanic shows up.
Yeah, you've done the best that you possibly can. Lotus flashes here as well. I think they resolved on seeing the Nidalee to all in. Just take the best. And look, it is a 2 for 0 if you don't bring a jungler in.
Yeah.
Kazakhstan, of course, have the jungler the most impossible.
I mean, it's kind of hard.
Hey, he's getting the 3rd camp.
Right. Is he? is. He's getting a third camp.
He's going to lose his blue buff on spawn. But,
he's going to lose a lot more than blue buff. Dragon and the blue buff should both be taken here by Kazakhstan.
And I don't think he ganks top, because if you are a Hecarim right now,
he is level
Renekton
5.
presses R and you're just gone.
No, he's level 3.
Level 3, dude.
Level 3.
Level 3.
Oh, Loren. Yeah, look at that. He's already booking it out of there.
Yeah.
And he's taking a, look how long the path he is taking is.
Well, let's talk about why this hurts, though, right? Nidalee clearing the Drake. It's confirmed. He knows his blue buff isn't safe, but the enemy blue buff is up.
Yeah.
But he can't get there because the Renekton's bodying him out.
Yeah.
He tried to go to a scuttle crab, but the bot lane of Kazakhstan bodied him out.
Loren is thinking
He walked a long way to avoid vision to get there, and now there's a teleport in mid as well as a Nidalee that'll be there.
Oh, no, he's still...
His only choice is to smite steal it because there's no smite, and then run.
But he is spotted out, and level 6, level 3. Giddy up, Pony. The spear barely pixels away.
Tickled him.
He felt the wind on that one.
And this is one of those, what do they call them, magical jungle gaps?
Jungle diff. Jungle diff.
Bit of a jiffy in the jiffy.
Yep. Best way to put it. And you feel for Loren, right? You look at this game, and he gets cheesed at level 2. And from there, it just every stage, it's not even just mechanics.
You almost could have just said he got cheesed at level 2, and that was still true for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was about to say. And then it's worse because then every member of Kazakhstan got in on that cheese because we saw 2 flashes after that to get the other 2 kills on Loren.
Yeah, it was cheese at level 2, then he was cheese at level 3, but the amount of cheese in that was upwards of 10.
Yeah.
Herald going to be done here by Mechanics, should be pretty much free. Meanwhile, of course, Loren is going to get himself some camp, so he's going to try and farm from here. It's of desperation. We'll have some catch-up experience, but what this means is Nidalee is so fed that if Nidalee exists and you exist, don't take the fight at all times.
4 camps he's at.
Yeah.
Gonna have his 5th one in second.
There's a blue there as well.
Yeah, but can he actually... Okay, he might be able to get
Well,
it.
we can accept that he is now able to farm, right? Because Mechanic has decided there's bigger things in this game.
True.
Still much more influential for the side of Kazakhstan, and it keeps the Hecarim behind indefinitely at this point.
Yeah, and looking at Mechanic right now, and you can even see that Fake Lover pathing, threatening this bot lane. They have that dive pressure on Kyrgyzstan that without their Hecarim really being a deal that they have to worry about, they have to be threatened by this 2v2 because you know that nearby Mechanic is there and you don't know exactly where the jungler is.
Hook hits, cleanse used, but a Nidalee nearby avoiding the vision. Okay,
Flash in though, waiting for the setup with the spear. They've got all that damage on a Lotus even with a flash burn. He dies, a nice headshot there from Jung.
Don't open the curtains.
Yeah, you don't open the curtain on this
You
one.
open the curtains, Nidalee throws a spear.
And you die. It's the most
Nautilus
telegraphed play.
recalling on about 17 wards there.
Yep, because like you said, you can't open the curtain call. There's no way. So it's a nice charge here for Kazakhstan, and that is a huge influx of gold into your Caitlyn.
Exactly, and proof in the purchase of going for the Herald, letting the Hecarim farm, but winning the whole map now instead. So is converting his own advantage into an advantage for the rest of his team. And a good little play here from the Goldie because they find them in a front-to-back position. The Nautilus ultimate locks up Lotus. Mechanics chooses to hold his spear to look for the Jhin. Flower's dead. Nidalee's mid, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
But what I really liked is that Mechanic actually held his spear knowing they had lethal and only threw it when he was worried they might not because he was still looking for the Jhin, right? He was still looking for the bigger picture, the bigger play.
And as you should, because as you were calling out, you really want to hold on to that in case curtain call is popped. Because then you have a stationary target. They're self-rooting themselves. That's the easiest lockdown tool that you have. They can follow up in the top lane. We are going against Power. That's going to be Needlework popped as well as Dominance. Neither side falling, but both of them fairly low.
Yeah, neither side having really big item spikes or anything just yet. If there was like a mythic advantage, Power probably has lethal. Ends up just becoming an ult for ult trade, though I will say the health advantage still belonging to the Gwen is going to have a lot more control. Looking mid.
Yeah.
Spear connects as the Pop Blossom connects. What do you do?
Nah.
What do you do?
You die.
You pre-flash is the only option, right?
Alt F4, honestly.
Yeah, well.
Alt F4, see what's on YouTube. You know, you hear by the time you land, you're dead.
You hear Hecarim in all chat say, just play safe.
the 0-3 heck
The
rum.
ghosts that are haunting him.
Yeah, you're just like, hey guys, we got to play safe for a bit. And you're like, we know. We know.
Night Harvest are done for this Nidalee at 11 minutes.
Man.
With Sorcerer's Shoes, with a 6-stack Dark Seal
Yeah.
that's probably becoming a Magi.
Oh, probably.
And Oh,
nice
good, no cleanse.
hook there. Lotus on Jung. And even Loren is here. He's level 7. He's been farming up, but he is not tanky. Look at the damage he took, but they got the kill onto Caitlyn. Looking for another one. The Goldie is done, and it's a double kill of Phoenixy. But the raid boss is here. Mechanic 1v3. Waiting for another spear. With the death sentence connecting with the root as well. You have to fear this Nidalee at all points, though. And she wants this one so bad.
Yeah, you don't get to fight that Nidalee. The Talia wall was going to come through, but the Nico was there much faster. Talia also low HP, means not a real fight, not a real opportunity. Lotus is hitting hooks, man.
He is. Lotus is on point. Curtain call. All right, look. Pixie, I respect the attempt there. I know what you're going for, but there is no shot.
I just wanted to use it, I think, just to make sure it worked. Again, is a 3-in-1 Jhin and does have an item spike. So look at this timing. Great hook.
Really good.
Really nicely placed. And good confidence from them. Lauren gets to come into the play and actually look to be involved with his team. But I'm not even sure he got an assist because Jhin does so much damage.
He got 1 assist.
And again, think about why. Tragic Duke. Think about why they're taking that fight. It's just that they have item spikes. They're feeling stronger. They're starting to really run away with this bottom lane. But the Caitlyn has a static shiv.
Yep. Oh.
It's going to be a lot harder to play against now, and the bottom lane turret is gone.
That just doesn't feel right to see a static shiv on Caitlyn. Not going to lie.
There's a lot that doesn't feel right about seeing that static shiv item, but the world we live in, huh?
You mean the icon?
Yeah, it just doesn't sit right.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially when you look at a top lane champion, you see it. I am waiting, and I'm going to advocate for this, and I have actually for like 2 weeks now. No, Corki with it.
Oh,
Corki's Trinity Force static shiv abuser,
Oh,
no?
yeah, he is. That would be
no?
so good. Oh, man. I hate you for it, but
genuinely.
Genuinely, that is... People are going to realize that. You know, everyone always forgets about Corki.
Trinity Force is so strong. I'm surprised Corki hasn't switched to being meta, rushing Trinity
It's because people forget about him because they don't want to play him. Because they think he's boring. And then
picked in the LCK, I think.
And then once he comes back into the meta, he dominates the meta every time.
Corki is here, Corki is here.
Corki is here, but not having that here. Instead, Nico Talia. And the Nico might be only 1-0-1, but has gotten a lot of pressure on our Flower. And denying a Talia the ability to roam around the map actually is a big win here for Kazakhstan. But those hooks from Lotus, it was the root setup from Phoenixy to begin with, let's be honest. The flash hit from Lotus as well, but you're in a bad spot. You got to be careful because here comes Weok, even with the fear from Loren. Loren dies really quick to the Croc, and the Bash Brothers in the top lane rinse Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. They've got all the power, and guess who's here? It's Fake Lover. They've got the root. Where's the Pop Blossom? The knock-up, and a alley-oop scoop.
And 12 kills now for the side of Kazakhstan. Looking for Flower, perhaps. Weox flashes for the stun. Nidalee spear hits.
Wow, man. Those are hurting right there. And taking the turret in mid lane, that huge swing of gold for Kazakhstan. It was already bad before, Rusty.
Yeah.
Now, this is near insurmountable.
10 Dark Seal stacks as well from this Nidalee. Hinted at the Magi's before. It's certainly possible. Cleanse could have been used there immediately, but maybe did not know that Lotus was on the flank and wanted to hold that one. Wasn't certain they'd have lethal, and the reinforcements were there. Goldie ends up going down, even though the flash is really nice. That's just Loren who actually gets himself on the board. But what is the cost of this play for Kyrgyzstan that starts so well, becomes bigger than they'd planned for, and just like that, multiple kills, 4 people go. And a very easy fight for Kazakhstan in the end.
Granted, Lotus did finally miss a hook in that fight, but
it was flashed.
It was flashed, and it's one of those things that connects. Maybe Kyrgyzstan can throw something back at Kazakhstan, but it's one of those coulda, woulda, shoulda situations.
For me, we're at this point now where second item being completed. I want to make it very clear that what we just saw from him was a full Shadow Flame into sell into Magi's needlessly large rod answer. So he had
enough for the second item.
3.4k odds just sitting in that bank.
And he decided, Magi's.
Man after my own heart.
I'm with it.
Hell yeah.
You are 6-0. And it is 16.5 minutes into the game.
That's what I'm saying, man. And if you end up 8-0, you got bang.
Yeah, you're already full stack there.
Caitlyn also ends up being utility in this game. It's just chilling with the static shift, clearing waves with the team.
That's the whole point of that. Right now, Lotus looking for Weox.
Hard
doesn't
red.
sidestep. Push back, taking a lot of damage as well. Reversing back with the Gore Drinker. The Black Man and Pop Blossom. Triple knockup and Roop. They've got a double kill for the Crux as he continues to sink his teeth into Kyrgyzstan. Almost getting a quadra. Triple is going to have to do.
The spear comes through for the fourth, but a triple from Weox, and the reinforcements just arrive on time. Everything going the way of Kazakhstan here. Kyrgyzstan, again, a good attempt. They're still looking for these picks. They're trying to stay proactive, and you have to give them that credit for trying. But 17 minutes in the game, as Hecarim does not have an item yet.
Oh,
has
that
2
hurt.
out of the 3 components of a Trinity Force.
And I respect the Kyrgyzstan fans.
down.
I respect the Kyrgyzstan fans. They're the 20%.
Yeah.
They're going to win. But I hate to burst your bubble. There's a 7-0-6 in Italy with 16 stacks of Magi's.
And the whole team is 10,000 gold down total. Hard red, again, Lotus having the game of his absolute life. All of these hooks have been so good. The teleports come through, and unfortunately for the Gwen, teleporting straight into a Pop Blossom could not have had a more unfortunate timing.
Yep.
The Renekton gets the full healing off as well. Maximum Q hitting everyone. Gore Drinker hitting everyone.
That's looks familiar.
Triumph as well. Oh, was worried for that spear.
Third dragon of the game for Kazakhstan. Full control of this game. As you called out, Rusty, 10,000 gold at 18 minutes. Nearly a kill a minute for Kazakhstan as well.
And a very early Drake Soul that they're looking at, which is an Infernal Soul. And we are going to hit a point in this game. We are going to hit a point in this game when Nidalee throws a spear and someone pops.
Just one shot. One shot.
Just gone.
Completely.
He's a ward.
Like, I don't think Mechanic has actually backed in some time either. Probably has enough gold to get that Shadow Flame after that last fight in the bot lane and getting the dragon.
Honestly, yeah, probably does. Or at least it's close to. He's recalling now, so.
Let's see.
Shadow
Yep, there
Flame
it is. I figured.
Doesn't have control wards, though.
Don't need
Sad.
it. Don't need it. You are full build on. You're going like hard to the paint on this Nidalee.
Oh, the Dusk Blade second from the
Yeah,
Caitlyn
I saw that.
as well.
I saw that too. And to me, that still actually screams utility.
I mean, it kind of is, right? Like, your ultimate damage is the main purpose of a lethality build. Being untargetable is obviously going to be very nice for staying alive, but Lotus.
Oh, no, Lotus.
Bye-bye.
I will say, nice play there, but bye-bye. No escape there. Chased down by the legendary Mechanic.
Four. Flower
20.
needs to be so careful here. That went through the minions. This guy's a mid main.
Dude, yeah, he is. Okay, we know what's getting permanently banned against Kazakhstan.
Tell you
from
right
on.
now, this guy is a Nidalee
Yeah,
main.
he is. That is getting banned permanently from now on.
Yeah.
They don't. Now I get the level 2 cheese. Now I get, like, look how close he is on most of these hook, those shots
10,000 gold.
Like, he is nearly hitting all of them. Like, barely missing some of these, but a lot of them are
Oh my
blind.
god, dude, you've heard of the Flame Horizon. He's like the Gringotts Horizon here. This guy is the
mid lane.
bank.
Power, trying to unleash some power into the mid lane. But the moment you see that Mechanic is there, look at the damage onto Flower. Immediately pop, jump onto Power as well so they can take 2 kills.
Oh.
As we are could think of the turret for a long time. Lotus again with a nice hook, but what does it matter when your
dude,
team
you
is falling
speed.
apart and you die immediately? And yeah, you're talking about that. They were waiting to get on top of Phoenixy, but Phoenixy still alive. Has a little bit of wave clear, but if he makes one misstep, he's going to get popped by a headshot or an ace in the hole.
Desperate attempt at defense there from Kyrgyzstan. They're holding their base. They are holding their base. Nidalee had to back into the jungle because she was out of mana.
Is that 25 stacks now?
Yeah, has completed the Magi's. All of the pages in the book have got writing on them. That is a wizard cat.
We have the whole story written for us, and the story is don't give Mechanic Nidalee.
All we're waiting for is the wizard cat to have a hat, and then everyone gets one hit.
Where's the rat and the other cat? The cat
Man,
that
I
can go
just
on
want
the
a death cap.
death cap with a hat. There's the rat on the other side with the cat on its back.
Sometimes
Go
I rhyme and I
rat-a-tat-tat.
don't intend it. Magical.
You don't like what I was doing there?
I think it became Dr. Zeus.
It did. That's what I was going for. Yeah. Have you never done that with Twitch and Yumi? And you go for full AP with the hat?
The rat cat?
The rat with the hat and the cat on his back and going rat-a-tat-tat.
No, that's definitely too many things that rhyme. I don't talk that fast, man.
All right, well, I'll teach you. Don't worry. Because right now, Mechanic teaching us how to play Nidalee as they're on Baron. Doesn't even need to worry about any vision control. They've got a ward, aka Fake Lover.
They've got so many control wards. Here he comes.
The ward's moving!
Now a Nidalee in mid. I'm not sure you ever want to become the Nidalee. People are afraid of that.
Yeah, the ward is better.
Maybe become the Caitlyn.
Yeah, Caitlyn, maybe the Nautilus? Nautilus, fairly squishy.
They throw hooks
even
at the Nautilus. This is definitely one of those situations where you get hit by one spear, defense over. Hooks can hit. I'm not sure they'll be kills.
I'm waiting. Oh, that was so close to finishing.
Has a blue buff, so doesn't need to leave here.
No, just gonna.
Hey.
Ow! Power. I felt that one.
Hey.
Pop loss, flash in, 3-man knockup. This is just Kazakhstan playing with their food at the moment. They got a lot of damage on the other side. And guess who's here? A lot of low health members. And Renekton having a field day. You drag them in, Lotus. No, you don't want them a part of this fight because now you're in danger. It's a double kill for Weok as the rest of Kyrgyzstan, the only surviving member of Kyrgyzstan, power back at the fountain.
And it might start with Nico going down, but the damage was done. The ultimate had connected. The flank from Weox was a little bit too dangerous.
This is going to be the game. They're just going to end it. They got the
Certainly
supers there.
like
Power, you got some wave clear, but you don't have the pressure. Ooh. Even with a nice dodge there, you got to fight against Mechanic. Look at that. Just auto attack damage. That's all Nidalee wrote there. That is going to be game one. Kazakhstan taking over Kyrgyzstan.
Got to throw those spears out first, see if they can get inside the fountain. First death of the game for the Nidalee inside the fountain.
Is it really a death, too?
I was going to say, 9-0 and 7-0 is the score of the top end jungle duo, but they barely played for each other.
Yeah,
they didn't even play the Nidalee Renekton out as a Nidalee Renekton.
I think that's the thing that blows my mind, is you pick a Nidalee Renekton. We saw even the pathing there. You had Mechanic on the bot side. Is typical Nidalee. You're pathing towards top lane. Probably even buff, gank, right?
Yep.
No. Goes buff, invade immediately, solo kills Hecarim, then goes to the top side of the map, finds the Hecarim again, trying to get the Raptors, says, hey, Nico, come over here. Let's get another kill.
I think it's just the sign of a good team in the way that they adapted, right? They go for this, clearly level 2 invades are not the most standard thing you've ever seen, but this has existed. This has happened to all of us at least once in solo queue. It was a leash into an invade, and because that was successful, the adaptation was keep the Hecarim down now. And if that starts failing, we still have a Renekton Nidalee to gank for in top lane. They just didn't need to use that strategy. And I think it's just clear to me how strong those two in particular looked. Bot lane just was definitely suffering to how good the hooks from Lotus were.
Yeah, Lotus was on point with that Thresh.
It certainly was, and again, all of those hooks were helping so much, giving them like a tangible, I don't want to say win condition because that doesn't feel right in comparison, but like
a tangible
strength, the point of power.
Yeah, tangible way to play.
Yeah, I think to play for, definitely. And like kept them in the running, but it ran away from them.
Yeah, only for so long,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Nidalee came bottom and suddenly that was it. Like any chances you had, you just got 2 more.
Because they won the 2v2. They got 2 kills without dying at all. It's like, great. They did a great job. And then you realize, oh, there's a 4-0 Nidalee because she cheesed the level 2 play.
Yeah, they won the 2v2. Nidalee shows up, ruins that. They get a pick after as well with another sick hook. Nidalee shows up again. Right, it just keeps happening. There's a fight that happens in bottom lane. It's looking really good. A teleport from Nico comes in.
Diffie the Diffie.
It just continues to happen. And yeah, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, we're looking at just a highlight reel from our Audi Super A player. It would be an absolute shock if it was anyone else. But again, look at these hooks. They're so good.
They're so good.
They're forcing these fights. Hecarim finally gets involved in the game. And then the counterpunch comes in.
Yeah.
And then it's just devastating to deal with.
Yeah, you can't deal with it. It's you have to put so much focus just to try to get Hecarim back in the game, because Hecarim is also kind of a feast or famine when you think about it.
Yeah, he has to clear.
He has to clear early. It's not like he has to get kills. He has to clear. He needs to get to level 6, and the longer it takes him, the worse he's going to perform.
Yeah, he needs to clear. He needs to get ganks off. He needs something, right? He wants items.
He needs that first item, too.
So does Nidalee. They both are very reliant on the same thing, but one's invading the other. One has a red buff. Suddenly it's a lot easier to get that money yourself.
Yeah.
Quiet game as well, I would say, in general, from the top lane of Kyrgyzstan here as well. Didn't see too much from Paolo. Was just holding on his lane. I feel like for me, if you spot check that, knowing there's a Nidalee Renekton going even, absolute dub.
Yeah.
Just did his part, but this is that fight where everything just door swung open and shut completely for Kyrgyzstan.
It was already pretty much known quantity that this was going to be a Kazakhstan game. This was the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just continues. This is again.
This is just, you're so far ahead. Why not?
Nico Nozonias dies, gets CC locked, and you're thinking that's nice.
Yeah.
And then it's not, because here comes the giant crocodile.
With everyone down below 25% health, you're like, it is a field day for a crocodile.
Yeah, it's great until you can no longer go back to base and home guards to safety, and then the reinforcements come through. Suddenly Caitlyn's getting active and putting some damage out. Didn't need to until the very end.
Yep. That damage graph is exactly what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, 2,000 versus 21,000.
10 times. 10 times.
Quite a difference through that jungle position. 25-8 in kills as well in favor of Kazakhstan. And as far as debuts go in this league, I have a lot of hope for Kazakhstan right now.
Right.
And it's not just their jungler, it's the fact they played it out so well around their jungler with the decisions they were making, their objective control, their ability to just wrap it up when they had those leads.
It was very clean, and this is what I was talking about. When I look at, teams and regions, countries that we don't really know too well, I look for a player like Mechanic.
Yeah.
I think he did such a good job on that in Italy.
And without a doubt, your Audi Super A player for game number 1, Mechanic. He goes crazy. He does the unexpected, but then he does the expected really well. His Nidalee mechanics were super clean, and like we were saying during the game, Magical, I think it's very clear to me that we're not going to see that Nidalee again, based off the way that he played it in game number 1.
And that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering, when they ban that Nidalee, how does Kazakhstan look after that? Is it purely that Mechanic is that good on Nidalee?
Can't be a one-trick, right?
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
And so it's always one of those things we have to kind of ask ourselves, but we are going to toss it to a break so we can get ready for that second game. So we'll see you soon.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹E6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's loud, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bonds. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the truth and make a sound. Going forward together.
Welcome back. We're getting ready for our second game in this best of 3 between Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan looked good in that game 1.
They did. I mean, Kazakhstan wrapped that one up short of 23 minutes, I think, just barely. It was one of those really fast games of League of Legends where one team was clearly dominating the other. Started super early. We spoke about this in depth as well for the post game, but the jungle difference was obviously massive. And then beyond that, the rest of the team just team fought super well, right? Caitlyn, a little bit rough there for Caitlyn. Just got mind controlled by these hook champions. But otherwise, Kazakhstan looking like the far better team in game number 1. And so it is now Kyrgyzstan's turn to hit the drawing board and really reassess. And I think I would start with a Nidalee ban, number 1, before anything else.
Yes, and the thing is, we kind of were commenting on that as well during draft, how normal a lot of these bans were. It felt like back to form for the meta that we've been seeing all across the world, where West Asia really had their own defined meta. They played their own things, they did their own style, but now we're going back to what we're all used to all across the world. But that being said, that Nidalee you were talking about, you have a Cassante, Zeri, Viego ban. Which one do you take out and slot in the Nidalee and are then obviously going to lose to the other side?
I mean, if they're staying red side, Viego has to go.
Yeah.
But is the Viego a targeted ban?
Right.
And he's picked Nidalee
but
as his
also
second
Viego is really
champion?
good right now too. So just so everyone knows, though, there was something that happened on the side stage during the first game of League of Legends during India and Sri Lanka. The substitute player, Booyah, entered the competition area without authorization, so he was issued a warning.
Yeah. Obviously makes sense, just going to be the warning issued. Of course, they move on with their best of 3 behind the scenes as well. India is currently 1-0 up against Sri Lanka.
And that was a fast game as well.
Yes. I mean, if we got the message pretty much as this one ended, so it must have been a very quick game.
They started at the exact same time, too. So got 2 quick games under our belt already. Both teams 1-0, the ones that we kind of expected as well. Because I got to talk to Team India behind the stage. They were confident as well. They said, they weren't too sure about Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, but they did know a couple of the players on Kazakhstan. They're like, those players are good.
Yeah.
So they didn't specify exactly which players they were, but I have a feeling we kind of know now.
I think we know now. Mid and top, very clearly big strengths for them so far. Of course, maybe we get an opportunity to see more from them in this second game. Who actually knows? Game number 2 draft on your screens right now. Kyrgyzstan 0 to Kazakhstan's 1. So far, the bans remain the same. Looking for those adaptations now, however.
The side swap, everything remaining the same between the 2 squads. I wonder, is that going to be just a Syndra Slam right there from Kazakhstan? Take that away from our Flower? No, Milio.
Milio ban still very solid.
I mean, it's the same. They banned that last time too. Syndra could easily go in the last one.
There it is.
Yep.
Had to be after that last game. So Cassante, Zeri, Nidalee are going to be the ban. Syndra, there you go. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Why would they reinvent anything when they were such handled? Wow, I can't use that word.
It's okay, but
they won so handedly is what I'm trying to say. And I just forgot how to speak.
Kyrgyzstan, you pick the Nico. That is open for yourselves. You can take that first rotation for our Flower. Very dominant in the meta currently. Or do you go for more of that comfort? You try to grab Lotus that Thresh again, since he was very good on the hook champion.
Well, that's not Nico.
Okay, no, actually, I was a little confused, but I will say, if you look across the world, Miss Fortune actually has been rising a lot in priority, and you know why.
Yep.
Static shift.
Yep.
Static shift.
The most obvious reasons ever, but keep in mind that the reason that I don't like MF, as much as I do something like a Nico first, is that there's still 3 good AD carries on. Yeah, MF rises in popularity. You've still got the Caitlyn we're seeing relentlessly from Jung KZ here, but also the Aphelios, also the Jinx. Zeri and Ezreal being removed doesn't ruin everything, but they've gone back to, and I do think this is very much akin to their game number 1 draft. They've just gone for standard for them. Right, they're picking for themselves. MF, Nautilus, dangerous duo. Super good opportunity for some big bullet times. Lissandra coming into the fights as well. Can stop Nico engages, but now they've got to deal with the Caitlyn Braum.
I love that
spicy bot lane.
That's just such a good Braum. Early Miss Fortune. That's why I'm not a big fan of the Miss Fortune. Like you said, there's also a lot of very meta marksmen that are still available. But the Braum is the simplest pick. You see that on the other side, you're like, oh, yeah, bullet time, who cares?
However, from Southeast Asia and from East Asia, we saw that Nautilus now get flexed and a Janna picked.
Very true.
Right, and it becomes a different story in that bot lane 2v2.
But then again, I kind of like Lotus on those hook champions. That Thresh play
I agree.
Very clean. There's almost one of those arguments. Do you want to flex the Nautilus out of the lane? Yes, it is better for your composition if you do it and grab that Janna for exactly the reason you're talking about, Rusty. But then again, that means that Lotus no longer has that hook champion that he was so good on. Even if it's a different champion, same idea.
We've seen an absurd amount of Malphite bans in this tournament. I believe we've only seen it pick a singular time, and that was off stream on the side stage. Cho'Gath going to follow through here as well. We have seen a couple of Cho'Gaths, mostly with Sennas in bot lane.
Yeah.
Very targeted bans here away from power. Wukong being taken away, Nidalee gone.
Renekton gone.
Full respect given to Weox and mechanics. But still so many standard junglers are still going to be there. The Viego.
I'm thinking the Viego is what you slam right here.
Braum Viego works really nicely
so
together.
Nice. So I would expect that Viego. I mean, it's great into your opponents as well.
Could also just like Sejuani Jax, right? Like mix things
good.
up, still viable.
Hey.
Hey, I like that. Hey, I like that.
I mean, like you said before, we're actually able to predict what's going on in this.
Right.
Very different. And the Ornn on the other side, don't hate it, don't like it into Jax is not the best. But if you want to really build yourselves around a team fight, your team fight capabilities, the Ornn is going to help out a lot to make space for this misfortune.
Yeah, it almost kind of makes you want to keep the Nautilus support too here and then have some kind of threat in the jungle. In terms of options, again, Viego's still there for both teams.
Right.
Limited choices, it does feel like. And okay, so I'm not opposed to this Nocturne pick. It is
the more I think about the Nocturne, especially into the comp on the other side, your main target is getting on Jung and KZ.
The thing that I'm not a fan of with this Nocturne pick is how good they are going to be at kiting.
Yeah.
Bar the top lane, is Kindred actually going to be the final champion here? So another ranged auto attacker to go with Braum. And the composition does heavily revolve around Braum and Nico. Still got crowd control. They've still somewhat got a front line there between them. Kindred's Lamb's Respite obviously can be so invaluable against the Nautilus, the Misfortune, the Lissandra, the Nocturne.
With a Braum on top of it too.
All of these champions that are designed to effectively one-punch team fight now has a Kindred ultimate that they have to actually push through as well. Could be a genuinely clutch pick in this game.
See Kazakhstan calm. They're ready. They're confident. You heard them before in the interview. They expect to get the first seed in this one. That they think that they're the best team in the Central Asian and South Asian region. And after that game one, they are definitely making an argument for that. Of course, they will have to face off against Team India, and I think that's going to be their big competition.
Yeah, they're making a very strong case for being the best team. India, if they continue and find their 2-0 on the side stage, well, then the stage will be set for a very epic battle between Kazakhstan and India. But we are in this game 2 draft. It is completed. Lissandra and Ornn and Nautilus going to be a lot of utility for the Nocturne and the Misfortune to get some team fight DPS out. You look at that bullet time and say that's going to be your signature ability if you're looking to win these team fights, and you are looking primarily at a front to back. However, you can flip that script with a Lissandra and a Nocturne diving constantly and locking you down. But Kazakhstan are so good at dissuading those dives. The Braum, the Nico, you don't want to go through them. Jax going into Jax can be devastating, and a Kindred ultimate there to stop you as well. So one team going forwards, one team a little bit more flexible, but still what I am expecting is a lot of action around objectives.
That's at least what we're expecting, and we expected something different last game with more picks and trying to play around the top lane. But then Mechanic just went for an early invade to put down Loren, and similar to in the last game, Loren on a champion that needs to farm, that has to get to level 6 to really feel that power. So we'll see how they're going to navigate this early game. I want to see, especially from Loren, after what happened last time, if you play a little bit more fast and loose, maybe try to get that vision early on Mechanic so he can't even look for that potential play, maybe even the Kindred buff gank.
Yeah, you said the words there. Vision is the solution. If you ever want to not be invaded at level 2, you need to have wards set.
Or invade yourself.
Kazakhstan with a super early ward usually is an indicator of a flip to a sweeper, but not going to happen in this one.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I would have expected an early recall in order to get that.
Just unreasonably early, the ward gets placed. It looks like there's going to be no invades. You don't expect a Kindred to level 2 go at you, especially not as a Nocturne who can quite safely farm. Again, expect the unexpected.
Well, it's not even that. It's the Braum with Kindred and Caitlyn. That's actually really good invade
Braum
tools
can
right
late
there.
invade very well,
That's why I look at that. I'm like, yeah, the Kindred itself, but doesn't want to. But with a Braum on your team, that completely shifts the narrative. But it does seem that Kazakhstan not going to opt for that instead. Getting to lane early, even having Mechanic solo out a camp.
Does usually mean the smite will be used on that red buff. Weox just looking to zone away before the minions get involved here. Reduces the DPS that he will take as well in this trade. And just keeping him busy, keeping him at bay. I think he actually missed experience.
He missed 3 minions right there. Just looking for this play, getting a flash out of power.
So the thing that is really important there is that Weox is about to tick 2 off 1 more creep, I believe. Power should be an extra 1 behind.
Let's see, I think he missed 1. Oh, he got it. Okay, cool. So yeah, he could just dash in like this, get the stun, no flash from Power. Means that he was in a world of hurt. Now he's going to have to force a recall early into
He's
the
popped
lane.
his potion. He has to stay. I don't think you dive because it ends up becoming a 1-for-1 at best.
At this stage in the game, unless, of course, you call for an early dive for Mechanic.
And Mechanic is not looking for that one. So it doesn't seem like that's where they're really hunting. Just playing their lane out super aggressively as Weox abusing the fact that he is the Jax.
Oh, Lauren, look at Lauren right now. The pathing right now.
Oh, they spot each other.
It's not even that. It's just, to me, that is the mind games of last game, right? Lauren's like, all right, I got invaded early. I'm expecting Mechanic to do that, and that's exactly what he is doing.
So keep in mind, though, that the top difference in terms of priority and ability to move belongs right now to Kazakhstan. Might try and steal this one. Doesn't get it.
No, it doesn't get vision.
Are they looking for combat?
Yeah, they are. Getting the damage onto Weox with the fear as well. Knock up with the double stun from Counter-Strike. Flash away from Weox back into the brush. Getting kited. The flash in. There's going to be first blood for Mechanic. No! Somehow Weox survives.
Fake Lover looking as well.
And they've got the slow. That's the Tangle Brawlers. And they got the double kill for Mechanic.
Oh, and it just goes from bad to worse. You could see what they were thinking, right? Kyrgyzstan, the cogs were turning, but their execution was severely lacking. Yoshi's back one more time. Loren looks forward. Power. They choose their target. Walks back into the stun.
Ah, that's the problem.
Gets himself stunned. Weox then flashes away and gets the Q reset with the Triumph proc that keeps him alive from that first kill. Fake Lover then finally gets here. And Flower was here first, but he was never going to be able to get the kills because they'd already kited upwards.
Oh, no. Oh, you hate to see that one.
I mean, you look back and suddenly he's gone.
Well, because you can tell that Fake Lover and our Flower, they had a little bit of a skirmish. No mana, flash burned as well from Fake Lover. Looked for that play.
Bottom.
Flower thought he was safe.
There's no way.
By the way, that was also a mark for Kindred. So she was able to get the mark mid lane.
How many marks does he have? It'd be 3 almost.
No, it should be 2.
First one was the jungler, right?
First was jungler, second was mid. Hasn't gotten the scuttle crap.
He didn't get the scuttle.
So it should be 2.
Did he not get the scuttle?
Look, minimap.
Is that not the second spawn?
No, that's the first. Because look top. Neither team took it yet. This is first spawn.
I see. Oh, because it was potentially the top one and switched to the bottom one.
Yes.
Either way,
it's
only 2.
Yep.
Oh, crazy.
Man, Lotus is good with these hooks, man. This bot lane for Kyrgyzstan, if they're going to have any power, it is going to be through Phenixi and through Lotus.
Goldie putting in work, trying to make sure that the trade is equalized. They also have a jungler in their pockets.
And that's always the problem. This Kyrgyzstan bot lane, Phenixi and Lotus, winning out in the 2v2. But then Mechanic shows up and completely ruins that.
Goldie cops it. The bait is still on. Braum hits a Q, they can kill. If Braum misses the Q, they cannot.
Canceled the recall.
How about a face check instead?
Yeah, don't realize Mechanic spent so much time for this play. The flash Spider-Man out, not enough stopping the rampage of Mechanic. Looks like doesn't matter if it's Nidalee or not, still going to get fed early.
Phenixi, of course, still having the cleanse, still having the flash means they're not going to be able to look for him. He's just going to waddle away. ADC stays alive. Still positive plays from Lotus. You can't fault the fact that he's hitting his abilities. You just constantly, you see mechanics there whenever you try and make the play happen. It's so annoying in mid.
That's a nice interrupt there. The claw not going to save Flower. And Flower, props to him, holds on to the frozen tomb that entire time. Didn't feel the kill threat was there for Fake Lover.
Could have potentially used his ultimate to stop the full DPS combo. It does mean he's going to have to base. They'll get confirmation of that as well with Nico using a W.
Well, that's going to be a big loss too. That was
exactly
quite a number of minions lost there in mid. That was experience lost, gold lost. You can see that lead is starting to balloon for Fake Lovers.
Look up in top lane. It's going to be a little trade with the Counter-Strike, going to stop that one from being an auto attack. Very well done, honestly, from Weox. I'm starting to note that he is definitely on par, I would say, with mechanics.
Yeah.
Overall, this is the 2 stars of the show for them right now.
Agreed. I mean, hard to argue with the one superstar, right? The Audi Super 8 player from last game, Mechanic. He's already 4-0 on a different style of champion. 4 stacks now. Has gotten that 4th stack, and we are only 7 minutes into the game.
Loren watching his red buff be attacked.
He can't do anything. He's level 4 again. It's deja vu.
4 stacks on the Kindred 7 minutes in. What do you do? What do you do?
When you nod your head yes, but you want to say no?
Lost the cannon.
And now Loren. He's losing his
we're back to game 1 all over again.
It's all over again.
It's so bad.
You feel so bad for Loren because, again, it's a similar style to the Hecarim, right? He needs to farm. He needs to get these.
3-manning the Kindred mark at the Krugs.
They're just saying, no, not another one.
Here comes Kindred.
But Kindred is already ready for this one and got assistance from the Goldie. Instead, looking for this bot lane play underneath the turret. They've got concussive blows on a Lotus, and he is stunned up, taking so much damage, and the kill credit goes to Jung KZ, and they got a double for him as well, with the Lancer's Bite to keep him alive. Mechanic, nicely done there with Lancer's Bite.
Is going to lose out on the mark.
Is he, though?
No, actually, you know what? I'm going to still say yes. Has no health, so I don't think he'll go for it.
It's not that. I just don't think that Loren's going to go for it.
The fight takes place bottom, and quite simply, as we were saying through the draft, the Braum makes the Kindred so much more dangerous. The Braum makes the Caitlyn so much more dangerous. The timing here, you don't get to see it, the timing there was exceptional. And Mechanics is actually putting on a clinic. Truly, truly keeping Kyrgyzstan down as a one-man army.
You feel for Kyrgyzstan as well. Especially the spot lane. It's not like Phoenixy and Lotus have been playing bad in the spot lane. They're doing a lot to kind of gain these advantages initially. But now, after just a couple of visits from Mechanic in the bot lane, 4-0-2 on Kindred. And look at Jung KZ. That is Static Shiv already completed. So that is a big power spike for the more utility style that we see from the Caitlyn to really try to set up as Pickett of helping out set up. Top lane, Mechanic getting the flash away from Power. They can dive that one easily, and Wolf takes a bite out of the ram.
And just chunks Power out of existence. 7-0 is the kill scoreline now, 9 minutes in, and Magical. We are looking at a very fast and furious best of 3 between these squads.
Mechanic has 100% kill participation with 7 kills in the game at just shy of 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's absurd. It genuinely is absurd how much he is running Summoner's Rift. Look at top lane. Power uses the R2 to actually very cleverly cover distance away instead of using the Horn to knock anyone up, as the positioning there was rough. But
well,
still,
what do you do against a Jax and a Kindred that are both kind of fed?
Lay down, try not to cry a lot.
Yeah, that summed up aptly. As we look to other places for Kyrgyzstan.
Ship is done.
Yeah. The utility out of Jung KZ now. I mean, really, they're just setting up Mechanic. Let's be real. That's why they're picking this Caitlyn. They're really abusing the factor of Static Shiv, the utility it can provide as well.
It's a crit Kindred here as well. It's not going to be the Trinity Force Kindred.
It is purely setting up this Kindred. The Kindred is the marksman, not Caitlyn.
Yeah, it is a utility ADC and a hyper carry jungler. They're running around Summoner's Rift. Nico as well, still going to be utility, is still 30 CS ahead of his lane opponent. Top is ahead, bottom is 20 CS ahead, and 2-0-1. Turrets, you would expect, will start to drop real soon.
The more important thing is the massive canyon between the two junglers. Double the CS for Mechanic over Lorena right now. 2 levels up on him as well as...
Oh, you don't want that smoke.
Yeah. We actually did have a little bit of a bad skirmish there against Power.
My man's just dashed in though.
Yeah.
Dangerous game he's playing. Meanwhile,
Yes, who's bot lane again?
Nocturne has ult, but is this what you actually want? Nautilus ult and then watch the Kindred counter.
It is such a bait here. No, you fell for it. You thought you had it, and it's interrupted too. They didn't even get the bullet time full damage, and look at the stacks. That's another one for Nixie with no escape. It's a kill apiece for everyone in bot lane of Kazakhstan.
They just hard read the situation, and suddenly it is a 3-for-0 trade. The Kindred ultimate genuinely was not even needed because the flash was used by the Caitlyn to stay alive. Dash it forwards. They don't look for 1 kill, they look for 3, and it is 3 that they will find.
And everyone gets to share.
Very true. Even Braum gets to take part in the kill feed. Drake going to be up as well in 1 second. Very objective. Look at the wards around that Drake also. Nothing belonging to the side of Kyrgyzstan.
Kazakhstan are putting on a better game this time around than even last game. They're deathless at the moment.
Dude,
that turret has fallen. It is 12 minutes in, and they're at a 10k gold lead.
Last game it was 17 minutes when they crested over to that.
12 minutes.
Unreasonable.
Impossible.
Actually unfair.
It's hacks. It's the hacks that you had back in the day when you were playing, like, I don't know if you ever played Animal Crossing, but when I was a kid, I memorized the cheat for like the 30,000 bells. So I just constantly put that in because I wanted to get every cool item in the game. That's what it kind of feels like right now for Mechanic here. He just got all the cheat codes. He has more than double the gold of Loren at this moment.
Look, I didn't do that with Animal Crossing. I did do that with Age of Empires. But
so you understand.
Right in top.
Ryox going to be knocked up. Has to be careful. Has the counter strike. Gets the stun as well. And Loren, you're way too far behind to go for this 2v1 because you can tell that Weox, he's ready for the smoke. He's got the damage. No, he's not going to jump just yet. He's afraid of Powa. Waiting at the moment. As Powa does at least thwart the Jax from taking down the Shadow, but all this time spent by Loren and gaining nothing in the top lane. Guess what happens in mid?
Herald gets summoned. Herald charge will complete. Jung KZ comes back mid as well. Meanwhile, Lotus has to run away. Braum not quite able to apply the stun passive there. Could have even been a kill. We are working towards our second item on this Kindred, and we are being taken on a roller coaster of itemization.
That's mid lane. Looks like the first kill. Kyrgyzstan going to pick up one. They are on the board.
The type of shutdown you really don't want to give away for no reason. Mechanics still hunting. That hook was close to coming out, but I think Liss without ultimate means not going to be going forwards.
I think Mechanics is at 8 stacks now.
Is he going to Vine Sundera?
Yes.
After a Kraken Slayer?
Interesting. Oh, get another stack here in the jungle. Oh, not another stack. It was on Lissandra, but still another kill. 7 of the game. You can go what you damn want. I don't care. You're at Kindred at this point. You want to go? You want to go Night Harvester? Be my guest.
It is Kazakhstan's world. We are just living in it. The world is their oyster.
Speaking of that, bot lane, the Nixie realizing, oh no, I'm in trouble. What can you do? What can you do there?
Resigned to his own fate. His own fate was death. In a turret to fall bottom lane as well. Jax still just holding on in that top lane, not actually breaking the structure himself. Eventually, Kazakhstan will go mid, and then the turret will go, and then all semblance of control in this map, the wheels will just fall off for Kyrgyzstan.
As right now, Flower, he's dead.
Doesn't have ult.
He's dead, Jim.
Simply gone. Ghostblade rush from this MF.
And with Serrated Dirk in the inventory as well, every time one of those Piltover Peacemakers lands,
yes,
that's a lot of damage.
Certainly is, and that's a lot of dead turret. 12k up, 15 minutes.
Okay, so no, it is the Trinity Force for Kindred.
Okay.
I was a little worried for a second.
Yeah, it's just a random health crystal, right?
Yeah, that's it kind of throws us off there, because it's like, yeah, you get the sheen we're expecting Trinity Force, because this is why, because you just kill Loren, the full health, just instant death, and gets another one underneath the turret. There's literally no way to stop Mechanic.
That's not fair, man.
I'm telling you, it's cheat codes.
Oh, he's still going.
He wants more?
Oh, you know he's found another one.
7 stacks
Where
in this
are you
game.
going?
He's just waiting. That's what he wants is Flower and stopping the bullet time as well. Getting all that damage with the Glacial Prison, doing nothing to stop them at all because Flower doesn't even want to use it. He's too afraid to enter into the radius of Kindred.
Meanwhile, trying to win the game. Caitlyn is going to push these structures down.
Caitlyn
Eventually,
and Nico, both of them are just in these lanes.
Eventually, Mechanics will get there and actually assist, and suddenly a turret falls. But watch this fight again. And is it really a fight, or is it just Mechanics in a training mode trying to min-max his mechanics? Because those 2 kills were just like butter as he melts through them. Finds the Nautilus. Decides he doesn't want the Nautilus because he finds a Misfortune.
Much better.
And I have to flash at that one. Easy kills. The crits, the Trinity Force procs. 4th kill to follow. Meanwhile, Nico pushing. Meanwhile, Caitlyn pushing.
Because they know that this Kindred is 11-0 at 17 minutes.
Has been in 16 of the 17 kills.
The only one was that one kill that Jung KZ got in the mid lane by himself.
Yeah.
He was 100% kill participation up until that moment. And probably going to be more.
Hello.
Actually, not going to be involved in this one. This is just going to be Weox and the Goldie.
Run
oh, never
power.
mind. Oh, no. Mechanics is here, and he bites again. Another kill picked up by Kazakhstan. And minions pouring in already, knocking at the door of Kyrgyzstan.
Herald to be summoned. Wave can be cleared, but the Herald would counteract that if they really wanted to. They don't even have to. Inhibitor's going to fall here.
I didn't even realize they still have the Rift Herald. That is how far ahead they are at the moment.
You just place that Rift Herald top now, right?
Yeah.
They've got another mark to go back to
You
with
can
the
put it
Wolf
behind if you
count.
want.
It's just going to summon to end.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can put it anywhere you want because they're just going to pick up these kills before Nautilus can do anything.
No chance to even get the ultimate off. Shelly's up. She's ready for a charge. Nico's a minion.
Nice triple knock up, and the damage just rips apart Kyrgyzstan. As Pawa now in the middle of a fight that he does not want to flash away from Weox. He'll survive. The Ram God will be the next casualty, easily killed off by Kindred. And it is a nice dancing Shelly to end game 2 and the 2-0 for Kazakhstan.
Shelly dances 18 minutes on the clock. Kazakhstan will find their victory. 18 minutes in the game, they'll find a 2-0. And to say that they're one of the favorites in this group may just be an understatement with how good they looked in this game. And, you know, game number 1, it was the mechanics show, the player mechanics. In game number 2, it was the mechanics show from everyone, but also their jungler mechanics was incredibly fed and got it done on Kindred so successfully.
Mechanics was pretty good.
Yeah.
Mechanical.
They certainly were the better team in this series, and I think Kazakhstan, they said it before this series. They said they were confident in taking on their opponents.
Now I see why.
Now we know exactly why.
And like I said, and I'll keep talking about this with regions that we just don't have the most information of when we go into this, right? Is I love seeing players like Mechanic, like Weox, where we're not really sure what to expect from them. And then they come out and they're like, no, we're really good.
Yeah.
We're really, really good.
And there was a clear difference,
Yeah.
right? It was, they are good. Their opponents could not keep up. Kyrgyzstan could not, they simply could not keep up. The Jungle Cheese, Loren had the worst day on Summoner's Rift. That
2
was
games in a
so
row.
rough.
2 games in a row. He was invaded at level 2 and then 3.
He has to play another series after this as well, and it might be refreshing for him. He comes
Yeah.
back and is just like, there's no more mechanics. Like,
I don't have to deal. I don't have to
I'm
deal with the
free.
Nidalee. I don't have to deal with the Kindred Cheese. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll see. We don't know what to expect from Sri Lanka.
We don't know, yeah. We don't know the results of their match just yet either. Of course, we'll find out soon. But with that in mind, Kyrgyzstan could not hold up even remotely close to the strength of Kazakhstan. They just looked like the better team from all across all 5 lanes. The only argument was support still solid from the Kyrgyzstan side.
Yeah.
The hook's still connecting. The Thresh was sick. The Nautilus was still fine. It's just,
And this
you know,
is kind of what kicked off the whole circumstance here, where Mechanic just got so far ahead that it didn't matter.
just trying to use a bucket to push all of the water out of a sinking ship. Not a hole in the ship, it was sinking. And that was the reality that they had to accept. This is exactly like you were saying. This is where it starts. And I think, again, in ideas, they knew full well that this Kindred was going to invade. They knew full well that Mechanics was looking for these early skirmishes. Like, it just goes to show that even if they're aware of it, they can't stop it because mechanically they could not keep up.
Well, and that's the whole thing, like talking about Weox as well in the top lane, right? You can't really stop the Kindred from invading because Jax is with him. There's no way you can really stop them from going for that invade because you're already worried that your Ornn cannot leave this lane unless you want to lose an entire massive stacked wave.
And if you blind pick the Jax, you better be able to play around it, right?
Yeah,
and
they
it's very
did.
clear that he got a matchup he knew and understood the limits of, mechanically played it out right, decision-making was sound from them, and they did support their jungler as the minion, Nico, gets the 3-man ultimate at an 18-minute point in this game to solidify a pretty free victory, to be honest. Kindred ult just to delay the inevitable here. Now, let's be honest.
I mean, let's be honest, the best thing about that game, too, was the dancing Shelly at the end. We don't often get to see that, but besides that, this Kindred, that damage, expected again.
100%. Kazakhstan, incredible debut in this tournament. I think should be very proud of how they did. I think the fact that they started strong, they kept going stronger and stronger throughout the best of 3 as well. They do not look like they are slowing down. They do not look like they're stopping. Loren was stopped from go to woe. He had a very bad day. It was 3,000 damage in the last one, 1.5 in this one. Has been kept at bay.
Faster game too. And normally I kind of joke, I'm like, oh, this one play did all the damage the other play did. But when you add it up, it's like, nah, they didn't really. This game, Mechanic definitely did more damage than all the members combined from Kyrgyzstan. And no surprise.
Yeah.
Not one surprise.
12-0-7, fantastic scoreline for him. Just solid 2 games, 2 Audi Super A players.
Your jungler did 40% of the damage.
Yeah, look at the gold difference at the end.
Wow.
Gold difference.
That's gold difference.
That's 2 whole items.
At 18 minutes.
Yeah.
It's not like that was a 40-minute banger, right? Where it's like, okay, the gold doesn't matter. Who cares? That was 18 minutes.
Yeah, at 18 minutes, he had effectively 2 more items than his direct opponent in the Nocturne. One-sided doesn't actually summarize this series. One-sided does not do justice to how one-sided it actually was.
No, but I do hear that we are ready for an interview with Kazakhstan on the stage. So, Wendy, take us away.
Thank you so much, guys. Mechanic, congratulations and you got 2 MVPs and our Audi Super player today. You hard carried the game. You're the super carry. So how does this feel?
That felt very good. I enjoyed these 2 games.
Yeah, enjoy the game, enjoy playing on stage, and also you play Nidalee as well as the Kindred for today's best of 3, and it definitely you performed so good. So when getting this kind of the hard carry champs, what's your focus in the early game in order to help the whole team to open the situation to snowboard?
My focus on the early game was to take a big hit on the enemy jungler, so my teams will feel much easier to play against their opponents, so they will be comfortable.
Yeah, very helpful from you. And also, it feels like for these 2 games, you guys always have this marksman pick, Caitlyn. Definitely, she's not a very hot pick recently in this meta, but why did you guys would like to just pick her for today's game?
I think it is because Static Shift is a really balanced item. So we thought about other ADCs and think that Caitlyn is suits better for this item to abuse.
Yeah, definitely a very smart choice. And also in the pre-match interview, you have mentioned you guys are very confident getting into this all the wins. So after today's game, what's your expectation? What's your thoughts towards the following matchups?
I think next matches will be relatively easy. But I know for sure that the Indian team can show something good from my previous experience in AESF E-Masters in 2020. They played really good. So I expect a good game for them.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to that. And congratulations again. Best of luck for the upcoming matchups as well. And back to you guys.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
My name is Akshat Chenoy and I'm the team captain for Team India. I'm known as Katrina Bot or Kai, but I think people know me more like Katrina Bot. And I play mid lane for the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Kubat. I'm from Kyrgyzstan. My position is top laner and my nickname is Pawa.
Hi, I'm Kasunitanage from Team Sri Lanka. I play mid lane. My nickname is Kasa.
My name is Chingiz Abishev. I represent Kazakhstan. My main role is jungle and my nickname is Mechanic Sage.
So esports has gotten a lot of meaning for me recently. Before we used to only play together as a team, have fun in tournaments. But now, we're representing our country. So it's actually a huge deal to, represent the country. And it's an honor.
The most unforgettable thing that happened to me is that I changed my role, my position from ADC to top lane, because I think, by my opinion, top lane is the hardest, the most difficult role in the game. So that's why I just want to challenge myself.
So this is our first time in this tournament as our team, Team Sri Lanka. So we are very happy to participate and we are very lucky to get invited to this tournament, and we just want to win it all.
I did some scouting before this event, so I wasn't impressed about the level of play of our enemies, and I can confidentially say that our team is going to be first in this round. RDAG, мы идем.
RDAG, мы идем за вами.
Hello, and welcome back to RDAG 2022. I'm Magical, joined in by Rusty for our final best of 3 for day 7. And with only one more day tomorrow, we're getting close to the end of the Road to Asian Games.
We are getting very close to the end of it. One day left, like you said. We just got through a best of 3 that was extremely one-sided between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. And to say the least, Kazakhstan looking like one of the top 2 teams. We haven't seen India yet, but we will be seeing a team that just played on the side stage in our coming best of 3 here, Magic.
And they played up against Team India. So Team Sri Lanka, unfortunately, they lost 0-2. And it was actually quite a handed affair as well for Team India, which makes that Team India, Team Kazakhstan matchup really exciting to look at, because honestly, that will decide who is going to get their first seed for the Central Asia and South Asian region.
Yeah, it also makes this best of 3 a giant question mark, right? Because we're looking at improvement, we're looking at adaptation.
Right.
There hasn't been a lot of time for Sri Lanka or for Kyrgyzstan to hit the drawing board, right? Don't have long backstage, 30 minutes between those games to try and come up with something. We know that Kyrgyzstan lost in a pretty devastating way. We know that Sri Lanka lost in almost the same amount of time.
Yep.
So
very similar.
What are they going to learn between those sets? We only realistically know the draft that we saw from them. And
draft
the roster,
and the players. We know the players
and the
here.
players.
We've already talked about Team Kyrgyzstan a little bit before. And I really do want to see what changes here for Loren, because he was, let's be honest, hard camped in that jungle. He did not get to play 2 games of League of Legends. It was pretty much just sitting there vibing to some lo-fi, because what else can you do?
Yeah, beats to lose to, unfortunately for him. But of course, you can see Sri Lanka for the first time on your screens now. Hydra, the Shy Boy, Casa, Love to, and Nishastic.
I love that name.
I needed to really emphasize it the first time I said it, because there's no T. It is Nishastic.
Well, I love it too, because his name is Nisha.
Yeah.
So Nishastic. It sounds so cool, and I love that he incorporated his name into it.
The pun goes crazy there. And again, it is the first time we get to see this squad debut. In terms of things that they've been playing on the side stage when they played against India, a lot of preference, it feels like, to some very different picks in a couple of ways, but generally speaking, close to the meta. Not close to this tournament's meta, it's close to meta. This tournament has had some very different metas.
Especially West Asia. Though, we both said we felt like there was a breath of life into this group for Central Asia and South Asia. Like you said, far more meta than we've actually seen for the past couple of days. With a new group here, our last region we'll cover for the Road to Asian Games.
Most definitely, of course, you can see the players now sitting down, ready for those games. We'll look and see if this is going to be another standard meta game, because perhaps it was India and Kazakhstan that forced that build, perhaps because they were just such class. They kind of drew their opponents into that style, and we also know, as we get closer to the draft, that there is still some very pocket-pick bans that we have been seeing, so it may not be meta in every single way. The one champion whose name I will float before the draft phase is Malzahar.
Yep.
Which is not very
And the reason why you float that is because when we look at the side stage, when Team Sri Lanka was playing up against Team India banned that a lot. They banned it both games. And having talked to some of the Indian players beforehand, I actually got to know that they know the Sri Lankan team very well. They played them many times on solo queue as well in local tournaments. So when I asked them what their thoughts of Sri Lanka are, they're like, we're better than them. We're much, much better than them. We expect to beat them. And you know what? They did. They won 2-0 pretty handedly.
They sure did. What that does mean, though, which I am a fan of hearing, is both India and Sri Lanka compete as teams in their local competitions, right? So they do compete and play against one another. They are familiar with one another. And while that may have been an advantage for India, it also just means they are simply playing as a team. And so they have that information. And so this does mean that, unlike some other teams that have joined this tournament, right? Some countries, some regions came in with a fresh super squad, fresh blind players, brand new together as a team.
And I'll be honest, I can't say exactly if that means that this whole squad was one unit or if they've just played these players on different
teams.
Be a
core.
It could be a core. Exactly. So I'm not exactly sure how many of these players have played together previously, but the fact that they all know each other pretty well is a good sign, especially when we look at the draft in this first game with Sri Lanka on the blue side. They take away Melio. And again, we talk about the draft. Feels very meta already, seeing some bans that we really were missing and lacking in West Asia.
Melio Ezreal as well, another ban to follow, something that we did in fact see in our last best of 3
And it makes sense too because of the static shiv, how that's now dominating the meta. A lot of people have even been using that on Ezreal because you can proc it so easily. So it's just one of those things that before, you know, if we had started the tournament and seeing Ezreal bans, we'd be like, oh, what's going on? But now that we're kind of used to the static shiv abuse that we've been seeing from a lot of champions, it doesn't really surprise us too much. The Malphite, though, this early does.
We haven't had a lot of chance, Magical, to look at other regions, look at other, like, you know, the top 5 regions of the world and the meta and the things that they've been playing too much recently because we've been nose to the grindstone on the RDAG tournament. But Malphite feels like something that is really high priority with this entire tournament. And so
Same
is
with
this
Kindred.
first pick.
Yeah, Kindred is something that we were commenting on before as well. And we've been seeing a lot of priority on this champion, as well as that Syndra. Syndra, keep in mind, was permanently banned against Kyrgyzstan by Kazakhstan in that last series we just watched here on stream.
And we've seen a lot of good things from
What?
Syndra's. Is that locked?
That's locked.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because... Yeah.
No, now it's locked. Okay. Okay, Magical. They've just sent a Rammus. They've seen Kindred and they've said, counter move. You've activated my trap card. You can kite me, but...
I think it's Loren from the last series. Let's be honest, Loren did not have a good time. He was hard camped in that jungle, level 2 cheese, and then level 3 cheese after that.
There it is.
So, got a lot of attention, maybe just saying, I'm going to play the Rammus because I need something that is going to provide some safety for myself.
You know what's good into Rammus?
Malzahar.
Spell Shield from Malzahar.
Yeah, that's why I like Malzahar. Very good.
Maybe it is about safety, Magic. Maybe it is about the fact that he's just had enough. He's seen a Kindred back-to-back and he's just triggered the word Rammus in his mind. But a first pick Kindred is confusing, a second pick Rammus is more confusing, and then a second, third pick Malzahar Xerath has just sent me to the moon.
We were just praising this region for being so standard. Back the breath of life we were having with the meta, we were like, yeah, we're seeing what we want to see. And now we have a Rammus, we have a Malzahar, we have a Xerath. I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore.
Syndra Sion definitely still normal champions. The Rammus is the only curveball thrown in the mix there. And again, you've just so early rotated this anti-physical damage champion.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why we're kind of calling this out, because honestly, I don't think that in some comps that is actually a bad pick, taking the Rammus.
Rammus can be good, but this Rammus isn't human in
right,
draft order.
Exactly. That's the thing. That's why we're calling this out, because a lot of these picks, you know, we look at the Syndra, a standard one. Same with the Sion. I'd even argue the Malzahar. If you're that good on the Malzahar, you're drawing bans from Team India.
Yeah.
That is something that you definitely can take with that Kindred, but then you have the Xerath on top of that really early into the draft.
We're banning Morgana. Probably, I mean, presumably away from the Malzahar. Xerath is good into Morgana in lane because you one-tap the spell shield.
Right.
You make her max spell shield to be able to have it.
It's the easiest time.
And then she does 0 damage.
You either use Q or W, either or.
Yeah. But they're going to ban that one away. Gwen and Wukong, so 2 standard bans to follow, and the Xayah actually going to be taken away. I don't think they want to be kited here on the Sri Lanka side.
Yeah. Not too hating on that one. Gotta make sense as well with the Xayah. If Xayah Rakan bot lane has a Rakan with the Rammus, both of them engaging at the same time. You talked about that spell shield from Malzahar. Not gonna be very useful when there's so much that can just jump on top of you, if that were the case. But Leona actually gonna be picked up here by Kyrgyzstan. And you know what? I do not hate that here.
That 5th pick better be something special though for damage. That is the one thing they're currently lacking, and it is a Syndra and the tanks as it stands. Would like a hard carry ADC, still have, you know, Zarya Philios banned, Xayah banned. They've seen the Caitlyn from previous games, though. They have played Jhin before. I wouldn't pick Jhin here. No. I would rather have an auto-attack based, you know, crit-based ADC if possible. But at the same time, Kog'Maw can build with Zen. You know, little things like that. Whatever it is, it has to be DPS. It has to be scaling DPS.
I just don't know how that is into the Xerath. It struggles a lot. Usually when I see that on the other side, the Twitch Xerath bot lane is more than likely what this is.
Draven, slam Draven.
Yeah, I think so too. You talk about DPS, there you go, slam it. Just be like, all right.
That'd be hype.
That would be so hype.
All right.
Going to comfort.
Jin can deal damage, and they don't have armor.
Right.
They don't have resistances. The Jin is always going to be relevant damage, especially in this draft.
Right.
Has the tank.
I just like the Draven because of the hype. It's you're going into a lane like Twitch. You want to abuse him. You want to bully him. You want to make his life miserable in that lane at every stage. And Draven with a Leona on top of it, and you have a Xerath on the other side.
Maybe even a Vayne, right?
Yeah,
Xerath abilities get dodged. Twitch, I think, manageable.
Well, they took the Twitch, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean as an opponent.
Yeah.
As an opponent, Twitch manageable, I think. Especially because you have the Leona. Compositions are done here, though, so the whole what could have been, should have been, not going to be seen anymore.
Yep.
We have the drafts in front of us. And for the side of Kyrgyzstan, like we were saying, 3 tanks is obviously a large front line. They all have crowd control. They all have the ability to skirmish and force front to backs. Rammus can find flanks. Sion can find flanks. And Leona has non-committal engage. So I do think they have a lot of good tools in that respect to make things difficult for the Xerath, for the Twitch. Potentially the Malzahar, right? Syndra and Jin can pop that spell shield pretty well.
Yeah.
The one major advantage of the Jin here is that you can just chuck out those W's at the Malzahar.
Take it away immediately.
Take away that shield. But with that in mind, you know, a Sion diving, a Rammus diving, a Leona diving, Kindred Ultimate once again going to be a factor. Jax with that split push going to be a factor as the game progresses. They have double magic damage and mixed damage in their top lane. Rammus isn't going to have ultimate stonks here. There is definitely damage on the Sri Lanka side to scale through those team fights.
But that's the thing, you got to scale, get to those team fights, especially when we look at the other side. There's going to be a lot of skirmishes, especially when we look at these lanes from Team Sri Lanka trying to utilize a lot of that power they can have from some of the range early on into the game, and even have it where Twitch, that effective assassin that you have on the team, that could always play as a secondary flanker with Jax.
You know what must be said here, as we are actually looking at a pretty early invade from the Sri Lanka squad just for a ward. Mac is going to be devastated. He's a Rammus player.
Oh, is he?
He's a Rammus player.
Oh, poor Mac.
He's missing out on his Rammus. Probably doesn't even know that it's picked right now, but if he is watching, he'll be kicking himself.
I'm going to send him a message right now. Just be like, hey, Mac.
Check out what you're missing out on.
Yep.
But of course, we spoke about the Kyrgyzstan squad. We look at the Sri Lanka squad. They have good damage absolutely everywhere. Their scaling is incredibly good in all 5 roles. What they are lacking in is tankiness. What they are lacking in is frontline. And what they are definitely lacking in is a cohesive engage. They have a Malzahar ultimate. That's their crowd control.
And that's why I said it's all about skirmishes to me when I look at Sri Lanka's composition. It's about how they handle some of these side lanes, the 1v1s, the 2v2s. If you're going to get ahead, that's your only real way you're going to find those plays is early into the game and snowball out of control. Because Twitch ahead, Xerath ahead, they're going to pack a wallop in that bot lane.
100%, especially the Twitch, right? Just being able to leave the lane. So not only does the Twitch get ahead, we've seen this in our previous days. Yesterday, I believe it was, a Twitch almost solo carrying, just going invisible and finding these crazy team fight angles or skirmish angles.
Keep that in mind.
Yes. More damage to be seen as well down here with the Xerath. So I guess volatile is probably the way you would summarize these compositions. If tanks fall behind, they stay there. If tanks get ahead, you're not dealing damage. And so it is about who gets ahead.
So this is where we look to the jungle. Loren not getting invaded. It's a play League of Legends here up against Sri Lanka.
That's true.
I'm proud of him. The glow up.
Rammus is also one of the slowest clear champions in League of Legends. Definitely safe.
Yeah,
Leona.
Very slow. And that's why I think the play is bot lane. Not even looking for anything else. Instead, getting the flash out of Nistastic. Still alive. The stun on Twitch. Love 2. You got flash, you got cleanse, but you're followed up by Rammus, and the flash barely keeps him alive. And now they can throw a little bit of damage back at Loren. But a lot of summoners blown by Sri Lanka.
That invisibility really saving Love 2's life.
Yeah, barely was able to get out of the range of that taunt. Because even if you flash, you can get taunted mid-flash, and they get pulled right back.
Yeah, cancelled by being invisible, right?
Yep.
So does really well. They're still, the engage is really good from Kyrgyzstan. I am surprised it doesn't result in a kill, but 3 summoner spells, definitely still a trade you would take. And strong priority in their lane right now. Top lane, a lot of health traded back and forth, but once again, Hydra, the Jax, having control of the tank in power.
Yeah, but not that much. Gonna force a early recall out of Jax, maybe. Just try to
Kindred was bottom. Wow.
But spotted out by that ward. Nicely done by Lotus.
Mark top. Have to definitely think about
lost the
this.
coin flip.
Lost the coin flip. Rammus actually pathed up towards that top Scuttle Crab. You expect to probably see that taken before the Raptors if you don't know where the Kindred is.
Yeah, honestly, I would have expected the
Bottom.
Raptors before red buff, but now
Hey!
flash in, engage with no flash of Nishastic. Got to take a lot of damage. That's going to be first blood in the 2v2, but now how do you survive from your Kyrgyzstan? Nekis, he's got a lot of damage on top of him. Kaidi grabs the best he can, almost takes Love 2 out as well. But Lotus going to be the only one. As you look at that, Flower has come into the bot lane.
Rammus is fighting a Jax right now, and there's a Malzahar coming up.
Yes,
Level
right now
4.
struggling a lot. Hydra can leap strike. There it is. Easily done. Solo kills Rammus as he was trying to take that Scuttle Crab.
We are in for a best of 3 Magical. As 4 minutes into this game, crazy little skirmishes happening left, right, and center. Junglers both looking to get active. Only one finding success, though. And a good little move from Kassa to make sure the play goes the way of Sri Lanka as a whole. Twitch has that kill. Jax has that kill. They're poised very nicely in this game.
And that's kind of what we're asking for them, right? Get ahead in these 2v2s, 1v1s the best you can. Well, the bot lane, it might not have gone initially great for them. The fact that Twitch actually is the one that got the kill in that lane and
Scuttle Crab
was able to stay in the lane.
Still alive.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do as Lorraine on that one?
Yeah, it was finally, like a minute later, they just escorted Mr. President to the Scuttle Crab to be able to secure his mark. Just very funny to watch.
Yeah.
The Ren now has to limp. Again, slow jungle clear. Look at the CS difference in the jungle roll right now.
And
not just because of a death.
That's what I would have expected before. We kind of rewind the clock a little bit. When you look at Rammus, you said after you get the red, you want to go, don't want to go to the Raptors. I would have expected Raptors before even red. You take that so quickly as Rammus.
Oh, no.
That it actually makes it a lot easier
Red
for you to get the levels. But bot lane, we got to keep that in mind because Shastic was taking Ignite. But they got the poison, and that is going to be Love too. Second kill. Renekton could not really get out of that situation.
Twitch just freely hitting. They look for the Xerath. They find that that was the wrong target in the end. And no summoner spells on a Twitch gets the stand in melee range. Find himself those kills. Yeah, fair enough, hey? Off your trot. Nishastic finds himself a flower and simply dies. We watch this skirmish again in bottom lane. Lerna goes in, finds the angle. Again, the initial engage finds its mark, and it is so close to a kill, but they forget about the Twitch. You can't forget about the Twitch.
Well, and that's the power you have as this Twitch Xerath lane. You focus on one of them, well, the other's going to do a lot of damage the whole while. That you only have so much you can really take down here as the Jhin and Leona, unless you're fighting a situation where it's a 1v2, you catch someone off guard.
You know who was caught off guard? Xerath with the flowers.
Yeah, he was.
He was caught off guard. Those flowers are back. Watch out for the bush. It's deadly.
You ever do that? Go full AP, Jhin, just set up the flowers?
Yes.
So that way, and you hide in the brush too to get the deadly
You
Lotus.
have to pre-W. Yeah.
Lock them down and just watch. Boom.
Especially in Earth.
Ah, yeah. Earth is
Goated
the best.
in Earth.
No, I love doing that. Or you just set up mid lane.
There was the mid-Jhin strategy, wasn't there, where you do E-start. You'd have to instantly level it because the cooldown's so long, but you could one-hit the wave for 2.
Yep. And that's what I remember doing that a lot when Jhin first came out. It was a lot of fun, but here in this game, Renekton does have that serrated Dirk, so that is a lot of power for this Jhin, especially with how squishy both Twitch and Xerath are. But they just got to make sure they're layering up that damage before, say, the Twitch can just unleash all that damage and get the poison stacks and then...
Hello, Mark. The Shy Boy going to take his second one very happily. Stun used on the Syndra, who is walking bottom lane, was obviously spotted. Twitch says you're welcome for the stun.
Just throws out the Deadly Venom cast there. Easy wave clear. Just going to get all that gold. Perfectly fine in this lane.
Herald being hit on spawn here as well.
Yeah, because what can you do as Lorena at the moment? You're still put behind. It might have been a little bit slower here
about to find
against the Shy
out.
Boy. I don't think you can. No way. You have low damage from that Rammus and from that Scion. Syndra, that's going to be your big tool here.
They're rolling.
Wait a minute, he's stolen away power. No way was he able to do that. As they got the Malefic Visions, they've got the damage. Nethergrass picks up the kill onto Syndra. All the while, Loran still trying to cut it back, but they just don't have any damage. It's only on Syndra. So without that, they can easily get collapsed on. And Power, you might have stolen away the Rift Herald, but everything else fell to Sri Lanka.
They lose the fight. Gain the Rift Herald again. I don't know how they managed that one, but they do lose the fight. Jack's going back to top lane. He's going to have to deal with a teleport from the Scion soon, so he won't have long left in that lane. Simply smashes it. From the looks of it, there was no smite on the Kindred, so I guess that makes a lot more sense now, but the ultimate comes through. Malzahar says, get out of my lane, Flower. Disperses him from the river, and then it's just a numbers advantage. Level 5 for the Rammus. Pretty big factor into why that skirmish is so one-sided.
And also, props to Sri Lanka. They immediately turned on Syndra, saying, we recognize the only way you can win this is if she can free fire, land those abilities multiple times. Let's get rid of her immediately. That Nether grasp right onto her before she could even flash onto the Lamb's Respite.
And I think it's safe to say right now, the best thing the Kyrgyzstan have going for them is a 3-3 AD carry. Completed Collector as well. This Jhin, Phoenixy is going to be quite a factor in forthcoming fights. But we look at the current one.
It just happened during the replay, the previous one.
Is a stun from the Xerath, misses the Q, however. And so it ends up becoming a 1-for-1 trade by having to spend that extra second down there. We come out of the replay, and I love 2 is still in mid lane instead. Has also hit Flower and ulted.
It feels like Sri Lanka's bot lane. They're getting these advantage. They're killing Phoenix all the time, but he's always getting something back somehow.
He still manages to keep up. The Leona engagers have still found their target, you know? So
what's that? Oh, I mean, let's be honest. That second kill he got was gifted.
Yes, that was gift wrapped on Christmas Day.
And now he's got a collector for it too, so he can collect a little bit more prizes.
Top lane, the roll in. Loren decides it is just to catch the wave. He actually misses the cannon. I am upset. That is life. But he's then going to not take the rest of the wave and roll away.
As he waddles away.
Oh, man.
Waddle.
There is a mark on the Raptor camp that he's now about to roll to. He's going to find a Malzahar.
Waddles away.
Freaks out.
Waddle.
He's now going to find a Malzahar and a Jax as they protect the Raptor camp. And here comes Kindred.
Yep, just waiting it out so they can get another stack.
You do not.
You're just disrespecting them.
You do not. Well, he did, but you can't.
Duck walked up to eliminate Sand. He said to the man running in the sand.
Mind control ward, I think we can call that one.
Those are my Raptors. I feel bad for Loren again. It seems like that's a theme right now for Kyrgyzstan. We just kind of feel bad for Loren. There's a lot of focus on a lot of these junglers that kind of need to farm up, and as you mentioned before, Rammus very slow.
Okay, that Herald was clutching though in top lane. Power gets to summon that one himself. Oh, Leona engaged.
Ooh, I like this, but look at Twitch, look at the angle. You forgot about him. Sneaky with a poison ticking.
Rammus in.
Forcing out the flash in, waiting it out. There it is, the flash away, but they've got the rat. It is traded back 1-for-1, but guess who's here? It's Jax with the double stun, waiting it out. There it is, and they've got everything. The right of the arcane. Now snipe up a kill, and they look for one more, but Lotus is too tanky, so they'll take the 2-for-1 trade and then immediately look towards the Dragon.
The Shy Boy works his way in just in case the dive was going to continue to happen. The Drake is definitely on the cards for them and should be taken for free. Hydra is going to run back mid lane first and foremost, as they have obviously continued that lane swap through. Leona's stun matched by the Xerath stun, and things look great. I love to actually walks into the Leona stun instead of being slowed and then flashes to try and get lethal. Does throw down the W and ends up finding the kill, but still during all of this the Jax teleports and equalizes the numbers in bot lane, but doesn't equalize the strength. He is stronger.
Much stronger. The second Dragon afterwards, Sri Lanka were able to pick up, and it's going to be a Hextech Rift that we have. Sri Lanka at the moment, a great position. 3,000 gold ahead of Kyrgyzstan. And most of the gold for Kyrgyzstan is still on Fnatic in this gen.
Also, look at the items that are done now for Sri Lanka. They can make plays, and they're teleporting in.
Well, the one powerful member of the bot lane of Kyrgyzstan, we've constantly talked about it, so they look for that nice cleanse, though. He's able to get out of there, dodging away, waiting for the curtain call, opening up wide, but a lot of damage on the Lotus, and he's got to be careful. That's why they have to get the trade. It is going to be the kill on Twitch.
Rammus is coming.
Here's Rammus. Has that ult. He wants to dive in. No.
Nope. He doesn't want to.
Don't want that smoke. It's going to be the 1-for-1 trade, but trading up is Kyrgyzstan.
Oh no, they're going to lose the cannon. Sorry, I'm stuck with cannons.
You are.
I keep missing them. That's a third of a kill.
It
does result in a, like you said, a very small trade. Not going to be too influential, but the teleports being used hurt. Casa, unfortunately for him, walks into a Leona, gets stun comboed, spell shield gone. Instead of just ulting here, make sure the spell shield's gone before he gets stunned. Leona comes in. No one blocks for the Twitch.
Yeah, so every bit
no
of this.
one blocks.
2, 3.
No one blocks for the Twitch.
3 of the 4. All connected.
The rest just get to walk away. Collector, of course, going to be very handy for the Jhin in that situation. Maximizes his damage output. No resistance is done for his opponents, but did use the flash or did use the heal. Now has to deal with a very, very large Malzahar and Jax as the Shy Boy tries to jump the wall, fails and decides the Krugs aren't worth it. They're not there, but he doesn't know that.
It's one of those petty
He
things,
really
too.
just said, I've had enough.
Yeah, it's the petty thing. You're like, fine, I didn't want you anyways. I'm going to go somewhere else. Maybe look for that Rift Herald, and this time not have to worry about Powa stealing it away. Powa, he's mid lane.
Hello.
He's chugging along. Decimating Smash going to knock up Xerath, and he is squishy. Scatter the weak. Easy pickup of a kill there for Flower. Fantastic. Could not get away from that one, but it might have been all a bait because all the while that Rift Herald was taken by the Shy Boy.
But Xerath is trying very hard to play to the side of the lane with no vision to support him being in the side of the lane. Somehow, actually there's a ward, somehow still dies to the Scion. Just observing, ooh, mid's been
Nice
stunned.
weak though from Flower, but unfortunately there's so much damage on the other side, and guess who's here? You have no escape. How do you get out of this one?
You do not, you have to think about it. Herald to be summoned.
Turret to be taken.
Turret definitely gone. Rammus ulting.
Trying to clear out the wave the best he can, but that turret's going to fall. There's no place left, and this charge will take it. One more. Oh, actually, no. But it's a sneeze away.
Rammus has no ult. You can't do this.
Exactly. Rammus, you got to get out of here. Like
You can't
that's
do
a sneeze
this.
away. You think you're tanky. You've only got Thornmail.
Jax
that
is
is
not
a cracked
walking
player
here.
on the other side. Slow coming in from Decimating Smash, but not getting the stun there from Leona. Completely going wide.
Go on, Xerath ult. Just shove it at him. Annoy them. You're going to play Xerath. Play true to form. Everyone comes mid lane. No one wants to commit to the play. Leona doesn't have the ultimate there to be chucked out. Things that will simply dissipate. And we go back to business as usual. But we do go back there with no flashes on both carries of the Kyrgyzstan squad. Of course, still no flashes to be there for a lot of respective members on the Sri Lanka side. And this Ghost from Kindred is not providing much just yet.
No, I've kind of been dancing around with the issue, not really wanting to talk about it because I don't know why.
I mean, it helps you kite a Scion, it helps you kite a Rammus, but
Flash just feels better.
Flash helps you actually dodge abilities.
Yeah.
Kindred does have a lot of mobility, and again, it can just be comfort for him. I don't actually have an answer.
And at that rate,
We'd have
just
to
take
ask
Ignite,
him.
though.
Or Exhaust, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, sorry.
Galagon.
But it would sneeze away right at the arcane. That's going to be the ult in, but a nice stun there from the Shastic. Looking for the poke onto Loren. Going to be one of the members that can actually hurt this Rammus, as he is going to build tanky. He is going to start getting that armor, but he's still got quite some time before he's actually going to be a true tank.
Stun used bottom. Hydra now finds himself in this matchup pretty constantly against Flower. It seems like they really want to avoid the Scion Jax at the present moment.
Can't blame him.
But it is still a Leandri's Malzahar to deal with the armor-stacked Scion. So I can blame them a little bit. But it is a dangerous man that you do not actually want to contend with.
No, I'm saying I can't blame Sri Lanka. Kyrgyzstan definitely can blame them on that one.
Gino
Right now,
just hitting. Gino!
not going to steal it away. It was smite secured by Shyboy. Kiting back, Loren continuing the harass on Kindred, but lands her spite just in the nick of time to survive. But they do lose Twitch on the other side. Looking to dash over the wall. Hydra counter-strike. Gonna get the stun. A lot of damage, but not enough to actually pick up a Retribution kill.
It was looking for a montage. Flashes into the play. I mean, there's definitely a world he just flashes over the wall or disengages, but really wanted to go for that one. Backfires. We get a replay.
It is still the Dragon.
Jin's R4 here, Magical, could probably hit the Kindred.
Yeah.
And then instead of the steal, you let the Smite have that. The Shy Boy dies here. Different story though. The Shy Boy gets in, gets the stack. Hydra also with the opportunity to simply walk away here and flash over the wall. Says, give me that montage moment. It was not.
Well, still might be there because we're looking bot lane. That's going to be the stun onto Flower, taking a lot
Auto
of damage too.
attack,
Burning,
okay.
and the
That
snipe there from Nishastic. Nice right of the Arcane.
Got him. Leandre's done from the Xerath as well. Big thumbs up from Nisha. Tower now definitely close to falling. Loren, no ultimate on this Rammus.
Right now, looking like Sri Lanka running away with the game. Some moments are close, but the gold is not one of those factors in this game.
Yeah.
About 3,000 still with 3 dragons to Sri Lanka's name. And they're pressuring a lot of these lanes at one time. The only one that's kind of getting a little bit of advantage was that top lane, but look at this. Notice he's getting flanked on all angles.
Ren on a
gaps
journey.
to just run away as the Ren on definitely a journey, but getting chased away by Kindred.
Just straight up walks into the jungle, realizes that's not his anymore. Gets pushed away. That 3,000 gold lead can potentially stretch as well, given that they've just been counter jungling this entire time. Mark very far away on the enemy. Krugs, we're getting a replay of what happens in this bottom lane. Kassa, if he auto-attacks here, just a singular time would get the kill, but the Xerath has it down.
He would have had the kill no matter what. Malefic Vision was on him. That
Most
was just,
likely
That
had
was
it.
just Nisha being like, I want it.
And he got it. That support Xerath actually a carry. Standard Xerath tech. Why be a support when you can deal damage? Flower. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
A teleport.
Flash
Uh-oh.
away, but you're still going to die.
That teleport's
they
in trouble.
They can turn around and look for Sion to body block him. He's
Okay.
forced to yell cowards as he runs away.
They will let him ult. He does get himself out to safety. But the Syndra falls once again. Twitch now very active as well on the map. Can be invisible all the time. Is now moving towards the enemy red buff. If he's not careful, we'll find a Rammus and we'll regret that.
Will he though? I feel like the Twitch actually is pretty strong right now. With that Blade of the Ruin King, yeah.
I still think you will find a Thorn Mail and a Jhin.
Yeah, but look at that. Rat-a-tat-tat, spray and double kill.
Look, that's definitely the Twitch finding the Rammus, not the Rammus finding the Twitch.
Yeah.
Very nicely done by I Love 2.
And because 2 are dead, Jungler being one of them, 21 minutes into the game, free Baron.
Recall's coming out from the Leona, recall's coming out from the Sion. They know that it is being done. They can't stop this. It'll be done super quickly as well, right? Double Leandre's. 280 carries hitting it at the same time and 20 minutes in. I think we said it was 3K about a minute ago.
Yep.
No longer.
Ooh. That is doubled in just a minute. They got all those plays all across the map. The fact that, like I said, Twitch at this point in the game, Kraken Slayer now in the inventory as well. He's already able to go toe-to-toe against Loren, the one person that you pick kind of to stop these marksmen, right?
Oh my god, the Sion build as well.
Huh, Radiant Virtue.
Straight to the Radiant Virtue after the Sunfire. Does not want to deal with Jax, would rather group as 5.
Can you blame him though?
I can't blame him for much.
I wouldn't want to lane against Jax either, especially because that is a split push build on Jax. You see that Blade of the Ruin King?
Yeah, but someone's got to deal with it, man.
Yeah, someone's got to. It's not going to be Sion.
Kinda has to.
He's not going to be able to. You're going to send him into that lane.
Well, what do we do then, man? Because someone has to. That's where I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't have an answer on that one. Sorry. Look, I'm telling you what I see and how it is. Sion, I think he read that as well, but that's going to be a problem.
Please abandon ship.
Yeah, because then if you're not dealing with this Jax, as you said, who is?
Ooh.
And Jax instead deciding he wants to be a part of the fight, helping out Love to survive within the Lancer's fight, keeping the Twitch going with the Nethergrass as well. Choo-choo, Charles not actually connecting, but they got the kill already, and the re-engage. Sri Lanka, they're cleaning up everything. And Power, you built for the team fight, but you didn't want it.
21-10. Pretty straightforward ace here after the Undying form of Sion goes away. Jax confirms that one. They'll win the team fight straight down mid lane as well as getting the soul. Simultaneously, they'll even send the Xerath to clear bot lane just because he wants some extra farm and he's a greedy boy in the support role. Everything goes the way of Sri Lanka.
Every single thing. Like you said, that fight was pretty perfect. The only thing was Love you dying, but really, what does it matter? When you get a Hextech Soul, you march down mid lane, you already open up an inhibitor turret, so then you can go back, you can buy, reset the map, and take everything from Kyrgyzstan.
Get another look at this one. The Scion is here very early, but the way that it engages is Love 2 simply finding Lotus, who by the time he gets into the fight is essentially dead.
Yeah.
The Kindred ultimate is going to save I Love 2, and I mean, look how much damage he's able to get down before the inevitable. But Lauren also has to flash after him, and suddenly by the time that finally happened, they convert their first kill. They're all gone, and it's just Power left alive. Hydra's freely hitting, Shy Boy's freely hitting. Their carries just have a free game.
Well, and it's one of those things that we kind of talked about. You get leads as this Sri Lankan team where, yeah, the composition doesn't make sense if you think about it. But if you're ahead, you're having the best time of your life.
And man, all compositions make sense when you're 10,000 gold up, I suppose.
Yeah,
that's
and
kind of what
you're
we're
winning the
looking at.
2v2s, you're winning the 1v1s, and you're finding these plays on the side lane as right there. Scion yet again charging away, yelling cowards at his opponent. Another turret to fall. Sri Lanka, at this point, it's just clean. It is going to be clinical. There's not really much that Kyrgyzstan can do to stop them from toppling the structures in every lane.
The Rammus rolls forwards, he regrets it. The Rammus rolls away, teleports are going to come in as well.
Lotus, you didn't want this one either. You're slowed down. The Hex Gate, the Hex Soul makes it so easy for them to capitalize on all these kills. And the Night Scatter of the Week will do nothing. It's no matter. It's no course for Kyrgyzstan because Sri Lanka are the team controlling the game.
And they will simply run away from the Scion as the tower falls in top lane. Teleports straight into the mid lane as well. They're looking to end the game here and now. 25 minutes in, Sri Lanka want to put a bow on it.
Sri Lanka upset about their losses off stage to Team India, taking that aggression out on Kyrgyzstan, pretty dominating. It was close a little bit for a little while, but then it became a point where the Shy Boy on that Kindred just made sure that Loren was not able to do anything on Rammus.
Yeah, it certainly felt like, you know, they put the foot down. Like, fundamentally, Sri Lanka was like, I'm done with losing.
Yeah.
I want to just win this game. We just play our comfortable champions, and they do kind of pick comfort, right? Because they don't pick themselves a comp. They just pick what they want to play.
Yeah.
They go for a high damage bot lane. They have the Xerath, they have the Twitch, and they just try and control those skirmishes. Kindred being first picked, I think, is just a clear sign they just want to play Kindred. And they just play their brand of League of Legends. And the reality is Kyrgyzstan could not go toe-to-toe with that much damage.
Not at all. It was just so much damage. The 2v2s, the side lanes were all winning for Sri Lanka. That was the game plan, was they win in straight-up lane matchups. And that was working out perfectly for them. Even if bot lane was a little shaky for a moment, they just sent down the Shy Boy one time. Then all of a sudden, now this Twitch and Xerath are impossible to deal with.
Yeah, and I think the Kindred had a good game. I don't think the Rammus did it for me.
Yeah, it didn't do it.
Especially when we're talking about this bottom lane, the way that he was moving down there for those ganks, it felt generally quite lacking in what it could provide. It makes you feel like the meta champions that they banned away could simply have been picked, right? Banning Wukong to pick Rammus, just play the Wukong, and you
honestly,
probably have a better game.
Why not just play the Vi?
Yeah, play the
Vi. That's wide open for them. That pretty much does everything Rammus does, but better.
Vi keeps it simple too, right? You can't mess that up. You just press R and it's going to find your target.
Twitch
Look at the Twitch.
Goes invisible. It doesn't matter. You're following that up.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, Vi is a good shout. I think they could have looked at that. They could have shaped up their draft a lot, but I think they're kind of similar to what we saw from Sri Lanka. They just picked things they wanted to play. I don't think the Scion had a bad game. I think Leona Jin has a lot of potential, but they were very sorely lacking in damage when you had a Rammus and a Scion top side, and then you picked utility bot.
Think about that fight around the Rift Herald, right? Where we're calling out saying, you have your Scion, Rammus, and Syndra here, but you only have one source of damage. If you kill Syndra, which they did, there's nothing that Rammus and Scion can do.
And how does that fight happen, right? Because it is a level 5 Rammus to the 6 and 7 of his respective opponents, as I drop my pen.
You're doing it now.
Doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't have the tools that are perhaps required to either gap close or just put out the DPS to get those trade
just
kills.
The ult to get the knockup that really helps out as well. Because then you can layer that with the Scatter of the Week, because that was a 3-man Scatter of the Week that landed as well. Imagine you're just layering all the CC on top of your opponent. When you're Rammus, yeah, you have your rolling Q that you can use, the rolling ball, and that can hit multiple targets. But that's very limited, very small window.
Yeah,
then you have one point-and-click taunt.
Yeah, and so like that gap close, that damage could have been nice. And why was he level 5 compared to the rest? Rammus is a slow clearing champion who ganked bottom lane after 3 camps.
And it didn't work.
And did not work. and then got pushed out of the top Raptor, the top Scuttle Crab by the team of Sri Lanka.
By Jax. By a solitary Jax. As we take a look at the bot lane, like we said, Kyrgyzstan, their bot lane, it's nice. That is where they definitely have had power, but all the teams have kind of pinpointed that. They're like, hey, we expect that Kyrgyzstan's bot lane, and Lotus are going to look for these level 2, level 3 plays, the power they feel like they have. So let's just send down the jungler to completely mitigate that, get an early kill for this Twitch, so now he comes back into lane, and they can't stop him.
And I think the initial concept here, perhaps from the Sri Lanka squad as well, was like, they're going to play these hook champions, they're going to play hyper aggressively. Let's play such long range and such unique champions, right? Twitch playing invisible, Xerath playing so far back, they probably don't find these angles. They find angles when you want them to. Right. And a lot of these times it was an engage onto the Xerath, and then you're putting everything onto him, and suddenly the Twitch has appeared, and he's just taking out your AD carry, and it's no longer winning. But speaking of AD carries, came into the mix, perfectly played from Love2 for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, getting ahead as Twitch with the help of your jungler. Gotta feel nice as Twitch. A snowball out of control. That was their win condition. That was the one way we pinpointed that they had to win, and they did so quite beautifully, honestly.
The Flash just went from bad to worse from here on out as well, right? I think the Kindred ultimate was actually quite clutch. Was quite good in this game. Got a lot of things done for the team. Hydra, to me, however, was the star of the show.
See, I was about to ask you who in your mind is the Audi Super 8 player, because honestly, it's one of those games where I could make an argument for almost anyone.
Yeah, I think so, but for me it is Hydra. The main reasons for that is that he controlled his lane really well. True. He teleported really well to the big plays as they happened. He was always very fast on the pulse with those teleports, especially for the bot skirmishes. He also pushed out Rammus from the Scuttle Crab, ends up getting the kill for himself, right? I think he built his own lead, and then he was able to put that lead towards the rest of his team. So I would look at top lane, but like you said, arguments for everyone.
There's arguments for everyone. Honestly, I understand your argument, but the Shy Boy, I do think helping out that bot lane, especially making sure this Twitch was set up, understandable Super 8 player for me, because this was a player that we just saw really work the map early into the game, get those leads over Loren, where that Rammus, like you were talking about, just felt lacking, felt slow, couldn't keep up with the pace that the Shy Boy was putting down.
Had a good damage output as well, and mainly for me as well, the ultimates from this Kindred was super good in keeping his carries alive. If Twitch is trying to deal DPS and has been CC locked, Kindred just presses Lamb's Respite, composition of Kyrgyzstan countered.
Yeah, it was, and Sri Lanka now have the lead 1-0, but it is a best of 3, so we got more matches ahead. Make sure you stay tuned, because we're going to be right back.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Bring any of the vision, this could be so bad.
Looks really bad on paper, but they're going to at least chunk it down to half, try and force Team Philippines in, and we're going to see a charm hitting onto one. See you later. He's out of the fight already, and it looks like the rest of the Team Philippines members are about to follow. Sayumao doing big damage from afar. He's getting excited. He's hitting that damage, and he's cleaning on up. Him and Jace doing so much work now. That
of Thailand. Look at Arcalic on the other side. Hall of the Forge God. Double knockup. It's Jing Liu taking the match, turning away. They got a lot of damage as Arcalic dives to the back line, waiting it out, but they've lost Flare. As Shewa was able to get one reset, stealing away the soul of Gragas. Does he have the damage to throw it back and get the kill on a Yummy? A Yummy almost got it out. He's still dying. That's how you. He's got a lot of damage too on the blade, waiting to kite it out himself. How is Singapore losing this one? They've got reset. They've got stun, but Pillow throws it back. Sayumo, he's got it.
Arashi going forward, going to be hitting a huge Cyclone Lightning Crash, just dishing damage to those red health bars. See you later. Many of these Team Malaysia members, and it's looking like this could be game, set, and match. Shine going to try to solo in a 1v3 angle. Will go golden, but there goes the turret, going to be able to turn.
For Team Philippines, Arcalic blown up by the explosive cast, depth charge through. Kusuo still wants to go for the fight, and there's an illegal Nautilus hook that connects through a creep. As you know, it sometimes happens. Blaze is here. Does he want a tower dive? Yes, is the answer. The resets, and the ulti gets it done. Able to survive with the life steal as well. That fight.
Of course, the Yummy's still matching, but it is just going to be an attempt at a fight. We are going to see the Nature's Grasp used on cooldown again, and everyone's rooted up over here. Oh, the Emperor's Divide just knocks them straight back into Team Malaysia, and they're just going to dish the damage. A huge...
My name is Akshit Shenoy, and I'm the team captain for Team India. I'm known as Katrina Bot or Kai, but I think people know me more like Katrina Bot. And I play mid lane for the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Kubat, I'm from Kyrgyzstan. My position is top laner and my nickname is Power.
Hi, I'm Kasunitanage from Team Sri Lanka. I play mid lane. My nickname is Kasa.
My name is Chingiz Abishev. I represent Kazakhstan. My main role is jungle and my nickname is Mechanic Sage.
So esports has gotten a lot of meaning for me recently. Before we used to only play together as a team, have fun in tournaments. But now, we're representing our country, so it's actually a huge deal to, represent the country, and it's an honor.
The most unforgettable thing that happened to me is that I changed my role, my position, from ADC to top lane, because I think, by my opinion, top lane is the hardest, the most difficult role in the game. So that's why I just want to challenge myself.
So this is our first time in this tournament as our team, Team Sri Lanka. So we are very happy to participate and we are very lucky to get invited to this tournament, and we just want to win it all.
I did some scouting before this event, so I wasn't impressed about the level of play of our enemies, and I can confidentially say that our team is going to be first in this round. RDAG, мы идем.
RDAG, мы идем за вами.
Hello, and welcome back to the Road to Asian Games, Day 7. We are at a last best of 3 of the day, but not necessarily the last game of the day, because it is that best of 3 between Sri Lanka and Team Kyrgyzstan. And if you can hear any voices in the background,
oh, they're going.
That is Team Kazakhstan and Team India going at it right now.
Yeah, there's going to be a side stage match. Very unfortunate we're not going to be able to see that one, but we will be able to give you guys the results as they play. But focusing on the game at hand for us, as I think it might have just ended with the
that or big fight just happened.
Yes, something's clearly happened. It's getting real hype over there.
I'm here for it, man. I'm feeling the vibes. It's getting me energetic.
You did say it may be the potential last game of the night. It may not. In this series, though, what we have seen so far is that Kyrgyzstan, again, unchanged roster, were not able to keep up with Sri Lanka. They were not able to go toe-to-toe with Sri Lanka. I think it was a 25-minute loss or thereabouts in the end. And just not really getting it done. Once again, third game in a row we've seen of them. We have to look at Lauren first because he could not really keep up with Sri Lanka on Ramath, which is a pick we probably won't see again.
No, probably won't see that again. And the Shy Boy might not see that Kindred again. Felt like it got a lot of control. You picked the Rammus because you saw the first pick Kindred, right?
Yeah.
That is the idea of getting this Rammus, and it didn't do anything to stop him.
Yeah, the Kindred still ran away with the game. The Malzahar also was banned away from them in the whole first series.
Yeah.
Maybe not information that Kyrgyzstan had because they were playing, of course, themselves. Yeah. And Sri Lanka's first match was against India, who knows them.
Exactly.
I think I took the words from your mouth just then.
Yeah, you did.
And so now the lesson has been learned by Kyrgyzstan that that's his comfort pick. Yeah. I don't know if it gets banned because it was one of those games where it never felt like the Malzahar did everything, right? Like he simply coasted while the Jacks
except
and
for
the
that
Kindred.
one nether grasp onto Syndra at the Rift.
Yeah, it was really good.
I think that kind of was like the big moment for Malzahar. Kaso, that was the big moment you have where you're like, okay, that was my input into the game. Because after that, you have the Shy Boy, you have Hydra. They're way too far ahead. That Jax Kindred combo, and they're scalers. They get better as the game gets on.
We have switched sides here actually coming into this game. So Kyrgyzstan is going to be on the blue side. Sri Lanka is going to be on the red side.
Okay.
And straight away, the reason that you can note that is because the bans have changed. And I think it makes a whole lot of sense that we've gone straight into the Kindred takeaway.
Yep. Feels like a similar thing for Kyrgyzstan. Like when they faced off against Kazakhstan earlier on the stream. We saw that Nidalee from Kazakhstan immediately first banned by Kyrgyzstan here. It's the Kindred that they just do not want to deal with.
Ezreal once again going to be taken off the board. Milio will join. And now we look towards these third bans. Do we stay consistent? Do we look to meta, Cassante, etc.? Still going to be important champions to look at. Didn't see the Nico touched.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, we didn't see that Nico at all. Instead, taking off Jax from Hydra. Which leaves open Cassante, Aphelios. Already looking at those. Malphite has been banned, and it just seems like these teams do not want to deal with that, even though, you know, Silas is still more than capable of contending with that Malphite.
And I'm wondering if it is going to be something like an Aphelios first pick, given the ADC focus here through the ban phase. Would never be opposed to that one. Syndra's still fine, still totally fine. But now I'm looking at the Sri Lanka squad, thinking to myself, Cassante, Malzahar, add an Aphelios in there for themselves. Annie actually still going to be available as well, one of the other champions that was permanently banned from Kassa in his previous series.
Yeah.
Plenty of choices.
Lots of choices, and Annie, going to be strong, right? You're trying to set up the Shy Boy. That's really what I look at with these first drafts here with the Cassante and Annie for Sri Lanka. It is answered with an Ornn. Ornn, though, into Cassante. Not my favorite matchup for the Ornn.
Tends to not be winning. Is usually serviceable as a top lane champion. Usually can still farm, right? You have the ranged ability to last hit with your Q. But in this tournament, we have seen Cassantes truly run away with the game just from their 1v1 matchup. But this, to me, is a big sign of hope for Kyrgyzstan because we've gone back to strong champions, right?
Yep.
Syndra locked in first was still fine for Flower. Lotus gets his Thresh.
Yep.
Composition's not really complete for either side, though, right? The identity of the compositions aren't truly complete. Syndra Thresh could be a pick composition, but the flexibility of the Sri Lanka side is still truly there.
That is a switch early into the draft here as well. Last time around, you know, we saw that Sri Lanka, they did take that switch, but it was very late into the draft. It was one of their last picks. So they kind of knew what was on the other side for the most part. So they knew they were hitting a bunch of frontline members. Here, it's an Ornn. You know you're hitting the Ornn, which is going to be someone that you can cut through pretty quickly. But if you get hit by that Scatter of the Week, I mean, that is something we didn't really get to see in the last game just because the Twitch was able to dodge away from a lot of the vision. I want to see Kyrgyzstan really pick to punish that Twitch. The Vi still wide open for the taking.
Milio, right? Like imagine
Milio's
Sri Lanka is there it is. Yeah, sorry. I was like, what champions are there? Lulu's gone. Milio obviously now is also banned. They're trying to get rid of these enchanters. It feels like invite the handshake. Nidalee going to be banned away.
That is some PTSD right there. Just saying, I don't know if the Shy Boy can play it, but I do not want to have that happen again.
Makes you wonder what they're going to look towards. Okay, well, I have learned a lot today.
Yeah, we know that Nastastic is my kind of support.
He is a special type of support player.
It is me. It is literally me. I'm looking in a mirror right now. See the mage supports. All we need now is the Brand and the Vygar to come out.
Well, if we get a third game, mate, I'm sure we might.
I'll be really happy with that. I can go for hours on those two champions.
What ADC do you pick knowing that that's your opponents right now? I mean,
Tate? Maybe
struggling.
Caitlyn?
Kalista. For real. Damn, they said we're fighting.
Yeah, they
like,
did.
They said this Thresh looks like Thresh Kalista is such a staple duo.
It's gonna be rough. You would take too many cues from Vel'Koz as Kalista. You're very telegraphed.
That's it, man. Just don't take those cues, right?
You're very telegraphed, though. That's the problem. That's why I'm humming over here. Ah!
Oh, wow. It's very funny to say that we have gone from Rammus to Warwick. Sorry, I'm Australian. We say Warwick.
Just say Warwick.
It's Warwick.
Just say Warwick.
I've got PTSD. Jarvan also the lost.
Wait, who gave you PTSD?
The entire planet.
Just say Warwick. You want to know why? Because I know the War of the Roses, and it was Warwick.
Okay.
So I know my history, but I'll say Warwick because I'm an American.
Okay. Well, it was the Americans that told me that. Either way, Warwick's going to be picked. Jarvan, the response. Now, Sri Lanka, again, if you look at their composition, the crux of it being a Cassante Annie comp with a Jarvan that can dive as well. Then you've got a long-range Twitch and Vel'Koz that will just litter out DPS and damage. Once again, we're looking at one of those games where top can carry, but bot lane's going to be your DPS. Mid is still utility damage. They have damage everywhere, is what I'm also trying to say here. They can front to back team fight. They can look for these skirmishes in side lanes, but they can
are you saying
deal
that
damage.
It's kind of a similar identity to the last game for Sri Lanka?
Perhaps not as extreme, but definitely similar in identity for Sri Lanka. For Kyrgyzstan, Thresh Kalista is a kill lane. For sure.
Yeah.
They are looking for some early trades, favorably so. I would not be surprised to see Exhaust Ignite and the Exhaust on the Kalista because she doesn't need Cleanse. And they just go crazy at level 1.
Yeah, actually, I think that's how, and we've seen from Kyrgyzstan, their bot lane is their power, right? That is what we've been expecting. That's what we've been seeing. Even up against Kazakhstan, they were getting the better end of a lot of those trades. They were the ones coming out ahead. It's just unfortunate the rest of the map was not quite in that state. And every single time the jungler shows up into the bot lane and completely mitigates the leads that they were able to self-generate. Here in this game, we'll see if they can replicate that. And I do want to see if they go for the level 1 cheese, really look for the early play, utilize the power of that Kalista Thresh.
Got something into the game. Second game in this best-of-3 series between Kyrgyzstan and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka starting 1-0 up in this series, looking like the better team so far, but I think an opportunity now presents itself for Kyrgyzstan. Will they be able to match the tempo? Will they be able to keep up with their opponents? Will the Thresh Kalista kill lane actually find success? Will they be able to set this Warwick up to make plays happen?
And that's the big thing, right? And why we don't see Warwick. However you want to say it.
Either or.
Either or. Honestly, I'm with you. It's either or. I don't care. It's like pineapple on pizza. I won't eat it, but I don't care if
you
someone else does.
you know?
Yeah, exactly. But looking at that, going up against a Jarvan, and Jarvan, one of the best early gankers and early skirmishers, especially into something that is a very slow clearer like Warwick.
Yeah, Jarvan's going to have a very good time with this one, right? Now, things that Warwick can do is duel. Very hard to 1v1 a Warwick.
I mean, so here's a little anecdote from the LCS Challengers League.
Sure.
So Jenkins, now playing in the LCS,
yeah,
he played Warwick top, right?
Yep, I know that one.
And did you see the game that he played?
I believe I did.
The level 1 invade by himself as the top laner and winning a 1v3.
Yeah, Warwick's special at that, isn't it?
Yeah. Honestly, that to me, if you're going Warwick jungle too, you go for that same strat. You utilize that.
You should, yeah.
Because that's when you have the power. It's you.
Yo, look at the Shy Boy though real quick. He's going to be spotted on a ward, I believe. He might have dodged the vision there. That ward's not very good for seeing this.
No.
It should be out of the bush.
Yeah, he's done. That denied flag drag combo with the taunt and with everything and the burn for first blood out of Annie.
And quite simply, you look back at that and you're like, how did you not see him? Well, the answer is that ward does not reveal right next to the river entrance.
Barely.
Yeah.
You can see, if you look closely enough, you see the shadows creeping on the wall. You think that's not enough, but that's barely enough of a path that you can take as Jarvan to avoid the vision.
Yeah, so they've got themselves that first blood. Jarvan just so good at this. You could tell this was going to happen the second he smited the camp, right? But good damage application. Get that red buff down, that ignite down from the Annie. It's not teleport, right? The cheese is confirmed, is successful. Speaking of cheese, quick check-in with the bottom lane, and they did not get any successful level 1 all-ins. They didn't go crazy with their trades. It is a heal.
It's also heal, not
exhaust.
So that kind of answers our questions there in that bot lane that we were wondering if it was going to be the exhaust with the heal on your support like you can go for. Instead, going to have to ignite for Lotus in case they do find that play. And right now, you know, I'm going to hold my breath on this, but Loren's actually been having a fine jungle at the moment. He is level 3.
They have a hard read on where he is.
Slowed down by the Q.
This is a counter gank.
And oh no, you try to go in with the fear onto Twitch, but the team was just not ready for the play. And now the Shy Boy is here. Flag drag flashed away. The pull is not really going to help because they can flash and pick up the kills. Looking for more, and you're just funneling gold over to Sri Lanka.
The Shy Boy intentionally stealing that one as well. Waits for the final auto attack to get the last hit. No money for you, Love 2.
Like, you get your own kills. You do your own thing.
I made this.
I'm the reason this is working.
Your kill, my kill. Locks it down. Good counter gank again. The vision they had of Loren showed him moving into the river. The Shy Boy waits, finds his opportunity, comes in. Hook does not go onto a DPS target. And the flash comes through from the Jarvan. He does, he waits. He genuinely says, go on, go on.
He's like, come on, Twitch, hit him, hit him, hit him.
One more, Twitch, one more.
It's that, and he's also waiting for his own passive. Because then, even if you don't hit him as Twitch, you're like, I'm going to wait, I'm going to wait. Passive comes up, wham.
So, top is still in control of the game, right? Yep. This matchup, just because we were seeing it on your screen, I want to quickly touch on that, is winning for K'Sante. It feels like every single time at this point. Mid lane, no flash.
Lane, I was hiding. As right now, Flower, Ignite, burning. Poison ticking. That's a lot of burn, but not enough to actually burn the Flower.
Does force a recall from a no teleport Syndra. That was off cooldown ignites, by the way, from Kassa.
Yes, it was.
This time as well, he will flash with that one. Nevertheless, has control in mid and will be getting closer to 6th than that of Flower as a result of these waves being crashed. Hook goes wide bottom. Now, the thing I wanted to say, top is winning. That's expected. Bot lane is a bit of a flip. It can be winning, it can be losing for either of these teams. It's definitely a skill matchup with a Kalista and a Thresh there.
Yep.
And the long-range harass of a Vel'Koz can solo win these lanes if you're not careful, but right now not doing much damage. The Jarvan gank down there skews that lane. Mid lane's already been skewed by the Jarvan.
Okay, top lane though. Hydra. That's the problem with K'Sante, right? He's got 1,000,010 dashes. So he's easily out of there. You're only level 4 as Warwick.
Yeah, Loren can't do anything. The Shy Boy can also just go for a counter play.
He knows where he is, yeah. He sees them, he's like, okay, I can look for my own dive underneath this turret.
And Warwick's about to come back.
Oh, and he spotted it. But it is going to be the flag drag not connecting. Neither is the fear. We're sidestepped by the Shy Boy. He'll just scare away the wolf. He's going to... Speaking of wolves, I was talking about the new champion. We saw the trailer. Looked really cool.
Certainly did look quite cool.
Just want to say that on broadcast. So everyone else,
the visuals.
If you're watching that right now, the teaser's out.
Go after this game, go watch it.
Yeah. I mean, it's also 2 minutes, so if it's slow in the game, you could go watch it
Whoa,
really quick.
Don't give people a chance to scroll.
Fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Rusty's right.
Dangerous.
Stay here the whole time. Because then again, you also might miss a kill here. Because we have seen, especially here in Central Asia and South Asia, there has been a lot of early fighting from these teams. Kazakhstan earlier, what was it? They were 10-0 at 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, something like that.
So you actually don't want to leave just in case you have something like that.
On middle.
Speaking of something happening,
Flower has flash.
He has flash, but that's a stun on at Tibbers on Annie. Just waiting it out. Got to the weak connect. Only on the Twitch, but guess who's here? popping the ghost, just chase this one down, and you cannot escape, and it's kill for Twitch.
Top lane fighting as well.
This should go the way of K'Sante, and it easily does.
5-0 now is the kills. 12,000 gold to 9,000 gold, 7 minutes in as well. And it's looking like a bit of a repeat from game number 1. Sri Lanka starting on the right foot, putting that best foot forwards. This Twitch pick is definitely putting in work. Kyrgyzstan, you can see a bit of laughter there from the players. I think at this point they know it's a rough game. You watch this one more time. Hydra has ult, uses it to cover some distance. Back doesn't use it over the wall or anything. Opens the floor for the R2 from Ornn, who does simply not use it. Just doesn't press R2. Goes to an auto attack instead. Drake is gone.
Drake's gone. Everything going well for Sri Lanka right now.
That missed, wow.
That missed?
I thought she had stun, yeah, because the stun passive's completely gone.
Oh no, I
can't believe that.
I know what happened. So, speaking of things I don't know what's happening though, bot lane. Zastic does die, probably pulled in by Lotus.
Got it though.
Yeah, that's got to be the rough aspect of that, right? Is that Lotus got that.
What happened to Annie?
So, okay, you used W unfortunately first.
But she used W first?
Yeah. That was on cooldown if you looked. I took a gander and I realized W, so I think what happened was use W to try to get the stun instead of Tibbers and then put Tibbers down.
Just Tibbers. Just Tibbers next time.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, goodbye.
Still gets the kill though, it doesn't matter.
Look, kills a kill. Cass is a happy man. Perhaps the Malzahar is not the problem. Perhaps it is the Annie all along. Looking at this play, bottom hook finds the target. Callista finds an opportunity to put some damage down. Ren's just a half second too early.
But the thing is, this goes back to the conversation where it's like, we would have loved to see that ghost out of Henekes in this bot lane because I feel like that could happen more often. They could have had all this pressure on the Twitch and the Vel'Koz because you killed the Vel'Koz there, but you haven't stopped Twitch. You need to kill this Twitch, and that's something they struggled with last game. They kept focusing on Ashastic instead of focusing on Love 2.
Yeah, they did definitely struggle to find the right target, and safe to say that is happening once again. I think it was a 0-3 Xerath in a game that they were still very
far ahead.
handily winning.
Twitch had pretty much not died until that one dive where he was already 3-1 at that point.
Yeah, exactly. This is a game where Annie Jarvan so strong right now that like the mid game influence on this map, even though there's only the Herald up, I think they just force the Herald. Kyrgyzstan can't respond. They then force the Drake. Kyrgyzstan can't respond. It just continues to happen.
All out too. Kawa dashing away, but Flag and Drag next. Paul, the Forge God, is way too late. The Ram will do nothing to stop this fight.
No safe space on Summoner's Rift. This very quiet Warwick performance does have the ultimate now at the very least.
But he's still only level 6 to all the things that the Shy Boy has been doing so far, like this top lane play, how many times he's ganked mid. We need to see Lauren get on the map.
Yeah, we certainly do. Top lane skirmish, once again, you just see the flag drag, the knock-up combo there. We look back mid lane, Flower has been killed by Kassa, and Flash was used by the Annie. Business as usual for Sri Lanka in mid lane, 4.5 plus gold ahead. 10 minutes, ooh!
How did that not connect?
Feels robbed.
I disagree. Lotus, if I'm you, I'm upset for you.
And you know the sad part is you mess with a Xerath and you miss, they mess with you relentlessly.
Yep.
Needs level 6, so I would like to see him actually sit in this lane a little bit more given that his lane partner is level 8.
I mean, we've also seen that Love 2's kind of left Jasastic alone a lot in this bot lane.
Word
so
on the street.
Push back a lot.
Just a rumor. Word on the street. Vel'Koz ult, really good.
Is it?
I have memories of it.
Life disintegration beam?
Yeah, I do hear it does pretty high damage.
Never seen it, so I wouldn't know.
We don't see Xerath.
You mean Vel'Koz?
We don't see Vel'Koz. We don't see either, really, especially not in competitive league.
True. You know what we also don't see? Warwick.
We do not see Warwick.
Warwick is in the bot lane, but so is the Shy Boy. Seems like we'll have them finally meet up, but Shy Boy way faster on the play. Already took Fennec so low that it doesn't really matter that you have your Warwick here. No, good hook. And that's something we got to give Lotus so much credit for. He's been landing some crucial hooks, and they got the kill on a Love 2. That is needed gold over to Callista.
Did they not have the flay up from the Thresh? Because that was still such a fantastic hook. Herald gets summoned here. The health advantage they have is too much. Top lane tower dies here as well. 2 levels behind Magical.
Oh,
it's
no,
tough.
bot lane also. There's going to be a dead Ornn, and even bot lane, Callista died. Because all they did was wait out Shy Boy and Nashastic to pick up that kill. So across the map, Sri Lanka gaining everything. And even look at how many plates have fallen in this bot lane turret.
If I remember correctly as well, Phoenixy was simply recalling in their faces.
Yeah, he was.
So, can't say...
He got rightfully punished.
Yeah, you can't say you blame Sri Lanka for punishing him. Herald takes close to the whole turret down there. The map is just winning. The whole map is just winning 12 minutes in. It is devastating.
Look at the lead. That is gargantuan here. As we take a look at the replay,
we love getting these slow-mo Jarvan flag drags.
Yeah.
Every pixel by pixel he moves forwards. Good hook. Was ready for the play here.
He doesn't take the Q to go in, so I think he had it up, but he was too afraid to dive in that he was going to get blown up really quick.
Hey, credit to Lauren for finding the angle then. If the Thresh was not looking for it and just hit the hook. Right goes their way.
Almost had the steal there with the Ren, but only 1 stack of it. Not really going to amount to true smite.
Good vision down here bottom as well for Kyrgyzstan. So it's going to be difficult to try and find a gank on this pushing lane. They should be spotted in multiple places if the Jarvan tries to work down. The Shy Boy does not like being on vision. He is shy. All right. All right.
All right, Lauren.
All right.
You could have gotten the solo kill there, Lauren. I'm just telling you right now.
Nisha's living rent-free in his head.
He is, but props to Flower recognizing real. Just walks down there, gets a free kill.
That was a real funny decision from Nisha. Well, the Vel'Koz dies. Same as last game, but Hydra's turn.
And he's going to win this 2v1. He's got the damage. Look at that. They're doing no damage to him. Even with the play, knocked back. How much damage this Kazante deals. And Shy Boy, he's in the back pocket the whole time. Flag and drag with Cataclysm on top. But he's going to be able to dash over the wall because now Kazante couldn't get in. You took a lot of damage, Shy Boy. You got to be careful. Body block from Hydra to make sure there's no way you can get on top of Shy Boy. But nice scatter the weak there from Flower. Should scare away Sri Lanka, but Kyrgyzstan will not pick up anything for it, only denying the kill.
Yeah, look at the flash from the Jarvan. The ultimate's on cooldown, but amazingly no kills. I feel like there was angles that Hydra uses all out mode there as well to avoid the turret, but I think really nicely done by Phoenixy and Lotus.
Bottom.
As I don't know if Casa wants power, but he may.
Bottom. Yeah, he realizes he doesn't want that. Go on, Force God.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Magical.
Yes, Rusty.
He did the thing.
They did the thing. And speaking of doing the thing, Hydra, 1v3 in the spot lane. He was able to take that tower for himself. This Kazante, untouched, unstopped. Jarvan, untouched, unstopped. This Annie, untouched, unstopped.
Nisha definitely stopped, but living his best life.
I mean, he's, like you said, he's living rent-free in their head.
Yeah, he's keeping them very interested in the whereabouts of this Vel'Koz.
And that's not the one you need to worry about.
No.
That is not the one you need to worry about.
A little bit too much to worry about in this game. Again, true to form. Kazante handles the Ornn. Jarvan gets good ganks off. Warwick simply cannot gank.
No, he can't. He's so far behind. Look at that. Look at his build.
Look at these lane assignments. You make heads or tails of this one.
Ornn is now the support. Fresh.
Tries to help last hit the wave. Callista proves that she's better at it.
Dead.
See ya later, Lotus. Bye-bye.
All right, at this rate, you go Static Shiv on Thresh. Clear out the wave.
Catching that barb.
Just clear out the wave.
Jarvan gets the blue buff. Wrap it up.
Right,
that was Cass's fault, to be fair. He wanted to hold his stun so badly.
Yeah, that was his own fault.
No flash from the Annie, but a stun's still possible. Tibber's still available.
Casa and the Shy Boy were set up for Flower. See Warwick behind, and Loren's just like, oh, I don't want this. Yeah. Flower, you're on your own, buddy.
Bruh, this all you.
Like, you got this. You can handle him under turn, right? I believe in you. But because he had to bail out of that one, has gone towards the bottom half of the map. means that this is going to be clean Rift Herald take for Sri Lanka as this game slows down, but even with the disintegration beam, it is all Sri Lanka in control.
Lotus, hello. Fancy seeing you here. They do not need to do anything. Ooh. Loren sees them, and I think that was the first time he ran away of many.
Yeah.
Because
well, like I said, look at Loren's build. Obviously, as the Warwick jungle, you want that early Tiamat, right? You need that wave clear if you're going to keep up with a Jarvan, but that means you're waiting on your Mythic. Gore Drinker has been completed for some time. Even now having a Black Cleaver for the Shy Boy, the Garage Sale build for Loren has put him further behind than even before, and even with a nice hook from Lotus, look at what's happening in the jungle. Loren's just getting soloed out by the Shy Boy, even with power nearby, and Scatter the Weak connecting. Infinite Duress will help pick up shutdown gold, much needed for Kyrgyzstan. But Hydra, how do you kill him? You've used everything to kill the Shy Boy, and now Kasante gets a free time all inside of your base, inside of your jungle, so they can clean up the kills. Kyrgyzstan falling to the might of Sri Lanka.
They simply walk into an immovable object and they do discover that it cannot be moved. They'll manage to take out the Shy Boy, they'll take out the Jarvan, but beyond that, they cannot deal with Hydra. Love 2 starts dealing some damage and commands respect, and Flower is just trying to hold him at bay. The best that they can possibly hope for is 18 minutes into this one, the gold is stretched beyond repair.
You're 10,000, 9,000 at the moment for Sri Lanka. Just shy of 19 minutes. Make that actually 1,000 because they took 2 towers simultaneously.
Laughing to the bank with these recalls as well.
I'm looking at the inventories, seeing what they buy.
Items done. Black Cleaver as well for the Jarvan, amplifying the damage out of this Twitch. You watch this one more time and I mean, it's pretty obvious that Hydra's quite tanky. Shy Boy is very clearly winning his 1v1. But for me, it's actually Twitch and Annie, right? As they get into the mix here, Kassa and Love 2 will find their mark just because it's so easy to find it when Hydra's making them all clump up.
All 5 are focused on Hydra, and he's taking nothing.
And just like that, bang, you know, Ornhorn looks good, but it's his own team. Twitch cannot be hit, dodges the hook, and he finds a flank. Hydra sets it all up, but it's just bowling pins that they get to knock down.
It will be another dragon taken by Sri Lanka as well. Everything possible for Sri Lanka here. Kyrgyzstan. This is going to tell you everything right there. How many infinite duresses have we seen away? And now the burn onto Loren. Burn. He'll survive, but he is forced off the turret, and we're so early into the game, still rusty. They can summon the Rift Herald again. Not going to be a dancing Shelly this time around, but
and he has flash. You have to really be respectful now. The stun's going to be back up and available, and the Shy Boy certainly can look for these dives. He's sitting in the bush right now.
Oh, he is waiting. Scatter the Weak on Annie with an unleashed power, not picking up the kill because that was way too much thrown back into their face. And with Spray and Pray nearly wiping top and marksman for Kyrgyzstan, all Sri Lanka have to do is rinse and repeat, wait it out because they got push in bot lane. They'll have push in mid lane. Priority everywhere.
The Shy Boy has such an odd play style. He wants to go for these montages, very kill hungry. But then one time went in by himself 1v5 instead of waiting for the kill steals. Kassa flashes.
But now Loren, guess what's happening afterwards? You used everything to try to get the kill onto Kassa. Means you have nothing left and it's an easy kill while bot lane, the poison ticking onto Powa as he gets to the steps of the fountain. Hey, completely forfeit these inhibitors. Scatter the Weak again. Flower's doing a good amount of damage now to someone like Love 2, but it's way too little too late.
Simply did not press W2. But not sure it would have been lethal without the ultimate there. Not going to be able to unleash any power. Not able to unleash power.
Yeah, Powa can't even do anything in this game.
He is very, very far behind. This reset may be the last reset of the game. You're expecting to see a Baron buff from Sri Lanka from here on out. Get these jungle creeps, get these recalls off. Ideally, don't die to the Ornn in the process of going for a blue buff. Nisha really not getting help though from the Twitch. Even just one auto attack will be kind of hype, but no.
Anything, but I think they're also worried about Loren possibly.
Kassa also still here.
Okay.
They shall not perish.
Bush will survive. Casa, tag. Hipper's thrown right back in his face for shutdown gold for Flower.
And again, one of those plays. You could simply have recalled with the rest of your team, but saw a montage moment in his mind. And they get very greedy, and that greed gets
But does it stop anything?
No.
It's 12,000 gold for Sri Lanka at this point. Really, it slows down the game only so minorly.
Just good to see the greed be punished, I guess, more than anything else.
Yeah.
Sometimes it
Speaking
should
of greed, can you actually punish this one?
Well, they're just going to hit Baron during this, so let's see who wins first, Baron or Hydra.
No, Hydra wins. Hydra wins first before anything. Because look at that. Look at, they're doing negative damage to this Cassante at the moment. He hasn't even all out yet. He's waiting it out the whole time because he's just holding on to the tanky stats. They got 2 members below 50%. Well, 2 of his teammates, just 2, are on Baron and will take the Purple Worm, even if they get a kill on a Nishastic on the mid lane. Hydra now has minions pouring into the base.
Nisha's in a different game.
Yeah, he's living his best life in this game. He knows that he doesn't need to do anything because his team is just winning.
And he's certainly not doing anything. Lotus needs to hit the hook if they want to have any shot there of a kill. Loren, literally in melee range of Hydra, says it's not worth it.
And with Infinite Duress, again, they're doing nothing. There's no damage to this Cassante. They get the knock-up onto Twitch and bounce him around. That's actually going to be a good pick there for Warwick, but with all out from Cassante, that's the damage. That's the real carry that you have to worry about because they can clean up finally. They pick up the kill onto Cassante. But what does it matter when all these minions are pouring into the base from mid and bot lane? And these turrets, these Nexus turrets, are nearly taken down by Sri Lanka. They will fall back, a little wary of the play that Kyrgyzstan could possibly get some gold back in the game.
Yeah, they've stopped playing 5v5. They are definitely having fun with this game. They are far enough ahead that they can afford to do so. Big Jarvan ultimate, good Cassante team fighting as well. But the truth is, you know, you're taking these fights without your Vel'Koz, without your Annie. Both were just dying prior, and I think eventually we'll get that 5v5, and eventually we'll have that single team fight that'll be a win.
I think Cassante just TPs into the base onto a super minion and wins solo.
I would like to see that. I would.
Well, we'll see this play. The replay.
He doesn't ult much, does he? Hydra holds onto that ult for as long as he possibly can. Eventually throws it.
Though.
Yeah, likes to stay tanky.
Yeah.
Twitch having a bad day in the office, but a big Jarvan ult opens the floor up to this, and Casa gets back into the team here. Flashless Annie's just going to take the closest target. And then, of course, the tower aggro is going to take out Cassante, almost take out Casa there, to be perfectly honest with you. But Drake is free. And again, just straight down the guts. You're expecting to see Sri Lanka go.
Yeah, they're just going to send Hydra back into the side lane. Nobody can match him. Sending 3 members down into the bot lane just to try to compete with that is not going to work out for the team because while Nishastic might not be doing much, at least it's keeping a side lane pressured.
He's certainly pressured. He's definitely living S+ style red free, but he's being punished for it.
It doesn't matter. 2 members are sent towards this Vel'Koz. You're just killing the Vel'Koz over and over again. He's not worth that much gold, and they can just rinse this one. They can look for the play. Look at that damage now. They're ripping apart Warwick. He's not tanky, neither is Thresh. And with the minions already there, they can topple another inhibitor as well. This is going to be the game, because look at that.
Meanwhile,
Hydra against 3 people, still winning.
Oh,
Pivot splash onto power, but it wasn't enough. Gets knocked up by the Horn, double knock up as well. But where's the team to pick this up? All out, look at that. It's Cassante time, baby. Fighting in with the Cataclysm on top of it as well. The pull back in from Cassante. All out, flash back, he survives. How in the world does he survive? There we go. Finally dies. But there's way too many in the base. That Flower just can't do anything. The flag and drag combo right there as he should fall there. Waiting for that little tick. There it is. Vel'Koz's going to pick up the game. Well, Love 2 wins it for them.
And amazingly, a team fight concedes and actually ends with a Vel'Koz alive. The impossible has finally happened in this game, and would you believe it, the Nexus goes down with it. Sri Lanka will get themselves a pretty clean 2-0 on the day, and a good little comeuppance given what happened in their previous series being 2-0 themselves. So very refreshing to see from the Sri Lanka squad. Perhaps India really just did that, have that hard read on playstyle, on draft, on pick ban, whatever it may be, but shoes on the other foot in this game. They step up and deliver.
I mean, and Team India, very confident in themselves. Like I said, when I was talking to them in the lobby, they were saying that they expect to win this whole thing. They don't think that any team is even close to them. They said if any team at all, it was Kazakhstan.
Yep.
They said that was the one team that they possibly could be threatened by. But actually, in Game 1, we did see that it was Team India picking up Game 1 so far in that series. There's just obviously best of 3 going on between Team India and Team Kazakhstan. We'll give you a post in just a little bit, but let's continue to break down this game.
Yeah, it will be a hype game in the side stage. This one, first and foremost, though, you've got the draft on your screen. I think a couple of very obvious things to discuss in this one. In game number 1, we said Rammus was a questionable pick. In game number 2, now we're looking at the Warwick and saying, what exactly does this Warwick provide for the game? In stark contrast to that of the Jarvan, who got a level 2 gank off, was invading, was playing really well around his laners and trying to make it happen. This Ornn pick is okay, but you've got the Cassante that wasn't banned away on the other side. Same exact conversation. Sure, maybe you're okay, but not compared to your opponent. Syndra vs Annie in mid. Syndra can be fine, but got Jarvan.
Right. I was like,
really got Jarvan.
What was it? 2 ganks early into the game, and then after that, Syndra was too far behind Annie, so Annie was able to 1v1 every single time.
Yeah.
It was purely, and like you said, it can do well if you're not getting ganked early into the game and put behind to a situation where Annie just can one-tap you at all stages.
Yeah, exactly right. And same thing with the bottom lane, right? The Calista Thresh, I think, again, good performance from Lotus. I think he's my standout player for Kyrgyzstan so far. After a 0-4 day, he still is the star of the show, hitting those hooks. But like you're about to see, this is where it starts, and it does not get better from that position for the Syndra at all.
No, and Loran, you know, props to him, was trying to be more proactive on this game than we had seen in the previous game. But like you said, what does the Warwick really provide for the team? What does it really do in some of these early skirmishes? You're really picking the Warwick because you want to have the straight up 1v1 at level 1 at all, because your clear is just way too slow.
There's that big fight as well on the bot side of the map where you really get to see just how tanky the Cassante is.
Yeah.
Still very well done from Love2. So for me, you know, when it came to team fighting, I think the Twitch showed mechanically that he's very capable of playing the game. Good space gliding, right? Good orb walking. Was able to dodge out on these hooks as well. So very good awareness of how to play these skirmishes out. That to me is actually a really big positive and bodes well for their next series. If you're going to contend with all these really strong junglers and bottom laners that are running around in the Central and South Asia bracket, you need to step up big time in your next game.
And here, kind of it's not the last fight, but it's essentially the last fight, right? Because this is where they're so far ahead that Sri Lanka are kind of just playing with their food.
Yeah.
Hydra tanks up, I think, 10 tower shots. The tower did more damage to him than any member
100%.
of Kyrgyzstan. And then after that, he gets back into the lane, goes into the bot lane. 3 members are focused on him, and yeah, nothing happens.
It's crazy that this is one of those Annie games where Annie gets so far ahead, but also with 2 missed tibbers in fights, 2 missed stuns in
just
skirmishes,
so far ahead, it doesn't matter.
Still does so much damage, right? And exactly, like the fight you just saw, they were 12k gold up before that fight actually happened. It reflected through the damage of champions. He tries a Syndra might, started behind and really was just trying to hold it together.
Yeah.
Could not.
No, there's only so much you can do as Syndra by yourself. Penekis was kind of put behind as well on this Ballista. Again, the bot lane looked good from Kyrgyzstan at first. It was just as they continued to have the Shy Boys show up into this bot lane that made it so they really couldn't do anything, and then Love2 getting some early kills was impossible to deal with. So the Shy Boy getting your Audi Super A player of the game twice in a row. I can't argue with that, honestly. He impacted the map so much early into the game that it really did set up everyone on his team.
We have casted 4 games today. We have seen 4 jungle MVPs today.
Yeah.
It does seem like that is going to be the trend for this group. If you think back to our last group, West Asia, there's a lot more top lane, perhaps AD carry impact as well. Think back to Southeast Asia, top lane was going absolutely crazy, and then it was all ADCs in the East Asia group. For this one, it does seem like junglers are going to be the port of call for where the superstars in all of these squads are.
Yeah, and I hear we are ready for an interview with Wendy on the stage, so let's go take a listen.
Thank you so much, guys. And the Shy Boy, congratulations. And you got 2 consecutive MVPs as the Audi Super Player for today's Best of 3. Congratulations again. And also, in the pre-match interview, I believe your teammates have mentioned this is the first time we can see Team Sri Lanka on the international stage. So what does it mean to you to be here on the road to Asian Games and showcase your talents to all the people?
Yeah, this means a lot to me. Because we were dominating in Sri Lankan games, but we never had a good stage to show our performance, and this is means a lot for us. And we had a really bad first game, but we are performing after this game. We actually had a really
this game is this game is very solid.
I'm speechless right now.
It must mean a lot to you guys, and I believe after today's game there will be so many people remember you guys' plays, and we believe you can have an even better performance in the future as well. As you have mentioned, maybe the first game is not as smooth. You got a loss against Team India in the side stage, but I'm very curious, maybe in the very short period of break, what the changes or adjustments made by the team in order to just have a very good condition to getting into this game?
Yeah, it was our manager's motivation speech, actually, not gonna lie. It was really great. And we actually talk about the comms. We had a really bad drafting in our first games. And it was our first main stage game. So now, after the first one, we are hyped.
Kind of used to the stage and to enjoy the play on the stage a bit more. And also, it feels like for this best of 3, the opponents, they have the very interesting picks. Like they have the Redmers jungle and the Warwick jungle. So, as a jungler, when you're seeing they just lock down those kind of champions, what's your reaction? And will that influence your jungler pathing or the early game tempo a little bit more?
Yeah, we were actually expecting a carry jungler from him. Actually, we have seen him play a couple of times. He actually a good jungler. I don't know why he went for a tank, something like that. Actually, he gave a good give a good fight for us. It was I don't know, I haven't played against Warwick in high-low, but it was a good experience.
Yeah, but still the good games, but still you can have a very good early game strategy. And also for you guys have the mage supports for the first 2 games. So why that?
Yeah, like he was saying, guys, you guys carry, then our game plan was to push bot lane. So he did what he can, but he got caught a couple of times. So our whole gameplay was to push bot lane, then play around me and our ADC. So that's why he took the mage supporters. He usually plays like Nautilus engage support, hard engage supports, but this time I don't know, he got hyped up. Then he wanna try new things.
Yeah, but still very nice try. Maybe you can show us more interesting picks in the future as well. And the very last question: tomorrow you're going to have another matchup. How much confidence do you have for that game?
All I can say is I'm really pumped up, and let's go.
Just let's go. Let's go, and best of luck for tomorrow's matchup as well. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And back to our casters.
All right, thanks Wendy, and thanks the Shy Boy for the interview. But with that played, we're at the end of our day 7. We only have one more day ahead of us, and that will be finishing up the Central Asia and South Asia region, our very last one. We've seen so many different regions, all from over Asia, play here in the Road to Asian Games. And gotta say, so far, I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing from the Central Asian team so far.
I think there's a couple of really exciting teams for us to look forward to as well, right? They're actually playing right now on the side stage. The 2 teams that come immediately to my mind, but we did just see Sri Lanka win. You heard in the interview as well, a lot of positives from them, and you can see how just excited that they are to be here and to be performing. So always a big fan of seeing people, seeing players, seeing teams be super excited. Even seeing someone just pull out a Xerath and a Vel'Koz when they're a Nautilus player.
They knew how far ahead they were. They're just
but
they're
he
on
did
a
it in game
different
1
planet.
in this series, man. He was confident. I enjoy knowing that you get these insights from these players. Like they might just go back to normal, which might be more expected tomorrow, like a normal.
Yeah, and you saw briefly on your screen that Team India is up 1-0. We talked about that earlier over Kazakhstan, and the game's still going. Game 2 is still going of that best of 3, so that could go for 3 games.
Yeah.
So that way we won't really know how the standing exactly is going to be. All we know so far is Sri Lanka and Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan at the bottom, but Sri Lanka getting themselves right there in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, very thankful for Sri Lanka to be able to find those wins for their standings position right now. Kyrgyzstan with 1 match remaining, I believe. They have to step up to the plate big time if they're going to try and find a win.
It's against Team India.
I know. It's they got a big match ahead of them, mate.
That's going to be tomorrow. That's going to be the first one tomorrow as well. Because, as you see on your screen, we start off with Team India and Team Kyrgyzstan. You're going to be on that one. You're going to be on that one with Mac, while myself and Jordan, Elfish Guy, will be rounding out the day, ending the rotation games with the Sri Lankan versus Kazakhstan matchup.
That's crazy, actually. I'm following Kyrgyzstan the whole way through.
Yeah,
Every
you are.
single one of those games
You are.
will be on those. India, impossibly tough matchup, but maybe they've got some strategies cooked up, ready to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Sometimes you kind of look at the tape, you look at the picks that came through, and you're like, all right, let's try this. Let's try something new. We saw from Loren trying a lot of different things, but unfortunately none of them really working out too hot.
Yeah, a lot of those strategies, cute ideas, execution wasn't really there, but even then, the cute ideas couldn't quite find the win.
Yeah, and as we round out our day 7 of the Rotation Games 2022, we do want to thank our sponsors really quick. This competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, thanks to our prestige sponsor Audi Q4 e-tron's strong support for RDAG tournament. Special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control, and thank you to official supporter Omen, New Omen 16, the new journey to the road to Asian Games 2022.
Thank you to official supporter Autoful M6, official gaming chair partner of Road to Asia Games. Be your own hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for all of their support as well. At the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video, Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support.
We also want to thank you, the viewer, for joining us here for these exciting days of the Road to Asian Games 2022. We got one more day left, one more, and then it's all done, and we know who's going to the Asian Games for 2022. We'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.
air and bounce. We're hailing home. It's allowed, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe is electric new.